6th, yes, April 6th, meeting of the Finance Committee to order. First order of business is approval of minutes from March 11th.
Recording in progress.
Has everybody had a chance to at least look at them? Take a motion from someone?
Motion to approve? So moved.
Motion made and seconded to approve the minutes as written. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I have no vote.
No, you do, believe it or not.
I wasn't present for it.
Yeah, but I believe, right, he can still vote. Tom?
He can, but if he wants to abstain, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm staying.
Okay. So we have a 7-1, 0-1 vote. Item 3, Town Administrator's Operating Budget Message. Would you like to
Sure.
enlighten us?
Sure.
sir?
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to the committee. Just want to thank all the staff for coming out tonight. Thank the Finance Committee for holding these hearings this week. Just going to do really a quick walkthrough. There's no elaborate presentation or anything. But just for the folks that may be watching this tomorrow on YouTube or in the couple weeks ahead, if you go to the franklinma.gov website, and then right in the middle of it, after the beautiful pictures of Smith Farm, you can get to the town budget page. And if you click on that, as showing on your screen, thanks Chris, you will get a one-stop shop of all of the town budget archive stuff. So if you look down on this, you can get a budget process link, you can get our flow chart, you can hear on the current climate, you can go through the budget archives with operating budgets, capital budgets, budget narratives. It has all of our bond ratings, all of our audits, financial audits, and a bunch of other resources at the bottom, helpful links like the Prop 2.5 primer, Division of Local Services for the state, and a bunch of other links that may be helpful. There's actually also a glossary in here, so if you don't understand the foreign language that we speak in sometimes, and some of the acronyms, you can go look in the glossary. The state's come up with a great glossary for all the verbiage that we use. But for this year, if folks go to the fiscal year 2027 budget, I know we're in calendar year 2026, but we'll actually be talking about the FY27 budget. You actually go to our one-stop shop portal. And if, like we've been doing for the last several years, I know this is information overload for a lot of people, but we always think it's really important to show a chronological history of all of the meetings, of all of the information, all the memos, all the data sets. And we started it all the way back at the bottom of the page last August, which was really the start of the budget season, was really at the end of last summer. And then I've got some meetings in here from December, January, February. We've got all of the minutes, we've got all the agendas, we've got the YouTube recordings, so that residents, as we ramp up for budget season, can go back and look at the history of the amount of meetings that and information that's been out there. At the top of the page, we're going to also go through this at the joint budget meeting on August 16th, but very quickly. You'll see on there FY27 Town Administrator Budget Message. I know the words budget message seem weird, but that's actually the verbiage that's in the town charter, so to mirror that. And then we've got all these appendices. Appendix A and B are probably the ones that most folks are interested in. Appendix A is the voting document and the budget book, which we'll go through tonight. And then we put in Appendix B, the Franklin Public School District budget book. Appendix C, 1 through 9, is a bunch of historical data sets. If you went back 10 years, none of this information was available for anybody. So we feel very proud and very transparent and very thorough with the amount of information that the budget staff and the school and town finance staffs and HR staffs have been able to put up, and hopefully giving residents the information that they need. We always know that people want to recharacterize things and move things around and think of data a little bit differently, but at least it gives you operating budget revenue, fixed costs, local aid histories, local receipts, new growth, free cash balances, and variety of other information. The budget message book with this beautiful photo outside of the library, which is our cover for this year, is a whopping 225 pages. I know, it's long, people don't want to read it all. Hopefully the Finance Committee's taken a look through, and other residents have. But again, if you went back 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15 years ago, nothing like this was there. We have all sorts of data sets, charts, and this is what our department heads and our staff essentially populate into the book with the story that they want to tell. So there's trends in here, strategic initiatives. For anybody at home, they can keyword search it, and they can go through the whole book and read some of the stories and strategic initiatives of the departments and the staff that are sitting behind me tonight. The part we're going to focus on tonight is obviously by town charter, the Finance Committee reviews all the financial documents put out in the budget, and you make a recommendation to the town council. I'll save for later on, but my guess is if members of the committee want to make any proposed changes, my recommendation is that the committee would have to vote in favor of recommending something. Like, for example, maybe the committee decides we don't recommend $20,000 in this particular line item. Well, we would ask for a full vote of the committee, and then what we will do is either at the end of this week, or if the committee wants to wait until May, until healthcare numbers are in, we can send a letter to the council saying the Finance Committee has voted in the affirmative on, all of this, except, we make recommendations on A through whatever, to say we think you should move money here, take it away from here, add money to here, whatever your recommendations are. Revise this assumption here, but obviously we need the Finance Committee to vote in favor of one of those changes to put into a document to recommend to the town council. So with that, I'm going to dive into the revenue because it just takes a few minutes, and then I'll stop just to ask and make sure everybody has any questions. If folks look up at the screen, this is the exact same data that was put out in February, but our revenue sources in a municipal budget are not that many different buckets. If folks look up at, this is now, the Appendix A, I should cite. This is Appendix A off of the budget site. This is the budget book and the voting document. And this first page is the revenue and control sheet for the town. So this is exactly where our sources of revenue are. And these are what our assumptions are going into the fiscal year starting on July 1st. Up at the top, you have your tax levy. And what we do is we take previous year's tax levy, which is $96.3 million. We take the amount of new growth that was certified by the state, which is $862,000. We add those together and then times it by 2.5, and you end up getting the 90, just a hair under 100 million for the tax levy for next year. When you add in our assumption for new growth, that brings the tax levy to $100,453,488. So that's really your 2/3 of your entire revenue source is through property taxes, through the tax levy. We separate out debt exclusions, which is also by law part of your tax levy. We separate all the debt exclusions out into one chunk. Why? Because the voters of the town have voted to increase their taxes for these projects. When these projects fall off the schedule and they're paid off, that tax in your property tax rate then sunsets. So some people may see some blanks up here, and you will notice that the Keller Sullivan School was paid off in FY25. Therefore, in FY26 and 27, there are no debt payments, and so that tax is now sunset. You'll see the Horace Mann issue number 2 debt exclusion on there. That is actually coming off this year. So if you look at the column all the way to the right on FY27, you'll notice the previous year and this current year there's $260,000. This year there's nothing because that entire project has fallen off. So if you look over the last 2 fiscal years, Keller Sullivan and Horace Mann have both come off the debt exclusion schedules. I know that people don't feel like their taxes went down because of that, but the assessors bake that into their overall formula, and now that those debt payments are gone, about, what is it, $520,000 worth of debt exclusion tax is now sunset off the tax rate. And so that's a good thing for those that are interested in those things. So the only projects left are your high school, which you'll be paying for, what, 25, 30 more years or something? It was a 40-year note. And then also the Tri-County School has just come on, and that school anticipates to open next year. The debt exclusions are separate in the section, but they still are baked into your full tax levy. So your tax levy after all this is officially 105 million in change, and that represents, again, about 2/3 of your overall budget. The second chunk of money that makes up the budget is the state revenue. So you look up here, these are the exact numbers and figures that were given out in Governor Healy's budget. So state revenue, we have Chapter 70, we've got charter school reimbursements, unrestricted general government aid, and then other net offsets, which is just a summary of a bunch of other smaller pieces, like mosquito control and a variety of other things that are in state cherry sheets. What Evan does, our budget directors, we just plug the number right in. And so you can see here, our total amount of state revenue, state aid is just over 35 million. So you can see that makes up for another big chunk of, basically another quarter of your budget is made up off of state aid. And then the third major category is other revenues, which is local receipts. As I hope many of you know, after hearing all this for so many years, local receipts are revenues generated generally by the people that are behind us. Most of those fees go to offset our salaries. So alcohol licensing, common vitular licensing, food inspections, marriage licenses, dog licenses, recreational fees, ambulance receipts, building permits. There's all sorts of data in the actual narrative, but that's an aggregate number, and we're expecting about a 5% growth in that. We would have assumed a little bit less, but I know that the council will approve a fees update bylaw this year. We did an entire rewrite of that bylaw last year to make sure that our fees were recouping the amount of money that we were paying out in terms of different services from the staff. So we rewrote the whole bylaw, so there's not a lot of areas in the fees where we're going to be able to jack up fees to make up our budget deficit. But there are a few in there, like ambulance receipts and a handful of other fees departments have said that need to be updated, so I do expect the council to update that during budget season. And so therefore, we did maintain that 5%, number in FY27. I should say technically the fourth revenue source are other available funds, net budget stabilization or other transfers. So if I go back up so I can read the fiscal year, let's see here. If you look in FY25 final, we used just over $3 million in one-time money that year. So that's what that number represents. In FY26, this fiscal year, we didn't use any one-time money. We are at a minimum assuming $117,000 in this budget, which is to drain the MEC stabilization fund, which still has about $450,000, and we're spreading that over 4 years. So you will see that transfer in there in our budget proposal for at least the next 4 years, assuming folks vote on this in the affirmative. And then the second line in here, we have this free cash. As you can see in 25 and 26, we didn't use any of it. But as you know, I'm proposing to use just over $2 million worth of free cash to ensure that the budget this year does not sustain any cuts to any services, to allow the elected officials and the boards and committees in the community to try to strategize on how to patch that funding gap over the next few years. And then enterprise funds are essentially what's called indirects. And really what those are is we're paying out of the operating budget all of the money for, say, our DPW employees as an expenditure, but their actual benefits come from the water, sewer, trash, and stormwater utilities. By statute and by state law, we have to make sure that we account for those revenues. This is exactly how the school department does it with their revolving funds as well. They pay out of their budget, the salaries and whatnot, but they have to go back and charge against that. We actually just take those indirects on an assumption from those enterprise funds, which is about $2 million, which actually then offsets $2 million worth of healthcare costs in account 910, which we'll get to later this afternoon. So those are your revenue sources, which essentially equates up to about $160 $0.4 million budget. However, there are also assessments charged against the town, and that's what this section is down here at the bottom. So we have to pay back or pay out to sharing districts. Anybody that chooses to use school choice and goes to another district, state law dictates that we essentially transfer those per pupil costs to those districts. Same thing with state assessments. There's a whole bevy of state assessments, like MAPC is a whole bunch of stuff that are baked into those assessments. Same thing with the county. We still have a county government in Norfolk County. The rest of the state, actually, most of the rest of Massachusetts does not have a county form of government, and so a lot of communities don't pay out that county assessment. But in Norfolk County, we do. Charter school assessment is the largest number by far, and that's also, again, state law dictates that if a student from Franklin goes to the charter school, that per pupil tuition gets sent from the school district to the charter school. And so you're looking at about just over $6 million in payments that go from our cherry sheets for state aid to the charter school. And then provision for abatements and exemptions is required by statute. That's what you have for overlay for the Board of Assessors for their abatements and exemptions. So people apply for a variety of abatements and exemptions that are, again, all etched out in state law for people with disabilities, veterans, a whole variety. There's dozens upon dozens of categories. People come in, they file for those abatements, and that money is generally under the Board of Assessors, and they use that there. We do expect in the future, as I've written about before, for that number to go up, but we feel confident that this year that number is stable. So when you add up all of the assessments and other votes, you're looking at about an $8 million deduction off of our state aid, essentially, and now you end up with a $152.5 million budget, just under a hair, $152.5 million overall budget. So that's the revenue sheet in less than 10 minutes. That's about as fast as I could probably do it. Does anybody on the Finance Committee have any questions about the revenue assumptions or anything behind any of those numbers?
I'll ask my every year question. Do we get any data from the charter school as to how they spend the money?
Nothing that I'm aware of directly to us.
Not that I'm
So-
aware
I
of.
know they publish an annual report by law every year, and if you go on the DESI website, I think they have an archive of the annual reports. But I don't believe they carve out in their annual report the exact $6,071,000 and then somehow do an analysis on
Let
that.
me ask another question. Do we know it costs 30,000, I'm picking up 30,000 for public school kid in Franklin. Do we know what that number is for the charter school?
You might want to ask them on tomorrow night.
Oh, I will. I will.
Yeah, they might just be a little bit more exact and fluent with exactly how the charter school reports and those types of things.
And the other thing I'm curious about, it used to be pretty big that if the assessors don't pay out that $650, is it a carryover? Does it become free cash?
Yeah.
Where does if nobody comes in, not happening, but, 650 grand is a lot of money. Do we ever get that back into the budget somewhere?
Yeah.
Because, 3 years ago, they paid out, I'm assuming they paid out 636. Well, I'm saying, we assigned 650,000 to the assessors, which I suspect is an absolutely good number, but they certainly don't pay it out every year.
Right.
Where does the excess go? Or does it just roll? Is it?
It's maintained, you want to,
Yeah.
Might as well just.
As I recollect from my ancient time on this thing, there are times when money comes back.
Yep. I'll dish the rock together.
The Reader's Digest version, please.
oh, okay. That's a good caution. Kevin Doyle, Director of Assessing for the Town of Franklin. The overlay account is raised annually. The balances that remain remain assigned to each year. They become available in case there's not enough money. If there's an excess amount in one given year, they remain available because the state now allows us to draw from prior years should we go over in, say, the current year. So there's some.
Is there no years back that it's still, I mean, if we have
Well,
some left over from 1963.
Well, we're maintaining a
Well,
ledger
yeah.
beginning in 1999? Yeah. And we also have to make a provision for anything that is still outstanding. It can't be released if we have taxes that are still outstanding. If they're in tax title, there's some assurance that they'll be collected eventually. But for like personal property accounts that are outstanding and real estate accounts that may not, for whatever reason, be in tax title after, for non-payment,
As soon as
we have to make
all
a
the
provision
taxes
for
are
that.
collected and/or resolved for a year, then that money is released back to the general fund?
It would have to be, voted for recommendation for release by the Board of Assessors, and then it could become available as surplus.
Right. So without keeping it at the Reader's Digest level, the overlay can compile in an aggregate, but to Kevin's point, there are obligations through either the Appellate Tax Board or other petitions on taxes, as well as other assumptions they may make. I will also say our senior tax work-off program is paid out of this as well. So there are a lot of other little things, and the Board of Assessors has exclusive authority over those revenues. So those are revenues that just can't be used everywhere else because of the variety of other statutory mechanisms. At some point it could be, but that's really at the Board of Assessors' discretion. And that's why you don't hear about all this very much, because it's not something that's readily available to the town council or the finance committee or capital. It's not a pot of money that we can just start using other places. It's pretty exclusively met. And we have had appellate tax cases that get held up, or if there's property in foreclosure or tax title, there's a whole series of other things that are out there that get occupied by that. But this money right here in the budget is predominantly for the abatements and exemptions that the board gives out that are in state law.
Correct.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
One of you.
So on the investment income, I think this is part of the local receipts line. I think it was about $1 million. Just to better understand the assumptions there, thinking through like geopolitical and macro environments right now, how sensitive are we kind of in that investment income to changes in interest rates? So should they go way up or go way down in the next 6 to 12 months? Are we still talking about kind of nearish $1 million, or is that drastically change?
Yeah, so that's an excellent question. So we are monitoring it with the people that manage those funds. Now, we don't have a lot of funds in high yield investments because we can't do that.
Right.
They're stabilization accounts. And the firms that manage those accounts and our trust accounts are working and investing based on market volatility. So I am constantly monitoring it every month, and we will continue to do so. And when we choose what we're going to budget for or assess what we think it's going to come in next year, I might be a little bit willing to reduce it based on what's going on. So it is monitored. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just going to quickly say, 6 years ago, we lost a lot of revenue quickly in March of 2020. Can't even remember how we did it, but it's just, there's always going to be a global force that we probably react to. I would say in the inverse, also the positive. 6 years ago, interest rates were virtually nothing. We moved all of those accounts to high yield interest, savings accounts. We used all those investments, and kind of on a dime when interest rates went way up. We benefited from that. It's hard to say. I mean, there's always going to be geopolitical factors. I would say out of geopolitical factors, some of the biggest things are going to be electricity and fuel next year. To me, those are the things that are worrying me a little bit more than, more of the broader economic part of things. But I totally understand the question. It's hard to obviously nail down.
Yeah, if your investment income goes way up, presumably we might have an offset on inflation on the expense side anyway, so that's probably not a great thing.
It's like, do we want a recession to bring down costs from inflation? Or do we want good wages, low unemployment, and high costs of the growth? I don't know.
No.
I think you guys you guys understand the dynamics well. It's tough.
Set?
Well, I don't know. I was going down that line too. How is the excess funds invested? Do you have short-term, medium-term, long-term? And what's the yield that you're looking at between them?
So that's a great question as well, but I'm going to need a little time to get that information for you. I don't have that readily off the top of my head. So I can either start looking at it now and I get back to you.
Okay, and what's the balance you're assessing the interest income off of?
That'll also have to get
Okay.
back to you.
Next question, in page 11 of your narrative, Jamie, you mentioned about $1 million loss in tax levy.
Yep.
So what's that translate to, $1,000?
$1,000?
Of revenue? Is that just?
No, it's $1 million in tax levy.
A tax levy?
Levy. So right up.
Is it cash, or is it just the, based on which?
Property value. Property value. So if you look up here on this top, just these top lines, Tom, right? You've got prior year tax levy, which is what it was, and then you see this new growth.
Okay,
In
so
the-
it's a change in new growth, but it moved up to the base.
I don't know what your question is, but I'll just say that the new growth in here, if you look at FY25, we assumed 1.17 million in new growth. Okay?
Correct.
That means what people were doing were businesses were retrofitting their buildings, residential homeowners were adding kitchens, pools, like whatever, right? And so that's a standard number in our budget every year. So what I was trying to articulate for many years is, if you have $1 million in new growth in your budget, that means you need residential and commercial property owners to be doing those property improvements to their property, building a house, building a building, maybe a residential structure, it may be a new building, right? You need to maintain that level of growth every year in your property tax portfolio town-wide in order to keep that line item flat every single year. What we've seen in the last 6
That
years.
on the next year rolls into the base.
That's right. The
So
next
it's
year.
not lost.
Well,
It's
it's
not
not,
lost.
it's not lost
Okay.
on that property that did that valuation. So if you were a property in this 1.171 million, you're correct. That property, if you did a kitchen and a pool, and you got another $150,000 worth of valuation on your property, that does not go away unless the market changes that property value. However, is what the new growth shows is that development growth and property investment has gone down in the last 6 years.
Understand that, but that lot, it's not
Correct.
really lost revenue.
That's right, that's right.
That's why it comes across as lost revenue.
But you have to acknowledge the lost revenue and new growth, because people are doing fewer improvements to their property.
Right.
That's where the loss in
I
revenue.
understand that. It's a change in the assumption of what the new growth number is.
Correct.
I understand that.
Yep.
Question on the charter school. How is that organized? Is it organized as a nonprofit?
So that's a question for
It's-
tomorrow night on the school.
All right.
We'll be here tomorrow night.
It's a public school.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, so some charter schools are also private equity, run by private equity firms.
Yeah,
So if it's a public charity, you can get information from the AG's office
sure.
on that. And on the assessor's account, you mentioned that you have a worksheet of the balance in that. Is there any way we can see it?
Sure?
Yeah, it sounds like a
wanna
revolving
re-
account or some type of account, there's a balance in there. Is it on the financial statements?
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, it's in our financial
Mhm.
statement.
All right, thanks.
Anybody else?
This is a question that, I know we talked about this before,
Okay.
so I'm sorry.
No.
I don't have my copious notes from the other meetings. With the free cash, we had that meeting and we talked about free cash and we talked about the enterprise fund and what those were comprised of. At that meeting, there was the total number of what was at this time available in free cash, right? Is that the full 2029 or is there more and we're only applying the 2029?
There's a little more, and we're only applying this amount to cover the budget deficit.
Right, okay. I don't think that's exactly clear to people, or will be clear to people, that this, because it's kind of just shows up in here, so it sort of looks a little bit like just another level of revenue, money that we're getting from somewhere, not money that we're taking from ourselves to put in there. So I think that that's important for people to understand, that if you took this number out, we would actually have a $2 million deficit, right? And then, so if you reformatted this, it would say $2 million deficit, and then at the very bottom, there would be a line item to add $2 million in,
Yeah.
right? So that,
Right here at the bottom, Shannon, you're 100% correct. Where you see this hash mark, right there, it would say 2.029 million, and it would be in the red.
right. So
You're
we
right.
are, I think that's, as we start this out, I think it's critically important, as we go through all of these budgets, that we understand that we still have a $2 million deficit.
Correct.
We've plugged it with these funds that we have, but the way that it's, I'm not disparaging the way that this is written up. I'm just saying that the way it looks now, it looks like, oh, we're good. Cool, cool, right? And it's not cool. The other question I have similarly, the enterprise funds, again, I know we talked about this, and I have the number written somewhere, but what is the total number in that bank? I know that we're applying 2 million here,
Oh, so
but do you remember what the total number is?
for the enterprise funds,
Yeah.
what they returned, that would, Linda,
Oh.
that's just, in a second, we can get that for you.
Okay.
Those are
So
for
this is just.
She answered this
retained
last time
earnings,
too,
right?
so I'm so sorry that I don't have my
That's
notes.
okay. So the portion that you see here on the control sheet, the indirects, that's a portion of people that salaries get paid out of the enterprise funds. That's the cost for mailing out water, sewer, trash bills, the postage, their benefits. We're allowed to take a percentage of that and put it back into the general fund. And I have a calculation of how I determine that.
Oh, okay, so it's only for that part, because the rest of the enterprise funds have to stay in there
Yes.
for use only in those,
Correct.
to that
Correct.
thing.
Yes.
But this
So-
is the amount we're allowed to pull
You're
from
allowed
that.
to, yes.
Got it,
Correct.
then I don't need that number. I don't need that number. Thank you.
Yep.
I always think of it as if Brutus spends 10% of his time managing the sewer department, then 10% of his salary could come from the sewer revenue.
That's why we do it.
Simplistic.
That's why we have to do it. And in the DPW narrative, we itemize out that information about how much assumption is coming from each staff member from each different account.
Anybody?
Just one comment, George.
Go.
So the other thing, just to keep in mind, so I know we're looking at that, some of these numbers are proposed. So at what point are they corrected with accurate? And just
You mean like the state aid numbers?
Well, the state aid, some of those other
Yeah.
estimates that we don't know, because I know there's a lot of conversation about looking at what state aid is across the state and whether, it's going to be approved at a higher rate and whatever. So just kind of thinking long-term, what does that look like, and when do we anticipate those numbers to be finalized so that the proposed can then be finalized?
Great question. So, couple things. One, up until 2 years ago, and this is how most cities and towns do it, and I think everybody's under the budget crunch, so I think a lot of cities and towns are trying to get the most up-to-date number. The last 2 fiscal years, we would adapt the budget through the process to reflect the House budget
Okay.
and/or the Senate budget, and then use those highest numbers as our assumption going into the final vote, okay?
Okay.
On the local budget document here in June. The last 2 years, that didn't work out well for us, because then the state final budget came in lower than what our local aid was those last 2 years. Wasn't a lot of money, But I think one year was like 66,000, another year was like 48,000, like whatever it was the last year. So then we have to come back in the fall and make those reductions or move things around to try to cover that, revenue source. Before the last couple of years, Franklin did it this way for decades, as well as most cities and towns. You usually have a fall budget session, and we just had ours November 18th this past year. And what we would do is we would wait until the state gets done with its budget, theoretically on July 1st. Sometimes the state budget goes until way later. But you always come back sometime in October or November and you do a recap. Okay? And by law, we have to do that recap to show DOR all of our numbers, assumptions, and expenditures are copacetic. And then we have to do that before the town council considers setting the tax rate in December. So this is a very frequent occurrence in most cities and towns, even in our form of government, to come back in the fall. So I can't tell you, obviously, what the state budget's going to look like. They're going to have their own budget problems. Obviously, they're going to make a budget this year that does not reflect any of the ballot question issues coming up in November, so those things will be dealt with down the road. But I think what we'll have is a situation where we will do our budget here, and then whenever they come up with state aid and they finalize the state budget, we'll get a final cherry sheet, and then we will come back in November, the meeting probably right before the tax rate setting, and just look and see where we're at and make any changes if need be.
So these are more conservative then?
These are definitely more conservative.
Okay.
I would definitely anticipate the House will go higher than the governor.
Yeah.
The Senate will go higher than the House. Traditionally, the legislature always funded the highest amount of all three branches.
Yeah.
But the last 2 years, that was different. I don't really think there's a big reason for that, but I would note, as we've talked about with Chapter 70, I hope you watched the 2 hours of DESI before the council a couple weeks ago. Our growing affluence and our growing land values and the money that we have in Franklin puts us in a category where we have the ability to pay. So our state aid has flatlined completely, and it has since I've been here for over 10 years. It is completely flatlined. So even though the fact that we lost revenue last year is actually not an indication that somehow the legislature cut money, it's actually directly related to the fact that we have a greater ability to pay, and the way the Chapter 70 formula now works is more aimed at trying to fix some of the underperforming school issues in some of those districts. So,
Yeah.
hey, Student Opportunity Act, it is what it is. We knew right away that that wasn't going to be a panacea for the financial issues of the town, but we knew that 10 years ago. So, so that wasn't a shock. But we would come back in November and recalculate, or October. We could do it in September, October,
Yeah.
could do it any time after the state.
And then
is
at that time, so, kind of talking about what she had mentioned about the free cash, so would we then reduce our amount of free cash that we're utilizing?
could.
If those numbers come up, or
You
like,
could.
who has that discretion when we get to that point?
Well, the council will have obviously has the final.
So do they recertify the budget, is that what they do?
They just vote, we could go in every month and they could vote the budget and change it because of our form of government, right? If you're in Medway, Bellingham, Rentham, whatever, they gotta have a whole town meeting.
Right.
So it does give our community a little bit more flexibility to try to move budget around depending on when it is. So they could, if the budget gets done in the state on July 1st, and we have an increase in local aid, just $100,000.
Yep.
You're correct. We could go back in, the council could go back in to that 2.029 million and say, we're gonna deduct $100,000 in the need for free cash
Yep.
because we got $100,000 more in state aid. They could absolutely do that. Yep.
Thanks.
Or conversely, you can fund another expense.
You could.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely. You could fund another expense.
Just a reminder to us, talk into that. If you- Either one will.
Sorry, Steve.
Steve would be, thank you.
Because you didn't give him public comment, I didn't know.
Any other questions?
Ryan had one.
Or a
Ryan
couple.
had one.
Jamie, not about the numbers you have on the screen at the moment, but I was reading your message, and I clicked the link about our schools and the ranking of our schools, and I think it said in the message that we were in the top 20, and then I looked at the list and I got confused. I think we're 64th.
Yeah.
Is that, am I
If you
reading
read
that
the
right?
message clearly, it said in the districts over 1,400 students at the high school.
Ah, okay.
I know
That's
it's,
the-
because there is a difference, and I'm not being cute. Dover Sherburne is not an apple to apple with Franklin.
Sure.
So you really need to have a district that has a community of 25, 30, 35,000 plus citizens, and there are a lot of reasons embedded in that, right? So
So
you
what is
can't
the-
compare us to Bolton, you can't compare us to Harvard.
And that's fair. I
They're
missed that.
totally-
Do you know the denominator on that number then? Because the list is 150, but as I scan through it,
Yeah.
like, is it 20 of 30?
I don't remember that. I just remember that, you know, when you look at the top 20 districts that have a large high school, you know, you're talking Milton, Andover, you're starting to get into those communities that everybody, I hear a lot of buzz around all the time, you know, Natick, Needham, well, you know, Wellesley, all those communities, kind of maybe are partially aspirational figures. But when you look at those towns, I think it's worth celebrating the achievement of the students that are actually performing in a very large district at that level in the aggregate. And we think of ourselves as not in that pantheon of some of the great school districts in Massachusetts, but I think that when you consider all the factors, including student performance of a district our size, we perform pretty well. And I would just say that when you look at those comparable districts as well, they have a tax levy 10, 15, 20, 25% larger than ours. You look at Andover, they have like a $250, probably $275 million budget. So our students are performing at a very high level on what I would think of as like the market basket of cities and towns, like more for your dollar type of deal, as opposed to really high property taxes, you know, really high property values, communities that many people struggle to afford to be in.
Yeah, certainly not trying to take away from our school. I just think it's an interesting paradigm to say that we have this great school and yet we have this budget problem that like we can't solve and we don't have enough teachers. Like the two statements stop making a bunch of sense together, that we need to add a bunch of things into the school budget. There's a bunch of administrative staff, I think, getting added when we're saying we're a top school. But then when you look at the list, like as I'm scanning it, like of this 150, I don't know, most of them are under 1,000.
Yeah.
So like maybe it's top 20 of 40, but it's kind of middle of the road in our size.
And we're just Eastern Massachusetts in that block too.
Sure, but it's
So-
not like a top, like we're not top 3, right?
And you probably never will be.
Sure, but like.
You know, I mean, it's just like, kind of like, I was just trying to be, and I know you're very enthusiastic and positive about the schools, but it's just, I hear a lot of negativity all the time, not from you guys, but in the community about we need more, our schools are struggling, there's issues. Lexington just laid off 64 teachers last week, middle of the year. They're one of the highest performing districts and one of the largest districts in Massachusetts. Brookline is also one of the best districts in Massachusetts, and they're going for, yep, strap on your seatbelt, a $23.5 million override, where they're going to lay off 210 teachers. So looking at a $2 million budget gap is, in my view, almost like a sweet spot right now, and is actually probably good news. Because if you're looking at Brookline and you're going to be voting in the spring on a $24 million override, and that's 200 teachers, what if that doesn't pass? And nobody in Brookline seems to ask, like, how did we get into this problem? Like you know, I mean, you already have a $25 million, $24, $23 million budget gap. Lexington just laid off teachers mid-year. I mean, when you look around at even those districts, they're having a hard time. So even though they're performing well and they're in the top 6, 10, and they're the districts that everybody wants to be a part of and they drive property values, even they're struggling heavily to fund everything that they want. Even Wellesley last year laid off AP, advanced placement. So I say that contextually because I think we think of it in Franklin, but if you look outside and around a lot of cities and towns, like other districts are having a lot of financial problems too.
Sure. And then I guess just a clarification, I think this is true, but I want to confirm. In this proposed budget you have up, there's no additional contribution to snow and ice. Is that correct?
Technically, that's correct.
Okay.
There is some restorative money that was proposed in here for the DPW for some crosswalk painting, tree trimming, road maintenance. I think it was about 280,000 roughly in that
Sure.
number. And I'd written in the narrative that given this snow and ice
Consider
year,
snow and ice. Yeah.
in the final budget in May and June, I might just put that into snow and ice to be better safe than sorry for next year.
But
And
just to
unfortunately
call
for the
out, like,
DPW, we can't.
Right now, like, it's 200K of tree trimming and sidewalk painting or snow and ice.
Yes.
Not
Both,
Like,
correct.
if we wanted to trim trees and not have snow, that would cost more than this budget.
Correct.
And then similarly,
Yes, correct.
like Chromebooks are also not included. There's about $500,000 of technology
Yep.
cost buried in here that, like, I think as Shannon just pointed out, the $2 million plug we have, that is the money we would typically use for Chromebooks and the other 260 or 360,000 of the 2020 replacement cycle for all the teachers and whatnot. So there are, like, even with a $2 million deficit, there is another $700K at a minimum that, like, we know we need to pay that's not here yet, right?
Correct. Yep, these issues have been, I know for some of you, this may be your first, couple times, but these are issues that we've discussed for years. The schools did maybe 5 years ago, maybe 6, somewhere after we bought the $1 million worth of Chromebooks in 2020. Superintendent Hearn was still here. She did commit to about $250,000 in the school budget annually to buy Chromebooks, as the council at one point kind of pushed back. And then I think you're seeing the impacts of the failed overrides, where, when you lose that money, it may not have been on the list to cut, right? But all the other cuts force other choices.
Sure.
And so I think that's where we're going down that path. But you're absolutely right.
Yeah, I guess just kind of bringing the point to conclusion, like, I think we're looking at a $3 million budget deficit at a minimum, maybe more. But, like, as we go through it, to treat it as 0 is misleading or confusing ourselves. To treat it as 2 million is still kind of not quite there. 3 million's probably still a conservative number because we're not contributing to any of the other stabilization funds or things like that, like we should be. Like the fire truck we just, like all the things that we know will happen, we're not preventing any of those from being total surprises that we aren't ready for.
Absolutely correct. Okay. 100%. Cool.
Can I just add on to that? I think it's a good point that you're saying that. I think the challenge would become, if we're talking about an override or what the number is, it's not really, 2 million isn't the best number, but some people will be like, well, we should choose between tree trimming and snow removal. Like, maybe we do have to be lean. Like, I think some people are not in the boat of, let's make us as service-filled as we have been in the past. So it's good to just kind of know that range.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess I was not trying to tie that number to an override at all, so much as over the next 4 nights, like, I think it behooves us to try to find $3 million we can remove from this budget. Like, to actually be balanced instead of being quasi-balanced with a big plug and a bunch of gaps that don't make sense. Like, we know they're fake. We know we're gonna get asked for Chromebooks in 6 months from free cash, and, like, that's gonna happen every year. It doesn't really make sense to really be a free cash type thing. I mean, like, you can kind of keep going with, like, police cruisers and taser payment we know we have to make, and, like, there's a whole set of things not included, like, not considering override at all, just looking at this year. We got a problem that, like, we should try to solve. We won't get all the way there. We probably won't get to 0, but putting all of our free cash here is an odd paradigm.
Gotcha.
Just for the record, it's not all the free cash, right? So you guys did recommend, well, there was another $1+ million that the council expended for free cash. And then there is another 151,000 that is still in that difference. And then the council has not voted on the OPEB transfer. So you still have 600,000 in discretionary free cash after you use this, just to be.
And then there's another, I forget what it was. Is it 1.5 going to OPEB in this budget? There was something in there.
150,000.
Or 150,000, less useful. Sure you can't add a 0?
It's the whole budget.
But yeah, so, like, sure, there are some things, but I think those are the things that you start to say, like, are we cutting, right? Like, do we not do those things to make it
That's right.
balanced?
Those are the absolutely well-said series of kind of choices before you guys and the council in the next couple
We have a
months.
lot of people waiting. Are we I
Well,
think,
I think that's a question we need to answer as we go into the budget. Are we gonna be okay with some free cash, knowing there's a structural deficit within the budget? Or do we say to the people that we're at zero, and now we have to figure it out? So I think, as opposed to nickel and diamond all the way through, do we make a collective decision? That's what we're gonna try to find. I'm just throwing it out, I'm a new guy.
Makes sense.
It's good. I mean, Tom's got a great point. I mean,
are we set now with everybody?
Well, I'm just about a question,
Yeah, I feel like
Anyway,
that's a
one-
discussion point, right?
Yeah.
So-
Discussion point.
Yes, before you joined us, I think 2 sessions ago, maybe a session ago, I asked Jamie if everyone would be prepared to tell me what they were gonna cut from their budget, operating not on a, we'll figure out how to find it later basis, but rather on a, this is what we have, this is all you get, and you have to figure out how to fit that budget, what you want in that budget, because we do end up with, later, there's a different session where we talk about, here's the free cash we have, and all these departments come up and ask for things like tasers and Chromebooks, and it's kind of this reverse budgeting situation where to Ryan's point at other meetings, is why are we doing this now? Why isn't this in the upfront budget? If everybody asked for everything they wanted upfront, and then we knew exactly what people were gonna want for the year, they know what tasers they need, they know what police cars they're gonna have to ask for, they know what, these expenses that we get hit with requests for later, if those are all upfront, then we have a real number that we actually have to get to without using our, or we don't use our $2 million. We save it in the savings account for things that come up. Oh my goodness, we need $750,000 for the senior center, right? Like that was a real thing that needed to be done. We don't have any reserve cash, but if we're operating with this budget where there's an actual, at the line it doesn't have a dash, instead it has a negative 2 million, then we now have to go through this budgeting process this week to find that 2 million. And then we have 2 million set aside for the other stuff. That's the discussions we've had at these, just to get you up to speed.
What's the strategy on the override? Is it for November, or is it next year?
so there's no strategy on an override. That's your decision to make, not mine. That's the council's decision to make and the school committee's decision to make if they ever want to do one again. I think the strategy here, Tom, and Shannon did a really good job summarizing, I think, maybe the last like 6 to 8 months or so, and now we're here. The reason I proposed using $2 million in free cash was because the tasers, cruisers, fire gear, the sped van, the most critical stuff was funded already through free cash, so that stuff is at least safe. It's not like our officers don't have the gear that they need, or our firefighters, and etc. The strategy here was simple. After 2 really, really vicious, toxic override conversations in this community where there really was not a very clear consensus, both votes were 1% losses. They were very close. If you go down the street to Easton's override lost like 70% no. Kind of a clear message. Here you had 2 votes that were nearly 50-50. It was only split by 150, 200 votes, whatever the difference were. That's very close. And as I've said before, that was with really very little civic outreach to the community, right? And of course, everybody comes to me, and so they complain about all the cuts, whether they're schools, senior center, doesn't matter. And I can tell you from a lot of people, there was a lot of people in this community that did not know what was going on. They didn't know what was on the chopping block. I know some people differ with that opinion of mine, but I know that for a fact because I've been in the senior center, I talked to the veterans, I talked to everybody. They did not see a lot of what was coming, particularly the ambulance loss, a lot of that. That was ultimately a responsibility of the elected and civic leaders to go out and talk about that stuff with people. And I still believe that today that there's a possibility that if that had happened, maybe one of those overrides would have been, would have passed. There's no strategy right now in override, but I thought it was prudent to use $2 million in free cash this year to avoid more contentious debate about whether cutting cops, firemen, schools, nurses at the senior center? Do we cut another day at the library? You know, all of this becomes kind of a tough civic conversation. I don't think I'm telling any tales out of school here. I think these have been really, really hard times the last year and a half, very emotional for a lot of people, very tense. And by using $2 million in free cash this year, it gives the finance committee, the school committee, and the town council a breather year. Instead of talking about cuts and talking about whether we're going to get rid of SROs and the therapy dogs, the ambulance, or whatever, or schools, it gives everybody more time to strategize with exactly what is it that you want to do to fix this problem. And the way Shannon and everybody else articulated it was really well done. I mean, same thing with Ryan. I mean, I wrote it in the narrative. It's not like this is hidden. I said there's a downside to using free cash, no question. But, you know, at some point, there's no money to go around. And I'm going to say it, I think I'm going to be fairly confident, you're going to be, without making drastic cuts, you know, without cutting school, you're going to have to cut schools if you're going to make cuts at some point. And I can tell you, if you go through the big five, there's not a lot of areas.
Right.
The fire department is going to be clear. You're losing the third ambulance if you cut personnel. If you cut police officers, you're losing all the SROs, the therapy dogs, and you're down to your bare minimum shift. If you cut the DPW, I think I don't need to explain, you know, what we just went through. You're just trimming. We have almost no money for road work anymore. So I'm just saying, once you get down into the weeds of this, it's going to be very, very hard to do that without cuts that aren't going to be noticed within the community. And so by using the free cash, we give everybody, especially a new council and a new school committee, we give everybody a year to have an honest conversation with the community about, well, do you want to make these cuts? And maybe that's where you want to go because of the affordability issues. Maybe, to Nallie's point, maybe the consensus is on a $1 million override. Maybe that's what people can get around. I don't know. But I think the idea here was to give some time and space to everybody.
No, and I fully understand that, but we have to go in this with our eyes wide open.
Absolutely.
That, you know, we're using some money, and as you know, it's gonna be a multiplying effect as we go out each year. That's not, you know, you save money here, and then, if you spend it, it keeps growing.
I guess, like, to build on that thought, right, like, I think if I understood what you were proposing, asking, it's what is our goal, right, coming
What's our
out of this? And, like, I guess just looking at those things we were talking about, I would suggest that we need at least $1 million in free cash after we're done. Because we know we're going to have to pay for police cruisers every year, we have to replace some. We know we need $460,000 of technology this year. Like, these are not hidden from us, they're not one-offs, they're every year, we kind of know them. And then I think, and this is personal perspective, but I think we need to be adding to the ice stabilization, the road stabilization fund, separate from trimming trees. It's been super wet the last 2 years, like this spring is already very wet. Trees grow a ton when that happens, and we can't just not do it. It's a hazard to the community. So like that, those things alone roughly add up to $1 million. So I would propose, like, if we can end the process with $1 million in free cash, we're well positioned to then be able to pay for real surprises in whatever it is, 4 months when we do it again, and then in January when we do it again. Like, those can actually be things we weren't anticipating instead of just money we knew was already earmarked for stuff that we knew we were going to have to pay for, but we couldn't put in the budget. I mean, I don't know if other people had other things that, like, from the last, whatever it is, however long, 400 years and, of council. Yeah, but like, there's other stuff, right, that you guys, everybody here has some tenure and has heard through these conversations. Like, what else are we missing that we know is going to come up that's not really, hey, the refrigerator broke in the school, it needs to be replaced. Like, that you can't necessarily predict. The cruisers are every year. Doesn't snow every year. I guess maybe the ice is not, but we drained it entirely, right? The tech is every year.
So I will say, I was just looking at the free cash history. Historically, and over the last 4 years, it's been over $4 million. So we're going to have free cash next year to pay for the Chromebooks. Like, we know we're going to at least have 500,000. I mean, it's going to be well more than that. So like, I don't want to worry about the Chromebook in this year. Like, I don't want to reserve, like, that $2 million, I understand what it's doing. I don't feel like I need to break it down to $1 million. I think we would cause I guess that would go towards current year cap, which we looked at capital, and nothing, we said yes to everything that was on fire. So, if we saved $1 million, it would go towards the existing list that we already reviewed and said not yet.
Except for the $1 million can we kicked, the fire truck from last meeting that like we don't have any money for and we haven't figured out, right? Because like we used all our free cash, otherwise that would have been a perfect,
Yeah.
hey, we have $1 million fire truck, surprise, the chassis broke, let's pay out of our surprise rainy day fund for surprises, but then we looked and said, oh wait, we used all our.
Which I guess would be a thing, would you rather, that's a would you rather.
Yeah.
Can I just quickly, and then we'll move on, George, I know you're ready. So I do think that you bring up a good point. We've been talking about this since I joined a couple months ago, of nice to have versus needs to have. And if we're looking at $2 million that we're trying to cut from the budget to alleviate the use of free cash, I don't think it's a heavy lift across the number of departments. I know, like, looking at contracted services, what do we contract with? So we talk about nice to have versus needs to have. When we have extra funding, we have a lot of things that are nice to have, right? But when we don't, we have to take hard looks at things, and our managers get paid a good salary to manage. So I do think it's fair to say, this is where we are, what are our needs to have versus nuts, and then what are contracted services that we can bring in-house, because things are done cheaper when you bring them in-house, they're done at a better quality when you bring them in-house. So what are those things that we can do to alleviate some of those expenses in each budget? And I don't think 2 million is a heavy lift across the number of departments that we have in order to preserve the free cash. But again, I know that you get the list, right? And you get what department heads want and what they feel that they need, but I don't know what the process is.
Sure.
Like, do you then go back and say, like, are we looking at ways? So like when I do my budget, I have to look at ways to meet a number because I don't have the ability to charge people more money. So I have to be creative and say, okay, well, we contract for this service to the tune of 1.2 million. However, I could bring in 2 staff members and do this in-house for 800,000. So I guess that's kind of what I hear you guys saying, and I think this has been our common narrative for the last several months about what that looks like.
I think that couldn't be a better transition right into the board and committee and department budgets, because I think we're going to realize that there aren't very many examples of that. I think you probably realize that because you've done this for 11 years, and Natalie and others. Yes, we do that, and just for the record, everybody behind me probably knows that, like, they don't walk in with, like, their utopian vision of what they want,
Well,
right?
these are the smaller ones, right?
Well, yeah, but at the end of the day, they come in with a level service budget,
Yeah.
right? So they don't come in with their wish list. Okay, if they came in with their wish list, I'd have 8 firefighters on the list, I'd have 8 more police officers on the list, I'd have this bonanza of stuff that nobody knows is even remotely realistic. And so it's not like what's up here. What's up here, I tell them to basically tell them to give me the same budget they had last year, contractual obligations, which is basically collective bargaining. I think what you all know is the overwhelming amount of this budget is personnel. So, like, we've already done departmental reforms on every single department. Some of you that have been around will be happy to talk about them all in detail again. Police has reformed themselves, fire's reformed themselves. I was the senior center director for 5 or 6 months. We reformed the entire senior center. We've redid all of our collective bargaining agreements. We've maintained cost of living adjustments at 2.5%, which is the best we could do in a highly unionized environment with police, teachers, fire. Everybody's on the same page with co-equity. Do we do some things like regionalization and take advantage of grants when we can and some other reforms and projects? Sure. We could have Pam Vickery talk about, our mail machine and exactly the metrics she shows versus purchase versus lease. I mean, we can tell all those stories to you over the course of the next 3 days. We're happy to do it. But I think you're going to find, and I say this with a lot of confidence, you're going to find it very hard to get $2 million without laying off personnel in the big 5 budgets. It comes down to schools, police, fire, DPW facilities. Everybody else are 1 to 3 person, departments. You're not laying off the town clerk. You're not laying off the planning department. You can't lay off the conservation commissioner. Can't get rid of the procurement official. You can't get rid of the finance official. Like, at some point, you just have to realize there's only 1 deputy town administrator you can pinata. At some point, there's only a little bit in there that you can do to say, well, we can't do that. And I say that with confidence because I look at you guys and I know y'all have been through this budget a lot. It's not easy. Our expense line items are very modest. Our police and fire are a fraction of those overall budgets. And as you guys all know, the schools already proposed cuts to their budget this year to try to maintain their costs at a certain level. And at some point, healthcare and a variety of other issues just become, really expensive endeavors. So I would say that, instead of talking about it in hypotheticals, let's just dig right into the budget and let's just get into the department by departments, and you guys can make your own lists of things that you want to cut. And maybe by Thursday or in, May or June, when you have the finance committee meetings then, you guys can decide at the end of this week, do you want to think about it for another month? Do you want to make a recommendation? Do you have a list of stuff? So anyways, really quickly, the next page after the control sheet for folks watching at home is what we call the voting document. And this is just a summary of the expenditures by salaries and expenses for each department. So what we're going to do tonight is go through each one of these in detail, line item by line item, and we'll go through, and if anybody has questions, now's the time to ask them. So
just before we go line item by line item, what is the current free cash balance less the amount here?
So it's 151,000.
I mean,
Plus.
151,000.
Did I say that right?
No, I did it wrong. You said it right.
I did?
Yeah.
152,000. 152,000. Okay, I was close. I bet you rounded up.
Yes.
He's the budget.
Yeah.
By $11.
I'm usually the one that rounds up. He's usually the one that's on the penny.
It's $11.
$11. So it's 151,000.
Okay.
In addition to that, the 451,000 for the OPEB contribution has not been ratified by the council. So if you needed that OPEB money that would be going to the OPEB trust, if you needed that for another capital line, another capital project, you could. So essentially you have about 600,000 left in free cash after this 2 million,
Sure.
plus the money that was already spent as part of your tier 1 recommendation. And
Yeah, I
then-
mean, I guess just going back to like,
Yeah.
what is our goal, right? Like, I mean, I was just proposing one, but if it was $1 million, like there is most of that. Like, we'd only be looking now for 400K,
That's right.
right? Like, but like, I think it behooves us to have a goal versus just review and say like, looks great.
I'll tell you what, why don't we get into the department budgets and actually see if there's money out there?
Yeah.
That makes sense. I gotta say, I've been on this committee 11 or 12 years. Combined, in all that time, we haven't spent that much time on that page.
Which is great.
Ever. Combined, I never. Which
It is, no, it's fantastic.
Which is good.
It is
Really
very good.
We have one change in order. Kathy Liberty.
Oh, yeah.
She has an appointment somewhere or other. So we're gonna move her up from
Hopefully it's not a public health
the
disaster.
tail end of from the tail wagging the dog to the head of the dog. So please come up. So you're looking at, I think,
The Board of Health.
510, right? 510.
the budget is on page 95.
Yep.
I'm
So,
online, I don't know where it is.
page 94 on the
Department
PDF.
510.
Are they in numerical order?
If you use the online book, you can just click on the link that says Board of Health in the table of contents.
I'm a paper guy.
Did you print that for us? It's in this packet, right?
It's in this packet, yes it is.
541, it's toward the end.
Yep.
So,
Right, if you're on the PDF, it's 139.
I'm sorry.
okay, so the department number 510, the Board of Health, here again, this is a great example. We spell it out, department head, administrative personnel, and then we have in here the public health nurse, half of which is required by state statute. And then we have an expense line item, vehicle allowance, other contractual services, which in Kathy's case is food inspections, which is required by law.
That you gave us?
keep listening, I'll find it. Don't you worry.
And then you can see a bunch of administrative line items in here, $500 for office supplies, office equipment, whatever. The big change here is, this is one of those areas, I think that was mentioned, maybe Jen mentioned it, where after COVID, we took advantage of a regional grant system where there's so much federal money around public health. We created the Metacomet Public Health District with Norfolk and Rentham. But that grant, we anticipate to expire in the next year or two. If the income tax drawdown goes through, I'll guarantee you this will be one of the first things. This might not even make the actual budget with the income tax, and I know that they've already cut some of the money at the state level to fund these regional public health collaboratives. So we saw an increase in here of just over about $65,000 to pay for the other half of the part-time nurse, as well as our food inspection program. And just for the folks at home who are watching, we also put in the budget the exact spreadsheet with all of the individual employees within that department. We put their salaries, we have it broken down by base pay. If there were stipends or other pay, there'd be a category here. We put in the total amount of pay dates, we put in the salary, the hourly rates, and then Evan also adds in here offsets, which are interdependent offsets between other departments, because some of the employees that are permanent clerks on the first floor actually staff multiple departments. If you were to look back, I think, to George's original tenure 12 years ago, we had maybe 4 or 5 staff members down in the permitting office. Today we have 2. So that's both a success in hiring great people, where we've been able to cross-train them to work on conservation planning, health, and inspections. On the other hand, when one person's on vacation, or if there's somebody out on medical leave, we only have 2 staff members down there to really cover the administrative capabilities of really 4 departments. So we transparently put it all right out there for people to see. All of the numbers are right there, and Kathy's here if there's anything you want to add.
You want to tell us where you're going to give us $100,000?
No, that's Jamie's job.
That's actually their job.
That's your job.
Just tell us about, again, Reader's Digest version, if you remember Reader's Digest.
I do.
What you do, I'm curious as to how many food establishments, for instance, that you inspect in town and that kind of stuff.
Sure, let me just grab the narrative. Okay. So basically our core functions are to conduct biannual inspections of approximately 120 food service establishments and 18 retail food establishments, like your typical convenience stores. These are done twice a year. Then we also regulate the tobacco use, so we do a lot of inspections for the tobacco permitted retail stores as well. We're required to review all engineered plans for proposed septic system installations. There's a lot that goes with that, so I won't bore you to tears about septic systems. But we do a lot of community outreach as well. We do Women's Health Expos, the health fair, spring fair, fall fair, flu clinics, first aid classes, stop the bleed. But moving on more to permitting, like you said through the chair, we also do enforce the state sanitary code, which means when we get housing complaints, we have to go out and do housing inspections, nuisance inspections. We also permit inspect public pools and spas, which we have approximately 11. Permitting inspection of recreational camps, that's done seasonally, so that'd be about 11, depends how many apply. Permitting inspection of tanning establishments, mobile food trucks, body art facilities, which we don't have here. And we review all plan review for new food establishments that are coming in. And we do a lot more than all of that, but that's just, like you asked the chair, what we do as far as inspections go.
Questions?
Yeah. A lot of your services are billable?
The permit applications are, yes, we have a fee schedule.
You do have a fee schedule, and how much of, and I don't have the detail for all the permits and stuff like that, so how much of your expenses are offset by your permitting?
I don't know, I would have to run a report for that.
Okay.
I'm gonna guess, Tom, maybe about, just a ballpark guess to give you an idea, probably around the 10% area.
10% of her expenses are reimbursable? Or
I say that for salaries, I say that of her whole budget.
Okay.
She's probably gonna bring in, I mean, Linda can probably look it up quickly, but you might wanna get the list ready to go. Each department, just to have it handy.
Yeah,
But you're
I'll be
probably
asking
looking, yeah, you're probably looking at somewhere around that. Just 10, 20%. It's not like you're talking 80%. And that's probably gonna be the same among most departments.
Anybody else?
I would just add, thank you, your write-up was very clear in that full budget message.
Oh, you're welcome.
It's very quiet. Thank you. You can now go to your, whatever is next.
Hope
Thank
everything
you.
works out, Kathy.
Yeah, hope you're not late.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay, now we'll just work our way down this document.
Let's go back to
By
111.
department, which is related over here.
Okay.
Town council, I assume you're speaking to them? Jamie?
Yeah, actually, I mean, they already took a cut. They took a $1,500 cut in 2025. So they used to be at 7,000, now they're at 5,500, and this pays for dues to the MMA as well as conference fees for the counselors to go to the annual conference or other trainings that they may want to go to, like the finance committee has a seminar and stuff like that, so.
Do they usually use that conference fee?
Yeah, one counselor went this year, 2 counselors went the previous 2 or 3 years. Usually a couple of people go every year. Would you?
Anybody else? No? All right, moving on. Town administration.
So what you have here is
Jamie's nice budget.
a level service budget across the board. Obviously, the one thing in here that's returned to my proposal is the assistant town manager at about 190,000. I would just, if people have questions, happy to answer them. Just for comparative sake, our assistant superintendent, the superintendent has 2, and at least the direct superintendent, Ms. Rogers' salary proposal for next year is 178. So this number is not too far off from market. If you look at towns like Dedham, Norwood, Needham, Natick, they're all going to be up in that 180, 175, 180, 185, 190, getting close to $200,000 salary. So,
Anybody?
I have a question.
So, can I just, this is just a general question?
Sure.
Not necessarily about this. Where does the deputy thing come from? Because didn't it used to be, why is it not, is this a loaded question?
no,
Oh,
not a lot of questions
I'm
at all.
just-
It's funny. It's a-
I'm just curious, because it's always been assistant, right? Like,
Yeah.
so I'm just curious where this deputy thing came from?
I will be honest, it was a Jeff Nutting thing.
Oh, okay.
He called everybody deputies. Some communities do that, some don't. I don't know what the over-under is. I think you got deputy chiefs, you got this deputy, and I think we just do deputies in our comp and cost study.
Okay,
I
because we used
believe-
to, oh, go ahead.
If I could,
Yeah.
I believe it has to do with the size of the town, population.
Oh, okay, because I know, it was- and I'm just curious
Yeah.
more than anything. I'm not, this isn't a real question, but.
I think we decided when there was assistants and there were deputies, and there was a mix of them throughout the entire budget, or throughout all the departments. And so when we did the compensation and classification study in 2022.
Yep.
The consultant said, can you pick one or the other and make them all consistent? And so we did, so we just picked the deputy board.
Okay. That's my big question on
That
that.
was
Yeah, no, that's okay. And I do think, I might as well chime in here because I'm still talking. I do think that adding that position back in is an important position. I'll just say that it's a big town, it makes sense. And, I'll leave my opinions on the deputy thing myself.
Jamie, I just noticed we
We'll
had,
change the title.
71,000 for that last year,
Say it again, sorry.
or I guess this year. There's 71,000 in the budget for that this year, for 26.
Right, yeah, that was what's been, that was like her salary from probably the beginning of the fiscal year to when she left.
Okay, cool. Just wanted
And then some of that money went into administrative personnel for the communications director
Sure.
and the part-time admin, so there's a little
Yeah.
bit of a shift there.
I started at the, like, you asked for 190, but you only went up 180. But then when I look at the details, I get it. I see it's
Yeah.
not 1-to-1, it's 70 to
Yeah.
190, and then all the other lines change a little bit.
I'm good.
I do have one more.
Again?
Yeah, sorry, George. It's gonna be a long night.
Settle in.
Administrative personnel, how many is that?
It's the communications director, well, it's the operations individual, operations manager, Julie McCann. It is the communications director and the part-time administrative assistant.
Part-time administrative assistant, okay. So it's the,
So it's 2.5,
okay,
2.5 FTEs.
and those all are the,
And I did on the next sheet, which is going to the personnel sheet that I just put up, I know that they say the word vacant in them, but they have been hired. They've just been here for 3 or 4 weeks, a month or so. When these documents get updated further down the process, we'll fill in those names. But you can see the itemization over on the right of each of the salary levels and the hourly rates.
so the only
Not
open
the
one?
deputy
Right,
town
that's still open.
Yeah, that's still
Yeah.
open.
Anybody?
So you know I have to ask what you would cut.
Yeah, nothing.
That's
It's okay. I took it, just for the record too, and I did put this up because I figured cuts were gonna come up.
Well, 'cause I
If you
said
look
that.
up here, well, I mean, I took a 20% expense pay cut 2 years ago of $8,000. So, not saying that, but I'm proposing to not cut anything in my budget.
And I didn't do the math, but is the 175,000 from 26, that goes to 225 for 2027?
Yep.
Is that reflecting just a standard COLA raises?
Yes. Yeah, I think I alluded to that, but not crystal clear at the beginning. On all of these personnel sheets for the town, I could just speak for the town side, they all reflect either the contractual obligations and all the collective bargaining, which also for all the non-union staff includes the 2.5% COLA for just that wage increase. That's correct. Across the board.
I mean, sorry, Jamie,
Yeah, it's okay.
it's 50K on a 175 budget. That's way more than 2%, right?
I think what's getting mixed into this is the fact that the numbers shuffled around, not because of the 2.5%, although that's baked in there, but because the numbers with the part-time admin, the communications director, and the deputy town administrator are making FY26 look a little odd. I mean, I can have Evan recalculate the math, but I'm guessing there's an assumption in here that I don't know if I'm,
So, can I ask a question? So in FY '25, we spent 85,000, you were down 2 staff?
what?
So see where the personnel, administrative personnel is? It says in FY '25, we only paid 85,000. That's because you were down 2 staff?
No, we didn't have a communications director,
Communications. Oh,
right? She just got hired a month ago, so we didn't have
So that's a new
in FY
position.
'25, we didn't have anywhere near the same staffing model as I have today.
okay, so
We had
communication.
a full-time administrative assistant,
So communication director is a new position,
correct.
effective FY '26. Okay.
She started at the end of February.
By the way, I asked for help from her today to get the word out about these meetings. If you've noticed her recent post, 2 or 3 or 4 that I've noticed, you notice them because she knows what she's doing. There's graphics, they jump off the Facebook page, you know, and we didn't do enough advertising that we are here. And unfortunately, you're gonna have to advertise it somewhere, and the only thing that's really available is social media.
think where it's hard to like nail down is, in FY '25, I had a certain staff model. In FY '26, that all went to shred. And then in FY '27, now that I've built back up some of those staff members that were lost because of budget cuts and because of a variety of other things that, we don't want to get into right now in terms of the deputy town administrator leaving, and then we posted the job, and then it was taken down, and then it got, quite frankly, just political. I've built my FY '27 budget based off the current staff plus adding in the deputy.
So if you get the.
So it's not apples to apples of each of those 3 fiscal years. It's like 3 different food groups. So it's very hard to, I understand why it's a little hard to look at that and see if all the pieces are there. But if you go on to the next page, and I'll put it on the screen again, you can see over here, I've outlined each of the salary line items for FY '27. And if you went back to FY '26 budget, if you went back to that, you might be able to draw where the, two questions of 71,000 versus whatever.
I think it's just partial people is the.
It is.
Net summary. It's like the only net new is the deputy administrator. Everybody else, we're looking at some weird.
And then the full-time admin got laid off in my budget cuts last year too.
That's the other thing that
So
they're not remembering.
My full-time admin was a full-time position that got laid off in October. So that's reflected in the actuals in FY '26, but we're not done with FY '26 yet. So what Evan, I believe, did is took the administrative person, the FY '26 numbers reflect like the modern environment, and the FY '27 request takes the modern environment plus the deputy and puts that out there. But at the end of the day, I suffered a full admin cut last year, and now I hired back a part-time admin now going to FY '27. And that's kind of the reason why I'm not proposing, when I get asked what am I going to cut, I'm going to say nothing, because I've already been cut a lot.
So that's what I was going to say. So the communication manager isn't thank you. So the communication manager position isn't to suffice the lack of the deputy?
A little bit, because Amy did do a lot of that
Right.
work. And my admin, my former admin that was here, got a degree in communications, and he did a lot of that work. So it is actually to supplant
Those two positions?
some of the work that both of those two people were doing, correct.
Okay.
And that's why communication, like our newsletter stopped, that's why social media stopped. And when I made the cut last year with the admin in particular, I was very blunt with the public that last June, you may come to my office and there may not be anyone there.
Right.
You may not see any social media posts. We ceased all social media. We stopped blog posts. We stopped the newsletter. We stopped all that stuff because we didn't have the time to do it. For about 6 months, it was just myself and Julie.
Yeah, but your proposal for the model that you currently want for the next year
Correct.
is all those positions?
Is all those positions, yep.
Okay, and then one other question, you said that the $8,000, what fiscal year was that $8,000 cut?
FY '25.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And
I even put up on the screen,
not
because I
okay.
figured this would come up.
Because I'm looking, I'm like, oh.
It was part of the Tier 1 cuts in late June of 2025.
No, that's okay, I was looking at the salary line.
It was expensive.
It was expensive.
Excuse me, FY '25, just to be clear. My bad.
Anybody else?
Yeah. I also agree this is probably a position we need to fill with a 35,000 person town, talking about strategic things that we're trying to accomplish and subcommittee meetings and kind of all the stuff that goes along with that. One question for you though, right now where we don't have a deputy, what is the succession plan? Like if you were to leave tomorrow, like what happens without this role? Is this like well-defined or?
Well, that's a good question, and I'm glad you guys asked it, because it's the first time I've ever been asked that question, John, so I appreciate it. I think you wouldn't have one. So you'd probably have to get an interim. So you'd have to get at least somebody in to do the work. There would be some concern from, given our town charter and our form of government, there would be some concern from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that there was nobody here to hold the ship down while there was probably a full search. So a full search for a community like this, you'd probably be looking at anywhere between 3 to 5 months to hire a full-time person. Depending on the search, it could take even longer than that. Sometimes they take 6 months in a community that's larger. It depends on the values of the community and how much you want to pour into a global, worldwide executive search, right? When, in all truth, it's going to be somebody within Massachusetts or New England. But given the fact that the community hasn't been through a search in 25, 26 years, it'll be a very new thing for the community. I will say the succession planning for my predecessor to me was about as flawless and seamless as any community you could ever have. I got a good 3-year head start as the assistant town manager here. I was the first assistant town manager this town's ever had. And it was designed to give a 3-year roadmap in to learn the organization. And if I went based off what Amy said as well, to learn the town of Franklin and the organization is a solid 2 to 3 years to learn all the different facets of what you need to do. It may sound crazy, but you're the chair of the regional dispatch board. You're on the animal control thing. You got to go be on the MBTA executive committee and show up a couple times a year. You've got to be a part of a lot of things that you don't normally a part of. Also in this community, you are fully integrated with schools, so you're going to want somebody with a background that has something in schools. So if that were to happen, and I think that this town, a good reason for a deputy town administrator is to start to begin that conversation of a succession planning kind of thing, because you're already 2 or 3 years out if you're going to really have somebody here. And just to be clear, an assistant town manager that you hire does not necessarily mean that person's going to replace me. Amy Frigiletti didn't want to be a town manager. She was a smart woman, right? Like, she's a very, very bright person, right? Like that, she said it right from the get-go. I don't want to be a town manager ever. So there are a lot of people that do that role and do it well and want to be the number 2. But even if you have somebody here for a few years, and then to your point, if I were to move on or something like that, you at least have somebody who knows the ins and the outs of the organization. And it's not where all the skeletons are buried and stuff like that, although that's helpful. It's just there's a lot of minutia to this entire job that oftentimes no one notices, no one knows. It just comes with the gig.
Yeah, I mean, even if they don't want it on an interim basis, that would be super helpful.
I mean, I'm friends with assistant town managers in other communities that have been the interim 3 or 4 times for 3 months while they get somebody to replace them. And that's also a really great reason to have an assistant town manager, right? I mean, it's not just because I go on vacation 4 weeks a year. Although I'm going on vacation soon, so you will end up getting an appointee that's probably not going to be happy they're going to be the interim while I'm gone. And so you're going to start to see that. And it's like, do you want the fire chief was my interim for a couple weeks when I was gone once. That's not really, it's also one of those things, I'll be honest, too, like, your reputation in this business is everything. And if you're looking for recruitment of somebody for me down the road in 5 years or so, I can tell you right now, your recruitment of a deputy town administrator is going to be far less good than if you have somebody and you fully are supporting the office. With one person, which used to be there, just Julie, like, you're not recruiting anybody to take my job with just one person in the office. Like, they're not going to do it. Like, why? That's hard. Because you're walking into an environment from an outside person applying, and you're already not going to have support. So not just physical support, but also political support. And so there's a lot of avenues we could go down into this, but that's kind of a few of the high-level things.
Well, and that was an interesting discussion. Someday I'd like to talk about other ideas. But do you have an org chart that we could look at? Who
Yeah.
reports to who?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to have it tonight, but.
We did do an org chart once, and everybody hated it. Thank you, Ken.
Nobody likes.
I'm seriously, but
Yeah,
look,
we can-
I understand. We can do an org chart. It just becomes very big, but if you're looking for who reports to who, we're one of the very few governments in Massachusetts where every single department reports to the town administrator. The only exception.
Just flatten the chart.
Well, we can leave the town clerk off the org chart. We'll leave her out in her own bubble. So but also the school superintendent obviously has jurisdiction over those school employees.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of high level, what departments report in. Just visual.
All set? Anybody else? I figured it would be TJ for 2.5 weeks.
So do we vote on each budget individually?
You're not voting tonight at all.
Okay.
Not, no.
All right.
Okay. We've beaten the town administrator with that. The finance committee.
I think you have to go sit over there now.
Yeah. Finance committee?
I would put out there, maybe we could cut that budget by whatever our conference, I don't know if anybody's attending conferences or plans to this year, but like, it looks like we haven't used that, we were discussing with the meeting.
In my 11 years, I've attended one with a brand-new member 3 or 4 years ago, and there's been really no requests to do it. I'm not sure, it's only the finance committee meeting and Sharon or something in the spring that we have in there?
Yeah, I mean, you got most of the budget now is for the minutes. I think there's an annual finance committee
Yeah.
seminar. It's probably like $50 or
Which-
something.
I went there, and because of our form of government, et cetera, it was an absolutely useless day.
Yeah.
It was. It was usually finance committees or
Thank you.
more.
I spoke.
I didn't hear him.
I spoke with that event. And you were there.
But anyway.
It was useless because you see her all the time.
Yeah.
I already knew it.
He can do that without paying.
But yes, to your point, I think it's not a lot of room, because the 4,500, right, is the note-taking, which I think is actually really good and really beneficial. Like, if people want to go back and read those, it's so good. But if you wanted to throw, like, keep another 500 in there, that aligns with what we spent. I mean, it's $2,000, but $2,000 is $2,000.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I was proposing, is like $2,000 that we're
Yeah,
not planning
that we
to
just don't
use.
need it, yeah.
Like, on a $7,000 budget, I feel like if we're gonna do this to everybody else.
Yeah,
we
we're not
should
gonna spend it,
Be
yeah.
introspective.
Can you talk to me about the note-taking?
It's just the transcription service for the minutes.
And what do you divide it up on every board?
Yeah.
It's done right now by
I mean,
hand. When I was
it's
doing
horrible, but
Yeah, when I was doing them, it was 1 page. You read the minutes that's in there tonight, just 10, 12 pages, and accurate. Whereas
Yeah.
mine were meant from memory or watch the video. That was how he did them,
yeah.
so.
We still have to, by law, have recorded minutes in writing for meetings, even though everything's on video and YouTube.
It's the person who sits in this chair that gets to do it.
We instituted this maybe a year or two ago.
So it's a town contract?
Got it. Yeah, it's a town contract for several boards. The council, the planning board, and one other one still has Judith was already due the minutes.
ZBA.
Maybe ZBA, I can't remember. Yeah.
And do you know what the town contract amount is, off the top of your head?
Maybe like, I think maybe like around $20,000 in the aggregate. That's just for like a handful of boards. Again, the planning board has a transcriber, the council has a transcriber, the ZBA might, I can't remember exactly the tally. If you want all that, if you want to tally.
No, I'm just
all-
curious. This is like a handful of boards that use this.
Yeah.
In Jamie's budget, you'll see, Jamie's budget has a line item for that person. It's in his budget. Judith,
Judith Lozati.
Oh, yeah, I saw her.
that's what,
On call. I wonder what that was.
she is.
All right, so, all right, just so, how do we do that to lower it? to
Nothing right
2,000?
now. I have a note.
Huh?
Nothing
Okay,
down
we-
at the
but
end.
I have a
that's it.
note and
You
Ryan
can do
has
it
a-
as you go along, or you can do it all at the end.
Wait, what are we doing?
We'll
You
keep
wanna
Try by
change.
2,000,
Yeah.
to say we don't need, like, the portion of this budget which is to attend conferences, we don't need.
That's $1,200.
$1,200, sure.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
well, I think the numbers are important. You said 2,000, so I'm
I mean,
wondering
can I
what-
make a recommendation, just do 1,000 in case somebody at some point, something, member decides they go to the conference? Like,
Fine.
So we're gonna cut 1,000 off of meetings and conferences.
Yes.
You need a roll call vote,
And,
or at least a vote of the committee.
well, wait, I just have more questions. The other contractual services is that we have
Business
to
service.
have, we can't cut
Or one
that.
of you can do them. absolutely. That's what we used to do. I mean, I think Natalie can remember, a member of the committee used to do the minutes.
Okay. And they're terrible.
It stinks.
Yeah.
And so we were trying out some AI services and some different technologies in our office when we had the full-time admin. We were testing out some different things because Zoom was now transcribing with AI, and we were like, okay, how does this work? Should we try it out? And many committees said, we don't want to do our own minutes anymore. The member doesn't want to do them, which I understand, because it's time consuming and it's kind of bloody work, right? It just stinks. And so we added into all the different budgets that utilize this, and the FinCom has about $4,500 for that service.
It's only $1,000, but do we need advertising and office supplies? What's that for?
The paper you're using tonight.
Well, I printed out my own. So.
But you paid at FedEx.
I think you're just seeing, I think you're gonna see across the board in a lot of budgets, numbers like that of advertising. You do have to do a legal ad, which we did. You know, if you wanna cut all that stuff, you can cut all that stuff, but it's not gonna really add up to a lot.
Pennies add up to dollars, I'd just like to say that.
So are we moving on?
Just $1,000.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
we'll do that whenever the time comes.
12%.
Comptroller.
Steve, I have a question for Steve.
Oh, Steve.
Steve Sherlock, 13 Magnolia Drive, Community Information Director for Franklin Matters. Without going into the AI piece, my recommendation, if the town wants to use AI as an official recording of these minutes, excuse me, they should not. The one modification I would agree with is to at least include the timestamp of the video, so that if the garble of what comes out of AI at least references back to the video, then you can make sense of it. And that's done because, oh, by the way, I take notes for about 100 meetings a year, and if you choose not to use my notes to start with, that's your choice, but my experience on the AI is it's atrocious.
Yep.
It's not going to get any better, and for two key reasons. All of your names, unless they're phonetically unique, are never going to come out properly. Quick example, Kobe Frangillo always comes out as K-O-B-I, because there happens to be K-O-B-E, excuse me, because there happens to be a more famous Kobe than C-O-B-I. The other piece, especially in the government business, you've got acronyms all over the place. Those are never going to translate properly. So, general recommendation, since you're in charge of the overall budget review, if you do want to continue with AI, always includes the timestamp back to a recording, which also means you need to keep the recording, but that's just my preference and recommendation. Otherwise, the notes as they come out, years from now, they're baloney. Sorry, 2 cents.
So just so you understand that I download the minutes, I review them all, I correct all your names, and I include the video, YouTube video at the end. I read them all, then I send them to the chair and the vice chair and the clerk, before you even see them.
So, I mean, maybe not a financial consideration, but like, is there an open conversation with the company or whatever that we have contracted to do this? It's like, everything you just described, like Steve, is a prompting thing. Like, you could just have the AI do that if you gave it the video and asked it to tie the timestamps, like, it'll do that. And you can feed it all of our names and it'll get them correct from then on. Like, you can feed it that stuff if they allow us to add to the prompt. I just don't know that they do.
It's something that I will,
We
I
can-
can ask them.
Yeah, we can work with them offline, but that's not like a financial
Well, it is.
differentiation, like, that would be better, sure. I don't know how many people are reading the minutes to figure it out. I imagine most people are watching the YouTube video and putting it on 2 speed and jumping, right?
Yeah, I don't know what service they use. The service I do use, I'm allowed to put in the name, so the first time the name appears, it's there, and then assuming it recognizes the voice, it does populate it back. But there's still time reviewing, specifically, as she acknowledged, when I did the 6 joint budget hearings, that took at least a couple of hours per review, never mind the meetings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's still time in there.
What is this?
So I apologize, when I made the packets earlier, I did not include Board of Health, some of the other departments.
At the end.
at the end. So that was my mistake, and I asked Evan.
We've cut the wet noodle out of the budget that we were gonna.
Well, now you just spent the money on the office
Yeah.
supplies.
All right, have we eaten ourselves to that? Yes.
We're not voting on anything right now.
The question is do you guys want to do board by board, department by department, account by account, recommendations on cuts? Or do you want to wait till the end?
I think we'll make notes, and
Yeah, okay.
maybe on our May, whatever it is, meeting.
Sure.
Go through them and then adjust them or whatever.
So we're also making notes here, and we have a tally.
We got plenty of notes, so, and we have AI to do it. Couldn't resist, sorry. Next one up, controller, if there's more questions on finance. Controller, is that the next one?
Yep.
No, on finance in general. Carrie,
Yes, here I am.
questions, guys? Finance department in general.
Finance department.
I was going through the thing. What department?
So we are the finance department. Prior to this year, we were the comptroller.
Okay.
When I became CFO, I changed it to finance because we have a comptroller. It's an individual position.
So if you look at the account 135, that's the finance comptroller's office, and you'll see right up here on the screen a detailed breakdown of the budget on PDF number 14. You have it broken out, the department head salary, the administrative personnel, clerical support, and, you know, the one thing we have to have in there, which is just a little bit of money for non-scheduled overtime. We've been able to draw down some of those numbers. Obviously, the accounting and auditing service are, well, not obviously, but the one area where there's a cost increase is really auditing services have gone up a little bit. Our OPEB actuarial have gone up a little bit. But I also want to highlight, there's also $52,000 in reductions in both account 135 as well as human resources. It was in the budget narrative last February. It was in the budget narrative in my executive summary of the narrative right now. So if folks at least had read the executive summary, they would have read that Carrie and Karen, our HR director, are proposing $50,000 worth of reductions to both finance and HR. And what you're seeing here is $50,000 also increased to pay for the Munis administrator, which is a new position, which again was outlined in February, also outlined in my executive summary. This is a position that we tried to get in the budget a few years ago, could not find a candidate because it's a very specialized skill. But working with the school department who supports this fully, as well as the superintendent, the school business administrator, and our technology director, this position will be able to create some efficiencies in staff time for all these folks. And maybe Karen or Carrie or others, if you have questions on that position, this would be a good time to ask them what they cut and why the Munis administrator is an important job.
Can you explain what Munis is? to
Yes,
some of our new-
understood. So Munis is our operating system. That is everything that we do in finance as far as the general ledger, property tax billing, as well as payroll is processed out of there. We do our accounts payable warrants out of there. And Karen Brett in Human Resources uses it for all her personnel items. And we've also now started to scan in documents, personnel documents. So that's Tyler Contact Manager. This is all under Tyler Technologies, and the operating system is Munis. So that's why we say a Munis administrator. We have a lot of changes going on with the fair labor laws, with the overtime. Overtime tables need to be created. This is time out of staff and myself and researching and working with IT. So we need a dedicated person that would help with all these upgrades. I just found out our reporting, all these reports that you see here are done on Crystal Reports. It is going away in October. I have to rewrite all of these reports into the new system because I don't have anybody else to do it. That is now something that we have to do. And we were given a quote of $6,000 per report to rewrite it. And this just happened last week. Karen, yes, please.
And we're still working on the electronic personnel files.
Yeah.
There yet.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so, Mr. Conley, I did a presentation before FinCom in 2020, probably, 19 or 20.
I know we've been
Yeah.
talking about it.
We're still struggling to get a lot of our projects done because we've talked a lot before about shortages in technology. Technology has lost staff over the years. They're really just, I'd say barely getting by. They don't have the time to dedicate or the expertise to help us understand Munis. It's a very complicated system. Their own support is not very good. You have to call a help desk and get put on hold, and they look at it, and then they close it out and say it was solved, and it wasn't. It's a very complicated system that's not...
Is it Munis?
Yeah, it's Tyler Munis, but in order for an end user to use it, you have to, have a computer science major. It's very complicated, and we're just not utilizing the system to the best of our ability. So we're doing a lot of manual work, spreadsheets, typing stuff in. It's just we're not able to use the system, and we don't have the staff to dedicate anybody's time to really dig in. If I spend a week, or Carrie spends a week digging into how to improve our systems, we don't get anything else done because we're already really tight on staff. I know it's a really big ask, but I think it's going to have really big returns in helping modernize efficiencies. Maybe down the line, we won't need as many staff. I put in an extra HR position. I was supposed to have an administrative assistant added last year. I didn't get it. That's okay, but we can't keep going with the staff we have without the right technology. And to use that technology, we really need this position. So that's my bag. I think it would pretty much be shared between finance and HR, but it obviously made
As well as
more
school finance
sense.
is
School
part
as well, and the technology
School
department.
finance would help a lot. Jana Velati is a complete support, but it's not in the school budget. This is completely on the town side. And if you look at my expense budget, I just want to be clear, I have contracts. I have outsourced. I have 2 people that I'm working with right now. So I budgeted $37,000 because I have 2 contractors working on Munis to help me with we had some security. We wanted to make sure that positions, workflow, people who had access, we had that all reviewed this year to make sure that we're in compliance. And then again, I have another consultant helping with position control, which is something that we would utilize for the budget and forecasting and succession planning. But I'm outsourcing all of that right now.
Let me ask you, is Munis the gold standard or the copper standard?
There's a gold
For
standard
municipality.
amongst
It's the
other
only
municipalities.
standard.
Thank you.
Municipal.
It is what it is, and I think to Karen's point, the biggest reason why this is needed is it just frees up the rest of our staff to be able to get to other projects and other things because, we don't even take advantage of all of what Munis has to offer. So even though we have the real gold standard, if you will, we still don't even take advantage of it to the fullest potential that it could. And I speak for the schools on that one. We do all payroll, we do all school payroll. They have an AP person, but we work pretty collaboratively with them. As many of you remember, George and Natalie at least, over the last 7-8 years, we've worked with the schools to do an entire org chart. Actually, that is one org chart we did do recently. We restructured both school and town HR. We actually saved money a couple years ago in some of the budget cuts. But as we've continued to move on, it's just an investment that we'd like to make.
Just to go.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So the Munis administrator salary is 100,000. And is that doing this munis program that's gonna create all these efficiencies, is that going to alleviate the need for, like, one of the payroll administrators or any of this accounting and auditing and financial services?
It would be reducing, I was taking, as it states in the memo, I think I'm taking it out of the, I'm sorry, I just have to get the right term.
Let's get the, go ahead, Kevin, sorry.
I'm sorry, the financial services expense line item. I'm reducing there.
So that's only going down
Yep.
15,000.
Well, I don't want to completely remove everything. Let's see if I can find someone. So I don't want to be short money.
Oh, this isn't a person that you've hired yet?
No.
So,
Oh, no.
right
This is a
now,
line
we
item.
have to use some piece together consultants
Mm-hmm.
to do some of this work. So we're reducing 15,000 from expenses that we usually spend on consultants. We had our former finance director, Chris Sandini, stayed on for quite some time to help with the transition, make sure that Carrie and Linda were fully ready to go. We eliminated that position. And we also took $5,000 from the HR budget. So we're basically saving
50,
almost
yep.
48,000, which means that the 100,000 now is only going to cost us 52. If we don't have the munis administrator, we have to bring those costs back, because we're not going to be able to get by without that money in the expense budget.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and we would probably use more of Chris Sandini's funding to hire more munis consultants.
Right.
But I think this is definitely one where having someone in-house 100% of their time working directly with us. When you're working with consultants, it's very complicated to get scheduled. Some of the best consultants aren't in Massachusetts, so we're working with someone in Vermont right now where you're trying to, have them come on to our computers and do it. If you had someone in-house, they could do a lot of that. So there's a lot of efficiencies there, which will make us able to use the system we have a lot better.
Would that reduce any of this $79,000 accounting and auditing services?
No, not at all. That is completely separate.
That's separate. And would it?
That's our auditors.
Okay.
That come in every year, they do our financial statements, and they also do the federal single audit as well, and some of the schools. But this is just for the town audit, which will be presented on May 13th.
Would you theoretically be able to get rid of this 22,000 in financial services if you had when you hire munis? I understand that you don't right now.
Correct.
Let's pretend.
That's a goal, yes.
So that
would be the
22
goal,
could come
but I
off.
don't want to say all of them.
Well, the financial services we can't remove, because that's John Finnegan and.
No, that's
and the
treasurer collectors.
Or the not John
Dave
Finnegan, the, Peter, financial advisor, right? Isn't that another?
That's also treasurer
Oh, it is?
collector.
Okay.
That's Unibank, that's Margaret.
Okay.
But Dan Shannon.
Oh, the actuarial, sorry. I have to pay for the OPEB actuarial, which is about $2,000 or $2,500 a year.
Okay, so not all of the 22,
Not all of it.
but maybe
That is correct.
a
Jamie's
significant
correct.
amount of it?
I can't guarantee.
Yeah. I think
over time, probably.
Right. I think what I'm getting at least, is that if we started with our goal, not everybody has this goal, but maybe just a couple of us have this goal, of trying to whittle down in certain places, and it seems as though we're just adding positions, which I understand we need. And I know that letting people go is an emotional decision. So I'm not taking the emotion out of that. I get that that's an emotional thing. But if we're trying to talk needs versus wants, and we think this is a need, right? You've explained this as a need. So then do you also need all of the other, is there any redundancies that this is creating? Do we need, and this is just an example, don't anybody get mad. Do we need 3 payroll administrators if you have this? I'm trying to.
I think right now, we absolutely need the staff we have. I would imagine that if we had the munis administrator for a couple of years and did some of the big projects that we sort of have in our heads, maybe if someone retired, you might not have to backfill them. I mean, I can't guarantee anything at this point, but I would expect that there's a lot of efficiencies with like electronic time cards and a lot of entry that we're doing manually. I mean, I think I think that's a possibility down the line.
Okay. I just worry that we're off to a start of just, we're adding people. We've added people to, we added people to Jamie's. We only could cut 1,000 of our little tiny weird budget we have. So I'm not saying
Yep,
that we
understand.
shouldn't do it. I'm just saying this is not the first department we're going to hear from that's going to say, no, we absolutely need every one of these people, because it's emotionally taxing to say, well, we just hired a communication specialist, but turns out we need to cut it. So that, sorry, we have to let you go. That's awful. I get it. But I don't know, anybody here who has a job that works even in corporate America is I'm doing 3 people's jobs at my job. Like, everybody's doing multiple people's jobs. It's not just a town thing where we're asking people to do more with less. Everybody's doing more with less. So, it's not, I'm not being mean, I'm just saying what we actually have the money for. We may not have the money to keep this communication specialist. May not have the money to keep,
Understood.
if we want to add a munis. That's all I'm trying to say.
Shannon, I think your point is extraordinarily well taken, and I think what you're outlining is something where when you get down a little deeper, I think, I've always said this is the question for the community, right? Like, and I'm not even disagreeing with everything, like, if that's the choice, that's okay. But I can't keep responding to people expecting in the public everything to still happen the way it used to. And I respect you because you don't expect everything with cuts to keep coming back.
No.
But the bad news is most people do. Like, when roads get cut, they still want the roads paved, right? Like, when the ambulance, so I think that's, I'm not aiming this comment at you actually, but it's a good pause to say, like, with what you're bringing to the community at this meeting and throughout these hearings is shared by some other people in the community for sure. But I think the expectations at some point have to either be to the public, we're not maintaining this level of service anymore, and we're gonna make these cuts. And that's the expectation the finance committee and the town council and the school committee have to give the public. We can't keep giving the public the fallacy that if we make these types of cuts, that we're still gonna be able to have the same proficiency or service level moving forward. And whatever that choice is, I think most people here would be disappointed in some of them for sure, but that's okay. That's a choice that the community's gonna make, and we'll take that choice and respect it 100%. What I can handle is expecting me to continue to do 3 jobs. Like, I'm going home at 4.
Right.
And you're not getting a call from me ever again. So if your email goes unanswered, too bad, so sad. It's just the way it is. Like, it's just not, and I'm not going to 8 subcommittees anymore, right? Like, I'm just not doing it. If that's the choice of the community, that's okay. But that's what's gonna, we're not gonna keep doing this and protect and pretend that it's gonna happen, so.
I'll be quick, I promise. So just a quick question. So I understand the value of munis, I'm familiar and all that. And again, when we talk about adding positions, I know that that is difficult for people. So when we talk about building internal capacity, we talk about utilizing the staff that we have and building their capacity out as far as training. So can you talk to me a little bit about why we're not looking to train our staff so that we have multiple people who are experts in munis, instead of investing in a position where it would be one person and we're not actually increasing the capacity of the rest of the department?
I think that that's part of it is to be honest, we instituted Munis in 2007 and haven't had any training since because everyone's winging it.
No, but I'm saying if there was training.
If there was, this
100,000
person,
for a position
part of their responsibility
versus-
will be to train people and bring people up to speed, to figure out how to do something, and then educate the whole team on how to do that,
And
and
create
slowly pick away at each
procedures.
efficiency.
We don't have documentation. Like, we're going online and just finding that we need somebody here to write procedures, which I understand what you're saying. We do utilize our current staff.
Yeah.
Our comptroller, Linda Darling, has been doing security on positions when new hires come on. I can't make approvals and Linda's in there, I was shown how to do this. You know, our consultants now are training myself how to do things in Linda. So we I don't want to spend the money, I'm the one that sees this every day.
No, I guess I'm just saying from a standpoint of spending the money, but in what way are you spending the money, right? So if we're bringing someone in as a contracted person
Yep.
to then enhance your internal capacity, that's like one-time monies. It's not an added position that we then own benefits, then we own cost of living every year, but we're utilizing that person's expertise to build internal capacity through a contracted. So we're still investing money in someone coming in and training your staff, but we're not absorbing them as an employee.
I think part of the challenge is that it all depends on how your particular town is set up. So it's not across the board that you couldn't say to Norwood, how do you guys do it? Because if their system was set up differently, their whole experience is different. So that's really part of, I understand what you're saying.
Well,
but-
I'm saying that someone would come in and develop the system around your structure. They're not going to take Norwood's system and bring it to you. They're going to sit down with you and they're going to say, capacity-wise, what are we looking for? Here's the process that you need to follow. Here's how to get that information. So they're tailoring the training to you and your system. You're not hiring Norwood's person to come in and tell you what they do in Norwood.
Right, yeah, no, I understand it could be more of a temporary position. I personally think having them on site as an employee is more valuable than trying to find that contractor, but it's certainly something we would look at, or even if you did it, the funding for a couple years to have a full-time person and then sunset them out. I mean, we could certainly discuss it
In a
further.
contracted capacity.
Yeah.
Because I think contracted, again, the minute you bring an employee in, that's another $20,000 in benefits,
Understood.
right?
Right.
So I think that's a little bit different, unless that 100,000 budget is for both. I didn't think so. Just wanted to
We
clarify.
couldn't hire anybody.
I know, I didn't-
3 years ago at like 85 or 90.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to belabor it, but I would just say, I get the benefit of bringing, it's like a software architect, like, they're unique and you can't just, like, you need somebody in-house, so I totally get it. I think what would be beneficial is having more firm ROIs that we need, like, yes, we're gonna bring in this 100, and that 22, it has to drop by next year. Just being a little bit more firm about, this is how it's gonna pay itself back over time, I think would benefit us, because I do see the benefit of it, but having it be like, well, hopefully we get these things, instead of, no, we are gonna get these things,
Okay.
I think would be more beneficial.
Understood.
Getting back to the administrator there, I notice there's no salaries in the IT budget. So is this the IT person,
No.
the IT administrator?
No, this person would be in the comptroller's budget because it's something that's based out of the central area where Munis is. The technology budget, which we won't get to tonight, which will be tomorrow, there's no salaries in there because all of the technology staff is in the school budget.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, where are the bond costs? Do you, obviously you go out to get your bond rating every year.
Yep,
I'm sure, do you have bond counsel?
yes. So that's under the treasurer collector's
That's
expenses.
under the treasurer and collector? Okay, and you also have an investment banker, I'm assuming?
Right.
Correct.
Okay, so we're gonna talk about that treasurer's budget?
That, yes, but the investment, based on the amount of money we have invested, we don't get incurred fees for investment. We do have a financial advisor when we go out to borrow.
Yeah.
That's in the treasurer collectors.
Okay, but you don't have that as an ongoing cost?
Yeah, yes,
Okay,
every
we
year.
can talk about
since-
that treasurer's budget.
Correct.
Okay, on that. And the audit fees is at $79,000, that's excellent. You know, that's not a bad price,
Thank you.
especially with the AA 131.
Are we, no?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we did mention Munis as a topic, I think, in the technology presentation.
Yes.
Have we connected with any of the nearby towns, and like, I get that ours might be different than,
Yes.
you know, neighboring towns?
Regionalizing, is that what you're looking at?
Or just like, if
sharing?
we're gonna go ahead and say, fine, we'll own 100% cost of this person, how can they effectively bring in fees for some offset, 20% or something? Where we
The
say,
only way
hey,
you would do that is that you would get the position loaded in, you would go through a full fiscal year to make sure our needs are met, and then when another town next to us is desperate and they're falling apart, we'd say to them, hey, do you want to pay us 10 grand for 5 hours a week to help this person fix your thing? But now you're getting into a cycle of why is that person taking a job here? Why are they not starting their own consulting company and charging twice the amount out in the field, right? So like, we've had this conversation in this mix about some sort of shared services agreement. But once you have somebody that's now designed out a system here for 2 years, making 100, 110, and then they realized they could get Bellingham or whatever, Norfolk or somebody to come in and do 5 or 10 hours. Not only are we losing that capacity here for the efficiencies in our budget, but that person, if they're worth their weight, is going to say, you know, thanks so much for all the help. Now after 3 or 4 years, they're going to go start the Acme Inc. company, and then they're going to charge people $225 an hour to do the same thing, and then we're going to be back in the same boat. So,
I mean, maybe that's the exit plan, though, to the discussion earlier. Like, if we bring them on as full-time now, like, I mean, in some ways, you're saying it as a negative outcome, and I totally get in some positions it may be. It seems like in this one, that might be positive. If we train up our staff and everybody now is much more comfortable, then maybe we only need 5 to 10 hours from this person, unless there's another upgrade, you know, coming. So we could cut the budget way back down. Like, that wouldn't necessarily be bad.
nope, but we've also lessened our budget here by half of that salary of the position. And so we first need to get the position in and make sure that we can even hire somebody at that salary level, because we've already tried this once before and it didn't work. And so even getting somebody at 100,000 is going to be tough to do, right? Because that person can, if they're just a one-person show, go out and command their rate, they get their own schedule, you know, but we have to try, because I think as Karen said, really, and Carrie, I mean, right now, the bandwidth among what we have is pretty much checked out. I mean, it's pretty much done. So without more bodies, we can't keep on investing in more efficiencies. We thought that by reducing the budget 50,000 and paying for it in-house was going to help. We also thought this would help the schools, right? They don't have to fund any portion of this technically, but they still get the benefit. And just to remind everybody, we do all the payroll on our side. That was actually an efficiency, the cross-training piece that Jen brought up. You know, a couple years ago, they had one way to do it, we had another, but through some good work with the superintendent, we were able to bring everybody under one shop, and now everybody is cross-trained pretty well across the board. So we're working on those efficiencies, but they take a little time to realize some of the savings.
Why don't we move on to treasurer collector and skip for the moment the assessors? It was next in order, but is the it kind of then the finance people.
Are you all set with the finance department?
I'm making that assumption, and I'm not looking either way to find out.
I just want to be sure.
How's that? Treasurer collector. Okay. We may have to rearrange the chairs.
No, I think we're great.
This is like, this end is real tough.
Who's going to tell us about treasurer collector?
Anne Marie. And myself, I was the former treasurer collector, but I can certainly, Anne Marie and I can certainly help.
Interest of time, whatever, that's the point.
Yes. Yep. So I'll let Anne Marie introduce herself. All of you.
Hello, I'm Anne Marie Duggan, the treasurer collector. Are there specific questions you had, or I don't know?
Just a quick overview, maybe?
So the overview is we collect the real estate, personal property, motor vehicle, utility, taxes from everybody. I take care of the tax title accounts, and when it comes down to the bonds and borrowing of any projects.
Anne Marie. So it's the treasurer and the collector role?
Yeah.
It's both. So the treasurer role is the borrowing that you spoke about. It's also overseeing all of the investment accounts that we have for our stabilization and our trust funds and our general fund accounts. And then we also have the financial advisor that works with Anne Marie and bond counsel to do the borrowings. So there's the treasurer side, and then the collector side is all the billing, the property taxes, utility bills, personal property, all the turnovers from every single department of any fees they collect goes to Anne Marie's department, the collectors. There are 3 collection specialists, and Anne Marie has a deputy treasurer collector. Sorry.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yes.
So why is the bond cost in her department? Why is
Because
he
the treasurer-
associated with the finance CFO?
The bond counsel?
Is it, yeah, why
So-
is that, is it by legal, is it regulation?
Yep, so when
Or
we
is
go
it
out,
just
when we go out to borrow, they have to go to bond council for approval.
No, I fully understand all that.
Yep.
I'm just wondering why it's in your department, not the CFO's department.
Yep, so the treasurer collector is under me, but for Massachusetts general law, any borrowing is the town administrator and the treasurer.
Yeah, it's just the choice we made. It's
Okay.
just like been like that since Jim Dacey was our elected treasurer. I think most of this goes back to when the position was elected. Jim did a great job for decades, and I think when there was no assistant town manager, there was no CFO, there was no deputy CFO, there was no one, they
Yeah,
just
that's
said, we'll do it downstairs.
Yeah.
I think it's as simple as that. I don't
All
think
right.
it's any bigger than that.
I would
And
expect-
all the borrowing, by the way, and all the coordination that does come out of, for here at least, in most cities and towns, I think almost all, I don't know of one that, maybe a larger city, all of that originates at the treasurer collector level.
Yeah,
So
okay.
all of our borrowing.
And how often do you go for your ratings?
When we
Every other
borrow.
year,
When we
between-
do a borrowing,
Only
so
when we do a
typically
borrowing.
in
You have to
this
get a-
town, our history is we did a borrowing every year. This year, we do not have
Yeah.
one because we did that temporary note for the fire truck.
Right.
Last year, we did a bond rating, it's online, and it
You know, I didn't get-
maintained
yeah.
our AAA.
Okay.
Just one quick question about the passport. Do you know what the revenue is for that?
Linda will get it for you in a second, she's pulling up. the
Just
sheet.
curious if it's a,
It is, it's great.
but,
It's increasing dramatically.
like, do we pay her salary out of the revenue?
Yeah.
And still make money?
Sliver, it's the photo booth. We put a photo booth on downstairs. Did you know that?
No, because she wouldn't call me back, but I'm
Oh.
sure it's lovely.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry she didn't call you back. Yeah, you should go in and you can get your photo taken downstairs.
Just
We suck
curious.
blood from rocks here, folks. Like, we even set up a photo booth so that the customer doesn't have to go down here, forget their photo, go to Walgreens or CVS. So we charge them like $5 less a photo, and we probably make a few cents on every photo or whatever. You guys also got to remind yourselves, like, we legally can only charge fees to recoup the cost. We cannot be a profiteering entity. In fact, Franklin was a part of a case where we got sued on that 20-something years, 30 years ago, and we obviously lost. So you can't really make a lot of money. There's some wiggle room, but I think I'm pretty close to paying for the service, if not.
Yep, so we can collect $35 for her to execute
Right.
the passport, and then right now it's $12 for a photo, but we are looking to increase that a little bit, because down the street is like $18 to $20. So even if we bump it up a little, it's something. So,
We used it as a family of 5, and it was the best thing ever.
She called you back.
She did. I got in there. It was hard to get in there, I will say. I had to come down here and ask her in person, but nonetheless. Because
I'm
I'm
just
11.
curious, because I feel like, when we talk about nice to have versus needs to have, right? That's one of those things that's a nice to have, that's a service, but, personally, I'd rather have trash barrels emptied around town than I would a passport lady,
So
but.
But it's not an either or.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, when we look at those things, like, is it beneficial for us to have that?
When we got rid of, when
But
the,
is
when.
she? Still waiting.
Oh, when the federal government, originally this, for years and decades, this was in the town clerk's office. And then some IRS rule made it so that, I don't know, like elected officials couldn't do something, I don't remember what it was, it was like 12 years ago.
It's because we have access to
People-
birth and
Right,
death records.
there was some reason
Yeah.
that
Oh, you were
was in
creating
there.
fake passports.
And,
me.
it was much more unpopular to get rid of it than to have it. And we actually make money off people a little bit that come in from other towns, so there is a revenue source that pays for it. So if we got rid of it, it would just make a lot of people unhappy that they've got to drive 2 or 3 towns away to get a passport.
and she is part-time, so
And she
there's
is
not
part-time.
I'm
benefits.
familiar.
You gotta go down there in person. Get it done yourself.
You can schedule it online, too.
Yeah,
We
it
set
seems like
that
a
up.
new
I know,
We did it
Carrie, you're
too.
very optimistic.
Well,
I'll
I will
share
look
that
into it
story
for you,
later on
because
with you.
All right,
We'll fix that.
we're not going to
I'm
bounce the
just
budget on
waiting.
passports tonight.
No, I'm just waiting for the number.
Right. Oh.
I'm looking.
Revenue, okay. I should have pulled it up. Well,
We
she'll get
can
it to
keep
you in a
going,
minute.
we'll
She'll
get it.
get it to you.
A question on the 13,850 of other professional services, that was an add-on?
Actually, we created a new line item, but then redistributed the blank ones. If you see, we consolidated
Okay,
and
got
moved
it.
it around.
Got it.
Yep. The only increase was the 13,000 for contractual, and that's for billing, which we send out 22,000.
Is that Kelly?
That's, it's now customized data, but we use the,
Customized data.
the deputy collector too. So that is inflation and just the number of bills has gone up.
How much bad debt do you have?
Bad debt.
How much-
Outstanding property taxes?
Yeah, how
Oh.
much uncollected property taxes do you have?
Well, I'm working on that. So unfortunately, there are people who don't pay their taxes, so I actively am now, how should I say, trying to collect that. And there's a process to that. So when we send out a bill originally, then it goes to a demand, and then we now use a deputy tax collector, which is, we didn't have one before, but the legislation changed that we had to get one, and so that's a process that we send our files to them, and they collect on our behalf. And then after that, I take the files back, and I give one last chance to people to pay those balances, and then I start the tax title process, which then puts a lien on their property. So as far as amount, right now I have about 80 properties over the past couple years that I'm working on trying to collect.
So in the revenue budget that you gave us, Jamie, at the beginning, you assumed 100% of collection, I'm assuming, at the top.
Well, that's not on that sheet. We do a quarterly update of revenues at the finance committee.
But at the top, you said prior tax
That's what we
levy.
assume.
That's what you assume,
That's
but
what we
that's
assume.
gross.
That's right.
That's gross collections.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
And it doesn't include any allowance for uncollected taxes.
Correct.
Okay, so what, on an average, would that uncollected number be?
Yeah, I'm looking it up, what we
So,
reported.
by definition, that would adjust the revenues downward.
No, because they still obligate that tax.
We haven't collected it yet.
That's right.
So
But it's
aren't you
getting
cash
charged at
base?
14%.
Aren't
So
you
you're-
cash base?
What?
Isn't this cash basis?
No.
I think I think what Anne Marie and you need to do is, if Tom wants to answer these questions, we
Mm-hmm.
either have to talk to him about the process of debt collection.
I don't care about the process.
What?
I understand how you collect debt,
Okay,
all right? This is my accounts receivable department.
right.
I just want to know what's in the budget that could be uncollectible.
Right.
And so if I'm going to use a number, if it's 200 grand, then the budget's already up by 200 grand. If it's not collected, you don't get it.
So if you look at local receipts, when you look at motor vehicle, when you look at other collectibles, usually it's above and beyond what that is, I believe, right? Because what he's saying is not, I understand on paper what he's saying happens, but that's not really what happens,
Correct.
right? So that's why I'm saying
We'll get to that.
he actually does need to know the process.
Correct.
Because it's not like accounts payable. Because there's a whole series of statutes that Anne Marie has to follow about how you collect that. And then people do pass it in. But then there's another line item in local receipts that's for interest and payments. And so when people are paying their taxes with 14%, you're making some
No, I
of
understand
that.
that.
It may not be till the next fiscal year.
I fully understand
Okay.
that. I'm just wondering, if I send out $1 million in tax bills,
Yeah.
and I only get 800,000 back in cash,
Anne Marie?
then I have to go through this collection process, it's a time delay.
Correct.
And so don't I have a deficit?
You do when we report it on, I'm looking at my comptroller, and
Okay.
again, I will not take up time.
Okay, we can go through the debits and credits later.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah,
Linda?
Oh, okay.
unless you can do it quickly, it's not,
So, Linda Dowling, I'm the comptroller. So at the end of the year, I can give you a copy of this as well.
Yeah.
I have its revenue analysis, so it actually breaks down property taxes, motor vehicle, liens, penalties, and then the revenues, like Jamie said, of all the departments. So it does show an excess, and then it will show shortfalls. And it was about $1 million last year in property tax.
$1 million in uncollected property tax
Correct.
last year.
And so then
Just
what
from
happens?
June 30th.
So then
but
walk them through the next step. So you have a deficit in his mind in this fiscal year of $1 million. Where's that made up?
From all your other excesses from different departments and their turnbacks.
But we're lucky we got the extra excesses.
Correct.
So,
That's lucky,
you know,
we're
there's
lucky.
gives and takes in any budget, I fully understand that.
Correct.
But we have is that a historical number, $1 million a year? Is it-
I'd have to go back and
Okay.
look. But the thing is, that's just till June 30th.
I
These
see.
payments might have come in July and August.
Yeah, no, I understand
It's just
that.
as far as the
But
financials.
where you are at this moment in time?
Correct.
Got it.
And I can say, like, right now, I'm working on collecting about almost 500,000 over the past 3 fiscal years.
Yeah, and technically, I would assume that becomes free cash.
Correct.
And because it comes in a different period of unexpected, so that might become free cash.
For Chromebooks.
Right?
Quit now.
All of a sudden, it's for Chromebooks.
For Chrome. Which,
So whose door do we need to go to get these Chromebooks? No, I'm just-
Have we always had 3 collection specialists?
we actually had 6.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
So.
We
it
used
was
to have
reduced.
6. When I first
That's
got
the
here, we had
reason
6, and all the credit goes to Carrie. When she was downstairs, she cross-trained and really reorganized the whole department, and now we only have 3.
Only. It's busy.
Everybody's busy at their jobs, I get it, everybody's busy.
Right.
Rule number 1, you never give up your billers. You gotta collect your cash.
If I say I'm gonna ask every department what they can cut, I'm gonna ask every department what they can
Yeah.
cut.
It's a revenue
I'm a man of my word,
producing
so.
Yeah.
What, do you think if there's anything in here you could cut? Even $10,000, anything that?
Well, the fact I just increased my expenses, no, because what I'm going to collect is they're going to process for me. So unless someone retires or something, I can look at it then, but I can't afford to lose them. They're amazing. And I'm not getting emotional over it, but it's true, like, you know, and I think we have a good, they have to be, you have to have certain personalities to deal with the public, as you know, so it's working.
Well, and 6 to 3
Mhm.
is the answer.
That's
You are
been-
doing
that
more
was
with,
in
you are
this-
doing more with less.
Correct.
Which is what I was talking about, so.
Yep.
And you can talk about a myriad of things that when you took over as treasurer collector, you instituted. I mean, we were still doing a lot of processing of paper bills. We started doing a lot of things, non-electronic, nothing was online. So a lot of those efficiencies have been brought forth. And I mean, my personal opinion is it's not the emotional piece. It's not how the quality of the people of Donna and Tammy and Barbara downstairs, although they are all amazing. If you were to lose one more person there, you would then be going against exactly your nexus of how you bring in the money. And you would see a huge impact with one more clerk that was not down there. Because bills would not get out on time, things would not be processed correctly. And then when property tax bills aren't paid, you don't have the staff to go through all that process to get repayment, go on a payment plan. We're not even into tax title issues. I mean, there's a lot down there. So Carrie's done a great job to get that office down to the bare minimum of what it is. It's just my
Just one question, because I missed it. What did you say the 13,850 was for?
That was an increase for the cost of billing that's gone up, the
Oh.
inflation of that, yep.
Printing.
Printing bills, yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Paperless.
Anybody else?
I know, do we do that now?
Go, yes.
Yep, so
Sign
that,
up.
so we do
Paperless
offer
saves us
paperless.
money.
Yep.
All right, are we set with treasurer collector? She hopes so.
We're gonna go back up to assessors?
Yeah, back
Thank
to
you.
assessors.
Okay, so Kevin will come back up. The one feature here is there's an additional administrative assistant, which the actual board has asked for a couple of years. Kevin has talked about this publicly, and he'll talk about it again, hopefully the Reader's Digest version again, but if you're looking at new growth, our appraisers right now, our property appraisers are in the office using 5-10 hours of their time a week on admin.
Yes.
And so the idea here is to centralize the admin on a butter notifications, letters, certificates of abatement, a whole variety of things, answering the phones, interacting with customers, so that the actual property appraisers can go out and capture new growth. Is that right, Kevin?
Yes, that's correct.
Anything else you want to add?
Well,
He's the guy
we
who drives the
appreciate
cash.
very much the importance of the treasurer collector. They're collecting the money. but the buck starts here. Doesn't stop here, it starts here. We're laying the foundation for over $100 million in local property tax. In order to do that, we've got to have credible valuations for the real and personal property. We've got to complete the excise tax files so that they're proper for the collection of those. They're computed, the figures are computed by the Registry of Motor Vehicles on those. But there's a huge volume of work that goes into building every property and maintaining that database and translating all of those features on all those properties into a credible valuation. We have to achieve full and fair cash value, not higher, not lower. We have very sophisticated computations to go through and statistics to meet the highest standards in the country for valuations of real estate. I'm open to questions, or I don't know how you want to proceed.
Is this an administrative assistant, uno?
One
One administrative
full-time.
assistant, and I think if this were ready by the end of the summer, you're going to easily pay for the job easily through new growth. We may even be able to revise our new growth assumptions if there's support. I think if you talk to Kevin, I think by the time you went through a full year, maybe year two, not only is the position paying for itself, but you'll probably be getting double your money because you're going to be able to have the appraisers not have to do any of the admin work, and they'd be able to spend 100% of their time out of the month. You may have a better metric, but I mean, that's what you said before, Kevin.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, we're operating under Mass General Law. Everything we're doing is only what we absolutely have to do to be compliant with the state law. And if we're not compliant, then we don't get to move to the next step. And that's the most important part of that, is that establishing a tax rate. There's no place to cut here. We're at bare bones now, and we've lost some ground because we wanted to do more on-site work, which translates into better values and discovery of new growth. And that's what we want to recover. We one time had three full-time admins. And gradually, they were cut back. And then what happened was, with the last retirement, we didn't replace that person. We said, well, we all cross-trained, made sure everybody was cross-trained. Everybody's capable in all areas in my office, but they're doing admin work when they could be out on the road or working on technical computations at their desk when the admin work should be done by somebody, because we have standards for that, we have procedures for that. Just train a person, get them to do all of these things.
Who does the actual input to Patriot Property?
The appraisers do that because it's not just dumping in data, there's interpretations they need to make along the way.
But is that something that would transfer to the admin?
Not-
Allow your guys to be on the road?
Certain things could, we would do that, but in processing the information, they know what they need to achieve and they know what makes sense too. I've been in situations where you've just had a data entry person putting the things in, and sometimes the results are not good. They have to be carefully, the data has to be carefully handled.
Anybody have questions?
Go ahead.
So Jamie, you brought up that this increases revenue, how?
Increases the new growth assumption.
So that's new revenue, but.
Well, again, if you take 30, our work weeks are 35 hours for non-union. So if you take the 35 hours and if you pay 54,000 and change for an admin, and you get 35 hours of staff time, to Kevin's point, over the course of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you develop that person into an individual who can do all of the administrative work for that department, which is quite a bit, actually. So that frees up 5 to 10 hours per appraiser to be doing more computations in the office, going in and doing more work on the actual new growth, property evaluation, and hopefully out on the street while they're doing their reevals. So you look at the new growth, you're basing that new growth number on what our current staffing capacity is.
So
And so
is it-
and I'm just saying, like, I could go into the budget, and instead of 800,000 on that new growth, maybe the assumption's now 900,000 for next year, and maybe you go through a year, see how that all flows, and depending on what the market looks like and how things are in year 2, year 3, year 4, and you try to build off that once you have a team that's fully gelled and that's going.
So
Does that make sense?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that we're not capturing everything. Is that what I'm
Correct.
hearing?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, so there is property out there that's not properly valued. That if we
Right.
properly valued it,
I don't know if that's the way I
Well,
would phrase
it's-
it. What you
it's-
don't have is capacity of people to go out and capture that value.
but at some moment of time, I hopefully, what I'm hearing is we're missing it.
Yeah.
So we are missing property that's not getting valued,
I think we're saying the same thing 2 different ways.
okay? So both things right at the same time?
Okay? It can happen.
Okay, or is it a timing issue? Isn't there like a January 1st, it's not valued by January 1st? You miss it for a year?
That's,
No, well, the snapshot in time, because we're under chapter 653, which it means that we got to move the assessment date for the physical status of the properties to June 30th, and for the fiscal year that begins the next day, July 1. That's the physical status. The valuations are still based on January 1st, so that's the appraisal date, let's say.
Yeah, so if we get it in by January 1st, we can tax it.
Right, but if we're capturing, we're working on building permits and also visiting properties that may not have been visited before, capturing information that should have been on the record. That goes along right through to the as of June 30th date. And because we continue after that.
Yeah.
Because we know if it's if it was 75% finished June 30th, we may end up getting into it later. We'll have to roll it back. It's a lot, there's a lot involved,
So
but
what I'm hearing is
it's
a
all-
timing issue, that we may miss some revenue because we haven't done it at an appropriate time schedule. Is that what I'm hearing?
just because there's 10,000 properties out there, and we may not have gotten to all of them.
So that's what I'm wondering about.
Right.
So by virtue of hiring this person, I get you out sooner to get it
Correct.
appraised.
Yeah, it's an ongoing
taxed
thing.
sooner.
That's right.
It has
So
to be
that's what I'm saying, like,
continuous.
just from a realistic downstairs, Renee and the rest of the staff, they can spend their 5 to 10 hours, 7 hours a week, instead of answering phones, writing letters, sending out
Right.
certificates, and doing all the abutter notifications. They can actually be out.
So I look at this as a revenue-producing position.
Exactly.
Okay.
It is.
Solve that problem.
Just a quick question. So, 2 questions. One, volume-wise, like, what's the average volume for an appraiser right now? Like, are they doing 3 properties a week? Like, just, and I don't need a number, I'm just looking
Well-
for a guesstimate here.
There.
Per month?
Well,
Yeah, a month is fine,
I
whatever you
mean,
do.
if they were at it, continuously, they're gonna be probably 15 to 25 a day. Depends on what kind of property and whether or not, when they work permits, they tend to be spread out somewhat. People make specific appointments. They're not necessarily in efficient flow. But if they're just going out, neighborhood by neighborhood, we notify an entire map, for example. We send out the mailer, they say we're going to be in the area in the next few weeks. They can, do, anywhere from, like I say, 15 to 25. It depends on the kind of houses they are and the kind of response they get for doing the interior. There's an exterior verification of the measurements, and then there's an interior walkthrough. It only takes a fairly short amount of time. But again, it depends. And of course, with our folks out there, they work for the town. People sometimes have questions that are not all directly related to our
I'm
work.
sure they do.
They try to be helpful.
Yeah.
just as they do in the office when
Yeah.
someone comes to the counter, and then they end up having a question about something else, you know.
So on a monthly basis, what is an appraiser doing? Just a guesstimate. I'm not looking for an exact number versus appointments.
Well, they could be doing, probably, they could do a couple hundred, at least a couple hundred.
Okay. So my question,
Properties.
I'm leading up
Course of the
tonight.
month, including processing and the information in the office.
So I'm leading up to the point that your proposal looks for an administrative assistant, right?
Right.
What would be the additional benefit of doing a part-time appraiser who has additional capacity to look at properties?
It still puts the talent back in the office doing things that really should be done by an administrative person.
Instead of or addition to?
Instead of.
If you said in addition to, he'll take another appraiser any day.
Well, no, I'm just saying though.
No, but I mean, in all seriousness, Jen, you're down the right end. I mean, I think Kevin answered it perfectly. Like, I don't know how else to say it. If the staff downstairs are spending 5 to 7 or 10 hours a week on admin, and you take that off their plate, they're now 5 to 10 hours a week out on the road, capturing new properties, and doing that. It just, I don't know how else to explain it. If you want to hire the admin to do all the admin work to centralize that, and then hire another appraiser, I'm not going to speak for him, but I bet you he'd take that deal in a second, and you're probably right, you would get a good bang for your buck on a whole other full-time appraiser. I would say for a part-time appraiser, not a lot of people are going to take that job. Part-time jobs are just not, people just aren't looking for part-time jobs, but.
I just say that part-time because you also have the benefits, right? So,
Yeah.
again, that's another cost added to our full-time additional positions, is we have
Right.
to figure in benefits.
But we have talented full-time people, and if you look at contractual costs, which we've had some in the past, and I know, you know, this because I've been in the business for 44 years, that it's not the best way to go. The in-house is much better. They're familiar with the community. If you have a vested interest, it's important to them to do the work right and be accurate. You don't get that with the contractors. They find ways of cutting
I
costs.
see your point, Jen, you're just trying to get rid of the healthcare benefit.
Well, good, I think it adds up.
Yeah. You can do that too?
Yeah.
The clock is running. Any more questions, guys?
Is there anything in this office equipment maintenance? I mean, $55,000, what's office equipment maintenance for $55,000?
Okay. So that's the support for the real estate database. It's all our assessment, all our property, yep. Just, they call it Catalyst now. It's a new owner, but it's Patriot Properties is a well-known name throughout the Commonwealth.
It's the assessor's version of Munis.
Right.
Every town has Patriot Properties because you need a centralized database.
Oh, it's a computer program.
Yeah, it's a computer software program.
It's, that's like $35,000. $2,000 for software support for our personal property database. $4,000 for the support for the public and the staff access to the database, real estate database, which is really like a town database because we're trying to link more and more information in that's property location oriented to each property. It's on the assessor's web. There's also a service called NearMap, which is used by all of the town departments that have land interest. This is photography, aerial photography that's very detailed, and it's flyover 3 times a year. And we have a subscription for that, and that's invaluable. Used to be in the old days, you'd scrape up the money to hope to get black and white photography every 25 or 30 years. We're getting 3 shots a year, and it's extremely helpful to monitoring what's going on, what's happened with a particular parcel and what's going on with it. Town engineer was one early when we got it, was extremely complimentary about having it available. So a lot of things we do are available. We're helping other departments as much as we can as well. If we can do something just slightly differently, and it's going to help some other department, that's what we're going to do.
And just the last question, a couple years ago, appraisals and surveys were at around 13,000 and it's jumped up to 30?
So that's, the 13,000 is the basic, commercial, industrial apartments, that type of property, you need to take a broader view than just what's here in town. So we have a contract for that with Patriot Properties. It's now called Catalyst. It's owned by a different party, but it's all the same core people working there. But in addition, we have a few more, some funding for contingencies, and also for subscription to data that helps us to fine-tune those valuations. We sometimes will have appeals, and sometimes there's some exposure on that, so we may need to spend a little money on that. So we have a contingency fund, which, takes care of any specialized appraisal we might need to perform.
And I assume there's nothing you would cut?
No, absolutely not. We want to be able to deliver.
Yeah.
We want to keep the town running.
George, I got one quick question. When you appraise commercial property, do you use a market value approach or an income value approach?
So we have to have, we're required to have two approaches to value. That would be cost, market, and income. The two approaches we choose, the primary approach is income approach. Okay. This is a real estate income approach, not about the business, but about the maintenance of investment property. And we back that up usually with a cost approach. But for the limited number of valid sales that we can find in town or even slightly in the region, we consider those as well, because if they're valid, then they're probably going to tie in with the income approach.
Okay.
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 Anything else? We've beaten the assessors pretty good, too. Thank you, sir.
I don't know that we're
Thank you.
beating anyone.
No, fine.
Okay.
I could.
The town attorney is next.
Yep, pretty
Not
straightforward.
much you can do with that, I don't think.
Well, I will tell you, our town attorney is amazing, and when he retires, this line item will double, easy. So someday, when he retires, which will not be that far off in the distant future, he's now 24 hours a week at a almost embarrassing rate of pay. But when he goes up to, when that's a full-time in-house attorney, you're talking $2 to $2.25. If you want to go with a firm, you're going to pay $500, $600, $700, $800 an hour. The staff are used to an in-house attorney. Our legal expense budget got cut 2 years ago in the cuts by $10,000. We expended $38,000 2 years ago for development, labor, solar, any special counsel. We don't use an attorney for collective bargaining. Karen and I do it basically in-house. If there's something unique, we might tap into our labor counsel. I've worked for towns that spend $250,000 to $500,000 a year just on labor costs. This is one of the most efficient and cost-effective budgets in the entire budget. And it will easily double, easily, when he retires. And if we see the lawsuits on development and things like that continue, your legal expense budget is going to go way up. I wouldn't be surprised this year if the legal expense budget went over and we had to do a year-end transfer from another budget. But this is one I just put on your radar that either in the next year or so, this thing's going to go way up by 25–50%.
So the legal expense budget is $53,500. We've spent $39,800.
Yeah. With 4 months ago, 3 months ago. is what it is.
Just a quick question, capacity-wise, so when you say in-house, like I know he attends town council meetings, is that regular? Is that like,
Yeah,
that's typical for
no,
municipalities? Okay, that's what I'm asking.
no. But we're a city form of government, and, you know, from an efficiency standpoint,
Yeah.
having him at the meetings then makes it so if 5 counselors have questions and we can't answer them, then we've got to come back to the next meeting. They've already forgotten what their questions were, we're on to other issues. No, I'm being sincere.
No,
Like,
I know.
you just wouldn't ever have, nothing would be solved. And I can speak for a lot of the folks behind me, you know, having an in-house attorney for the last 24 years, you know, we all walk up and see Mark on little technical questions. It's actually a big reason why we don't get sued very much. The amount of lawsuits we deal with are very far and few between. And for, you know, we just don't deal with very many of them, thank goodness. And a big reason of why we don't have a big legal expense budget like other towns is because we have an in-house attorney that we can consult with who can sometimes bring us back to reality on how we should work these things out. And he also liaisons with all of our boards, our ZBA, Planning Board, Conservation, all of those other boards. Once you get another lawyer, they will not go to the Planning Board on Monday night for free. That's travel expenses, that's 3 hours waiting there, you know, Mark just goes because it's what, you know, it's kind of what it's just what we do. Try not to take it for granted because they just don't make them like him anymore. Everybody's a specialist in legal services, everybody's pays, it's just like every other legal field, right? I mean, if you were to hire a firm today, you're gonna get probably 6, 7 different lawyers because you're gonna get a procurement lawyer, an alcohol licenses lawyer, land use lawyer, you get different specialists. All of those are just billable hours and they just go cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. So when Mark retires, my game plan would be to hire a full-time in-house attorney. We also can't devalue his institutional knowledge. So if there's a lawsuit or if there's a kerfuffle at a planning board meeting, Mark knows it all because he's been here for a long time, but that next lawyer is gonna have to go down to the first floor, pull the file, read through all the history. That's all hours and time. So it's definitely a succession plan issue that's gonna pop up at some point, and I've been lucky enough to keep him along this long, and hopefully he sticks it out a little longer. But at some point, we're gonna have to really think through what the game plan is on this issue. So this is a budget that's still very valuable right now. I mean, to get that level of legal service, including labor and you know, we pay our cable lawyer out of this for the annual cable renewals. There's a lot of little things that, you know, when we have solar agreements, we have special counsel for that. Cannabis agreements, we have special counsel for that. But with Mark in-house, sometimes I don't have to go hire that special counsel because Mark may know, or may be able to handle it in-house.
Any more questions? Okay, human resources. Next. I thought we had heard from you enough already.
I think so too. The munis administrator is not in my budget, it's in finance, but that was still my big fight. We did already cut 5,000 from the HR budget to help support the munis administrator. There's not really much more I can spare, or anything I can spare on expenses. We do pre-employment physicals for every new hire, and DPW employees, we do a DOT physical. So all those costs add up quite a bit. A big chunk of our budget is on medical services. A new police officer or a firefighter, we're probably paying $1,500 to $2,000 to get them on board. So that's a pre-employment physical and a psychological exam. So those are, some years it might go lower if we don't have a lot of turnover, but we have had a lot of staffing changes and moves in the last couple of years, a lot of retirements. So I think it's better to keep that there as a buffer. Usually I do end up reverting money back, which helps free cash.
Are we settled on all the contracts
No.
now?
There's one outstanding.
One? That's
Yep.
unusual.
It
It
is.
is unusual.
Yeah.
But it's
Anything else?
Pre-employment physicals, how much do they cost them?
And
And what do you do it for? What do you do it for?
We do them for every position.
No, like, what do you want to find out?
A lot of our positions are very physical, so they're required for police and fire. And that's important to see if someone applies for a disability retirement later on. You want a paper report of where they were when they were hired. It's very important for custodians and DPW since they're very manual positions, a lot of heavy lifting and everything. The other positions, we do a drug screen to take into account, any drug use that we should be aware of and potentially might affect their employment offer. And then everyone else is just making sure they meet see if they need an accommodation and what they can do, that they can do the general physical requirements of their job.
How many employees have you turned away because of drug usage, now that cannabis is?
We use it more for police, fire, DPW are still looking at marijuana use. For our other employees, since it is legal in Massachusetts, I typically would not turn someone away for marijuana use. We've had probably 2 or 3 cases in my 9 years where we have found other drug use that we turned down someone for employment. So.
Well, I understand the mobility, doing the mobility testing. I do understand that, but the rest of it, what do you?
Well, when you deal with disability pensions, like Karen had, documentation is key.
Yeah, the mobility, I understand that.
And so, you deal, even with staff that are, doing boxes and, you understand.
I understand.
Just for the record too, for the people.
No, we looked at that policy and eliminated most of it.
Right.
Because, everyone was testing for marijuana, but it's legal.
Right. I guess it would be a bigger policy decision. We'd certainly still have to keep it for about half of our hires.
I understand. So there was some opportunity for some savings in there.
Anybody else?
This is a lean budget, you got me on this one.
It's pretty tight. It's mostly, obviously, our support staff, 3 people. We do benefits for the entire town and schools.
That's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah, so it's really, I can't, if we lost our benefits coordinator, the school doesn't have one anymore, so we'd be in a lot of trouble there.
That was gonna be
If
my
I'm not
question.
here, I'm in the office a lot for meetings. If I have to have staff there to answer the phones and just keep stuff moving.
Yeah.
And my deputy director's doing even more, if we're in bargaining for days at a time, I have to have staff there to keep things moving.
My question was really just gonna be as to if there was any redundancies. I know that people may not listen to this, but nobody is gonna read these narratives that Jamie wrote. Maybe someone might listen to these meetings, so Ryan's giving me a hard time for asking a lot of questions that are in here, but I think it's important
I was just going to say that.
I think it's important for the community to have another resource that they can put me on 2 times speed and ask, I know, I get it. But
There was one.
But people aren't gonna read it, Jamie, and you're constantly complaining about how the community is misinformed, and this is an opportunity.
I agree.
For people to, so
Oh,
I
I
fire
agree.
back on this firing at me.
I'll stay here till 3 in the
This is a-
morning.
this is an
I will stay here all night. I think it's great, Shannon. I really do.
There's gonna be a wait.
People have to be able to hear these things
I
too.
agree.
You need another method.
Absolutely.
agree.
So if there's no redundancy, that was gonna be my question. There's not, the school doesn't also have an HR department.
No, we've
and,
changed a lot over the last couple of
technology,
years.
no.
We found when I started, there was a school HR and town HR. At one point, they were sending out 2 different memos for open enrollment for the exact same benefits. I'm like, what are we doing? So in the last 9 years, we've done more and more work together. The schools have been so swamped. They only had 2 people for a long time for almost 1,000 employees. So I was taking on a lot of benefits work myself, and then we said, all right, we're all drowning in this. We just need one set benefits person that's doing it for the whole town, which has been helped a lot with efficiencies.
Great. Thank you for answering my verbal question.
No, great.
For the record.
Is GIC gonna have any effect?
We're hoping. We put out a 14.5% increase on health insurance. It's very unpredictable, so it depends on enrollment. But some of the plans, like our retirees alone, will probably save like $200,000 on our Medicare retirees because the plans have gone down. They can now choose from 4 plans, and they're all significantly cheaper than what they're currently on. Our active employees, everyone that's currently on the EPO plan, basically, no matter what plan they pick with the GIC, the premium's going to go down. So it's very unpredictable, because if people pick the Cadillac plans, it's going to balance out and reduce some of the savings, but we are hoping, the benefits budget is very much up in the air. Open enrollment ends on May 1st. The deductions have to start in their paychecks by the beginning of June, so right around the end of May, we'll have a more accurate number for benefits, because I take what people are currently on, look at all the vacancies, make my best guess of,
I wasn't thinking
an
of
average.
The cost of GIC, I understand that's
Yep.
flags. I was thinking of an effect on the staff itself.
It'll,
Database.
yeah, it'll save a little bit, but they put a lot back on the GIC coordinator for each town. So Emma Collins is going to be that
It is going to
resource.
save my life and her
Yeah,
life.
it saves a lot of time out of my schedule for
No,
board
for real.
meetings and.
This move will save us an enormous amount of time, for sure.
We won't have to
Enormous.
think about plan design. Every year, we go to the insurance
I can't
advisory
even tell you how
committee.
many hours we
Yeah.
spend a month on
You
this.
guys have the time, come on.
What?
I have other
We should
stuff I
make
could
him
also
go
do.
to a mass
Yeah.
strategic meeting.
You're welcome to join, they're really fun.
Just watch the out-of-pocket cost.
George, I got one left.
I'm choking on that one.
When, the current plan structure, is it, I don't know if I should ask the question here or when we get into the benefit design.
Yeah.
Do you use consultants on the current insurance products?
We do. They're actually, this year, they did not make any money off of us as consultants.
But
In the
there's a cost
past,
associated with that, and where was it, buried in the premium?
it's buried in the premium.
It was buried in
Yep.
the premium?
And that's not gonna, we don't have a consultant getting paid through premiums going forward.
Okay.
So it is probably something we're gonna have to look at, but a big part of what our consultants were doing was looking at our data and our costs every year and deciding what we should do the following year. Once you join the GIC, a lot of that guesswork is out, because it's a statewide group that's gonna make, we'll voice our opinions and probably write letters to the GIC board, and I'll participate in the, watching the meetings, but we won't be designing our own plans anymore.
And did you have a pharmacy benefit manager?
It was all through the group that we were a part of, through the Mass Strategic Health Group, and that was built into the premiums as well.
It was built, so was it self-insured product?
Yeah, more or less, it was part of a larger consortium, but we were treated, it didn't really act like a group, so we're being charged for every single claim, and we're actually in a deficit paying off those claims at this point.
And then the pharmacy benefit manager, did you get rebates from that program?
Oh,
Yeah, yep.
And is that,
That was counting towards our bottom line in Franklin.
Okay.
Going forward, it'll all just be part of the GIC, we won't get any
well,
rebates.
that's a whole nother discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were getting the rebates from?
We weren't getting them allocated towards our bottom line for a long time, and just this plan year, they started giving them back to us in rebates, which has helped our loss ratio and our costs, because we were actually getting them applied to the town of Franklin.
Did you have any lasered accounts?
I don't think so. I think they had, I could look at that, our consultant would know, I've heard the term, but I think we did not have them.
All right.
Anybody else? Moving on.
So IT is 155, we're gonna do that tomorrow night, because Tim's gonna be here with the schools.
Oh, feels good to stand up. Okay, I'm going to be quick, George.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so my
wife
budget,
just texted me and said it's running long.
I know, right? Well, you all have my narrative, and I imagine you all read it, right, Ryan?
Yes.
Thank you.
Everyone up here read it, I'm sure.
Perfect. So my personnel services, that's 3 people. My expenses, very lean. There's nothing there to cut. I'm sorry. I think I had an increase of $2,000, and that was for contracts and printing of the annual report, which is by charter. So I can't cut anything there.
The town report is required, right?
By charter, every November
By charter
at
or
election.
by state law?
It's in our charter.
Something to look at in the charter review. I know, but
Well, I've cut down too. I used to order 500. I'm only doing 300 now, so I'm posting it on the website. But I still need, the 300. You like that, George? You like the hard copy, right? Yeah. And I too have a deputy, Jen.
Maybe every other year.
I appreciate it. As long as everyone gets
Me
one.
too.
It's consistent.
Yeah. So, like I said, the $2,000 increase is just by increase in contracts.
Can we just lump elections into this?
Elections,
No.
yes, but does anybody
Yeah,
have
same
any
time, but not the same number.
questions?
Has to be
Yeah, I know,
separate.
it's not the same.
Any questions, town clerk? Okay, moving right along. See, George, I told you I'd be fast. Elections, there's nothing I can do. It's an election, right? I mean, that's one person, one person. I have 9 wardens, 1 per precinct. I've cut down from 4 people to 3 people per precinct for an election. The state says that I do not need to have my outbooks at an election. I'm not cutting my outbooks. God forbid there's some sort of a glitch, and not that it would ever happen, but you just don't know. If we lose power, if there's a glitch in one of the poll pads, I need to be sure that I have that hard copy book of all of the voters at the election. I like the check-in, the check-out. Call me old-fashioned. That's it.
We don't have an election this year?
We have 2 elections. We have the state primary and the state election. Yeah, and I've actually saved a lot of money bringing the in-person early voting to the town hall. And having a staff of 3 on my town clerk side, and then the 1 full-time election specialist has enabled me to do this, therefore saving thousands of dollars on the school side as well, because I'm not taking the school from the students for the 2.5 weeks, and they're not going out renting, other gyms to host events that they may have. So sorry, Shannon, I don't have anything there either.
Questions, anybody?
I'm assuming census can't go on electronic?
No. I would love that, though.
I would too.
Yeah.
It's such a pain to
I
punch
need
stuff
that
off.
hard signature.
Sure is,
I need the
yeah.
wet signature.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can send it to me electronically, but I still do need your hard copy.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you have to mail it.
Absolutely.
The election worker line item in 2439, then it's up to 58, then it's down to 11, now it's up to 27. What
Different
explains-
elections.
Okay.
Different elections.
cycles.
And like I said, I gave back a ton of money last year, bringing in-person early voting here or the year before.
FY '25 in here was the last presidential.
And that's, yeah.
A lot more.
So depending upon the elections. But I typically do give money back.
And there's also like a small reimbursement from the state.
It's very small.
It's very small.
Very small.
But it does offset.
They
some of it.
cover your in-person early voting. But when I have it here now, having the staff that I have, I don't have to bring in a lot of people to work that, those hours. Questions?
Anybody
Anyone?
else?
So elections has a full-time administrative assistant?
1 full-time specialist. Yep, that's it.
And the town clerk has a full-time administrative assistant. What does an elections administrative assistant do full-time?
So people are under the impression that elections are just around election time. That is not the case. So we have to manage, we have 33,000 residents, 24,000 registered voters. Every day we get a queue from the Registry of Motor Vehicles that, people are coming in, moving in, registering to vote. People are dying. People are changing their voter registration. You have a birthday, you're renewing your license, you go through the Registry of Motor Vehicles, you get put into our queue. We have to verify all of that information. So she's busy every day, all day, doing things like that. About a month and a half ago, I had a vacancy rate of 1,600 vacancies in town. There are not 1,600 vacancies in the town of Franklin. There's probably a handful of vacancies, right? So she's also sending out second notices. She's reaching out to them. We're sending welcome packets. People don't register as residents for whatever reason that is. They don't return their census for whatever reason that is. With this full-time elections person, we have a 90% return rate for our census right now. That is unheard of. in other towns.
And how does that benefit the town?
Funding, right?
I think a lot of state programs are based on number of people,
Mhm.
and that kind of stuff. Schools.
Yep.
Library, yeah, there's a whole
Library.
bunch of formula issues that come through with population.
Senior center?
Some questions are just asking questions for
Yeah.
clarity so that
Sure, of course.
people know
I appreciate
why
it.
you're paying for a full-time
We are a very busy office.
employee for that. Not sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Next up.
You know what, tonight?
Conservation.
I don't even know if I said.
Conservation.
Bricoli's part-time, so she was not able to attend. But it's a $94,000 a year budget. Most of her budget is going to get recapped in fees. Everything that's here is stuff that's needed in the department. She doesn't have a very large expense line item. She's part-time, and we're about to hire, maybe in the next few weeks?
Yeah.
Yeah, the part-time administrative assistant. So we actually saved $5,000 and a healthcare account for Jen.
Thank you.
Seriously, and here's a -1 healthcare assumption, because Bricoli was full-time, she was eligible for benefits. Now that she's part-time and the admin's part-time, neither are eligible for benefits. And we were able to save $5,000 in salary from this move. And the good news is we got to retain Bricoli, who was able to retain the institutional knowledge she's had for the last 4 or 5 years by having her stay on part-time, so.
She's good at what she does.
Excellent.
Anybody else?
The administrative assistant is an ad, just because it says vacant, so I'm just asking.
Yep, so if you look in FY '26, it was an $87,000 line item because it was a full-time person, and now we've carved that up into 2 part-time.
Got it.
Any idea what the 5,000 advertising is there?
They're under like a state wetlands law, so a lot of the advertising has to do with bylaw, with hearing notices and stuff like that, so I think that's what the advertising is for.
Thanks.
Moving along.
Hold on one second, I believe Bricoli has joined us.
Oh. Forgot about Zoom land.
But she
That's right, too. I
just
haven't
kind
paid
of,
any attention to it.
We know all the names that are on there. Thanks, Kit. Thanks, Roberta. Thanks for hanging out.
Ryan Jetty, he's still.
oh, I lost, she's a panelist. Bricoli, can you hear us?
I can. Hi, good evening.
Good
Rika, what's your advertising for?
It is for all of our permitting. So we are required under the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and then local charter as well to do legal ad fees for all of our permits. So all of the abutters within 300 feet can get notified of future projects. And then how that account works is we pay it and then we get reimbursed.
Anything else for Brooke? Anybody here? No? Thank you, Bricoli. Moving on.
Board of Appeals?
Huh?
He's just making a joke.
ZBA.
He's just making a joke.
That's.
Yep.
They do have a transcriber, I believe.
Yeah, they do, actually, they have an admin that does the minutes for them,
Yeah,
Casey.
She does the.
Yeah, there's a part-time person in Gus's budget that just exclusively does ZBA. This is for advertising here, and as you can see, it's only a couple $1,000s. This actually will probably continue to go down to almost zero, because for a lot of our legal ads, we can do them electronically now, because we've got a home rule petition through the legislature. Certain things still can't be done via electronic, and so each of these budgets still has a few $1,000s or a couple $1,000s in it for those unique situations. But it's only a couple thousand.
Required that they be published in a local newspaper that nobody read, so now it's not.
There's still some very odd exceptions to that, so we have to still do a little bit of it. But we did save about $30,000 or $40,000 on legal ads over the last couple of years from that legislation, so. Townwide, I should say, townwide.
Planning and growth.
Yep. You can
Ooh, I see
meet our new
something.
Director of Planning and Community Development, Marina. She'll come up in here in a minute, wherever she is. There she is.
Hi, everyone. Morena Salaya, Director of Planning.
I think what you see here is a budget decrease. And the reason why you see a big budget decrease is because her department, before she got here, was another one of the cuts that was made from the override failure. So this is where it starts to have an impact on, you know, economic development. The EDC has recently talked about this, but that's why you see in FY25 a $386,000 budget, and now you see it at $315,000. So just one full-time staff member down from last year.
The $10,000 advertising, what's advertising?
So historically, that's been used to essentially sell the town and sell the different districts that we have to try to entice businesses to come to actually move into our industrial parks and to bring in that revenue that we need. So it's been, as the previous director was sort of retiring, it's sort of slowed down a little bit, but we're trying to ramp that back up to try to build some of that economic development that we're trying to get in.
And has that been successful? I would see that in '25 it was 4,000 and it ramped up to 10,000, which is a pretty significant jump. So
That's what was, that was what's spent in '25. If you look in '24, it was 7,400, so some of those expenses those years, they just didn't spend it, but that's the actuals versus what was budgeted.
So you don't plan on spending the 10, or my question still is, do you see benefit from this $10,000?
Yes, we do see benefit, and I do plan to spend the 10.
Okay.
Yeah,
And what
we're
benefits?
about 50% of the way through right now. I think we've spent 5.
About 5?
Yeah.
So you've seen more, I'm guessing, you've seen more businesses come in than historically, or like what's?
I don't know that that's one of those numbers that you can directly point at and say, this is what this magazine article directly got us this business to come in. I don't know that we're ever going to have that sort of data on a large scale, but it does get our name out. I can say that I've been in the position for 6 months, and every single meeting I go to, every single person I speak to, somebody has a story about Franklin, and someone has a story about a positive development in Franklin. So I think all of these little things sort of help to sell the town and to get our name out and to attract folks to come live here and to open their businesses here.
Anybody else?
Question.
Yes, sir.
What's the vacancy rate in the industrial parks? Do you know that, Jamie?
No clue.
No clue?
No clue. This is a memo I put out, and I'll be happy to share it with you guys for the EDC the other night. This has been a department that has systemically gone through cuts over the years. We don't have any dedicated economic development staff. We don't have any dedicated staff that really can manage or monitor that level of data sets. Just for illustration, she's a department of 3. So the town planner, Amy, really most, if not all of her job is dedicated to managing the planning board applications and the actual board meetings. There's obviously an admin in the office to coordinate a whole variety of activities across multiple departments and one department head. So anything that, like that type of stuff, which I agree I would love to have on the tip of my fingers, we should. There should be a lot of things like factoids that we have to know about our economic development profile. But we can't put it all in one person who has a whole variety of other things that they have to do, staffing 3 or 4 committees. The economic development work was predominantly being done by myself and Amy Frigiletti when we had the deputy town administrator position. So half of my time was spent doing that stuff. 8, 9 years ago, we would have that data. 7, 8 years ago, we would have relationships, and we'd have more, like, we'd get an annual meeting with the hotels, and we would do a lot more work with economic development. But since we don't really have anyone dedicated to just that, it's been hard to stay on top of things like that.
Okay, so that's a potential opportunity sometime.
Absolutely, especially with Thermo Fisher and a couple of large businesses reorganizing and leaving. There's going to be some pretty large spaces that are available up in Forge Park and around town. And there are some good economic development areas in town, but I think we also know there's a lot of concerns in the community with development. So, you know, I mean, I think that's something that at some point people are going to have to wrestle with in the community. You can't keep growing. People don't want to grow.
But you're already there, you have vacant space.
Yeah.
You fill it, you get more value out of that building with a full space.
Well, like a good example is on Grove Street. We worked with the Baker administration and Netta, the cannabis company down on Grove Street, and we compiled together, there was a warehouse renovation at I think 210 Grove. And that was a revitalized building down there, which brings new growth. Well, then UPS became the tenant. Through that, you get trucks. People don't like the trucks. So even though you have a space that's there, still even bringing in new businesses isn't necessarily always popular. So it is what it is, but this is something the community has to talk about and reconcile with. The secret to that story was the developer, as part of that mitigation, gave us $100,000 that we then invested in a consultant that then got us $2.5 million to rebuild all of Southern Grove Street. So, and built the trails connected to the SNET, so we were doing a lot of community development work down there. That's all great investment, right? We didn't spend any real town money on that at all, but we were able to leverage $3.5 million through Netta and UPS and the state with a MassWorks grant to rebuild that whole area. And so that's like, pretty good work for no taxpayer money, really. But, there's some trucks that come through, so
Anything else? Easy night.
Thank you.
Short night.
Agricultural Commission.
Oh, I'm sorry?
Agricultural, that's all. Agricultural Commission. Just saying what's next. Agricultural Commission was what was next, was what I was saying, yeah, sorry.
That came.
questions on the AgCom?
That was just a grant.
Cut it.
He's been wanting to say that.
$250, right, Ryan? Like just
$50.
$50.
Pennies out of the dollar.
All right, public property and buildings. Here's one of your big five. So I'm sure Kevin will come up and introduce John as well. Or you can where do you guys want to start?
Whatever you want.
Oh, boy.
Well,
This is a big one.
I mean, you got the, okay, so if you look up here at the, or at, you got a personnel line item, right, that's going up a little over $100,000. That's all of your custodians, that's all of your maintenance and trades team, that's your central admin staff. Just as a quick historical footnote, Kevin just got here 3 years ago. We never had a deputy facilities director ever before. God bless Kevin for coming and that the council approved that. We just want to thank Mike D'Angelo, our former facilities director, for 30 plus years. It's actually a good analogy to the assistant town manager, to John's question earlier. Everything for 30 years was in Mike D'Angelo's head. And if Kevin weren't here really for 2 or 3 years, shadowing Mike, learning from Mike, finding out where behind every crevice and every door and every cavern and every... Mike D'Angelo is probably one of the most important staff members we've ever had. He rebuilt every single building in this community except for the police station. He's built every school in this town, the high school, Keller Sullivan, Horace Mann. he was a one-man show for a long time, and if Kevin hadn't come in at the time that he did, we'd be in absolutely real big trouble right now. Mike retired a little early after 30-some-odd years of service, and we wish him all the best and all of our love. But what you see here in the personnel line item is a fairly modest increase of just over 110, maybe about 110,000 for 50, 60 employees. And then you get into the real story, expenses. Things were pretty good before the pandemic. Inflation in 2022 really wreaked havoc on the budget. Kevin's got some factoids he'll speak to in a minute about electricity rates, gas rates and everything. But this manages 1.3 million square feet of building, 1 million of that are schools. We have accounts, and if you need it, we can break down every building by month, by actual and cost, across the board. As you can see over time, the story really with facilities is two-pronged. One, the buying power of facilities has dried up quite a bit because inflation has really sucked a lot of the life out of the budget from utilities. But then also they withstood a cut last year of $400,000 to the facilities budget after the failed override. So, we just hired a new deputy director of facilities, John, who's in the back. We'll give a little wave. John's been here for 2 weeks. Kevin just had his third child the other day. Congratulations to Kevin for after two daughters, he got the son. And we'll be wishing him a nice break here in a couple weeks for a little while to spend time with his family. So another good reason why John's here. And we're glad to have the whole, not a full team yet. I think the plumber is soon.
Plumber's on board.
Plumber's on board.
Electrician.
The electrician. So we've got one more to fill, and then I think we're at full staff. Pretty close. Other than a couple of custodians, but.
No, custodians are full.
Custodians are full?
We need part-timers.
Part-timers?
Yep.
Go for it. I don't know what to tell
I'll
you.
look this way.
Brother.
Right on cue.
So, do you have any idea, you may not know the answer to this question, and it's fair if you don't, but do you have any concept or even a guess as to how much of these costs go towards the buildings that the town owns, but we aren't actually using? Like the school, what's that school?
Davis
Thayer.
Yeah.
Former school, Davis Thayer. The former
Parmenter?
Parks, or the rec department, that's now over at Parmenter.
Yep.
Which was a pretty good use of that space. So like buildings that we own, there's probably other buildings that we own that I don't even know about. But buildings that we own that aren't actually used, that we.
Davis Thayer's about a $200,000 a year cost.
So about $200,000.
Roughly. For Davis Thayer, yeah.
For Davis Thayer.
Just for
alone.
Davis Thayer, yep.
That would come off of this
Correct.
budget if we didn't have that.
Correct.
Building. And then do you have any idea about the other one, the former rec department?
Well, that one's a little bit more in transition. So that one is going to be going out at some point, likely for a lease or a situation to try to bring in revenue. But right now, they're not using it, so we're not spending any money there for electricity and stuff. I mean, we're using the bare minimum, so Kevin may have a real number. But I looked it up the other day, because in a leasing situation, we spend about $12,000 a month on all the $1,200 a month, excuse me, on all the utilities at that. When it's full service, it's about $1,250 a month for the utilities at Beaver Street, at the rec center. But we're still using the back building, so it's really the only vacant building is the one on top.
Okay.
So we're still actively using that, and at some point I would think that will probably get leased out. Davis Thayer is obviously another ball of wax. I think there's just simply been indecision in the community about what to do with that, and that is a big decision.
Yeah, but I think the community needs to understand that that's a $200,000
We've
decision.
said this since they closed the school.
I think you're right, Shannon, like, conversations like this, hopefully if people make it to the third, fourth hour of this meeting, they'll realize that the 200 grand is in there, but I think we have talked about that through the Davis Thayer Reuse Committee. We've talked about that every year at budget season. I think people do know, and I will tell you, the counselors know. They definitely know there's a cost associated with that. The former counselors knew, the current counselors know. Still, to make that decision on an asset of that volume is going to be a big decision, but there will be a small savings in the budget once that's sold. But it's a big decision to obviously sell the
I don't think 200,000 is small, but.
Okay.
Because couldn't you hire a teacher for $200,000?
You could.
Right,
But the asset that you hold
So,
is very valuable.
but if we're not doing anything with it, what value does it have?
It holds value because the property is just escalating in value because of the location. The building obviously is not gaining a lot more value because it's just sitting there being vacant. And at some point, the community has to decide, do they want housing there? Do they want to knock the building over? There's a lot of people with very passionate views that the police station should be there. There's a lot of people with passionate views that the police station shouldn't be there. I'm just saying, like, I'm not doubting that it's not a lot of money, but, it's a big decision. If you're the one voting on the other side of the rostrum and you're a counselor and you're voting on that, that's just a big decision that's far more valuable than the money you're putting into it to maintain the utility.
Don't underestimate on that particular building the sentimental value to this community. I mean.
They're gonna get rid of it at some point in the next couple years.
Right.
They're definitely gonna sell it or do something. But I just think, and that money will come off the books at some point, but that money will get easily replaced with something else. But I just don't want to understate the size and scope, not just the sentimental value, but also what are you doing there? If it's 4-story housing, there's probably going to be some people that are upset. We've had bids come in on conceptual designs about, how do you rebuild that while using the facade? Can you get somebody to renovate it? We've done 3 studies ourselves on the building. We've spent way too much money, in my opinion, as a town studying that building. I've been against studying this building because they started studying it in 2013. Right?
But my question is,
Yeah.
at what point do we stop that bleed? So I understand
You talk to the town council and tell them that's your top priority. Really?
Right, but you say that it has value, and I still don't see, other than sentimental value, it doesn't have any actual value that is bringing money into the community, correct?
I was proposing a pickleball center.
I would vote for that.
I was.
But
We
it's
would have
just
been cash
sitting,
cow right
right?
now, but yeah.
It's just sitting.
It is just sitting there.
It's not bringing in any money.
Correct.
And it's costing money.
Yes,
Right?
but it's still an asset you have to spend money on to maintain it to some level to get a good value on return when you sell it.
Right, I'm not saying we should just abandon it, abandon doing anything with it.
You want to sell it.
But I'm saying we need to get rid of it, or, use it for another, if you make it the police station, then we have to figure out what we do with the police station. This is all getting off track, but my question is, how much money could we save 2 teachers' worth if we didn't have this?
Right.
This cost?
That's
It's
right.
not a small amount.
No,
That's
it's not
not
a small.
That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Are there any other buildings? Are those the only 2 that aren't, being used?
No.
No.
I just
both
don't
of them. It's probably DT and then 275 Beaver Street. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
To
just
your point,
second
though-
Shannon for the town councilors who are watching. It should be a top priority.
Yeah, and then I just want to let everybody know, you gotta, and I'll just because others were watching and because we need to hear it while we're on camera, these are the hardest, and these are the most challenging and difficult requests for proposals to draft and put out. This is not a private sector transaction where you just find somebody, hey, they're gonna buy it, the price is good with me, you schlep it off, everybody makes a ton of money, and corporate America goes off and smokes cigars and has fun. This is not that kind of deal. This is an incredibly difficult RFP to do, Because I will guarantee, there'll be people that will, the first bid that will go out will be an attempt at probably trying to resurrect or maintain the building, and you try it. Then you come back, nobody bids, it's not financially feasible, then you sell the whole building. But even if you sell the parcel of land, there are gonna be a lot of people who are gonna comment. And if we're looking holistically at the voices, I just wanna manage people's expectations. I think there's prospects that this is gonna be dealt with in the next 2 years. I'm very confident of that. So I think either this year or in FY '28, you'll see some change on this. I just want to manage and make sure, not to you guys even necessarily on the FinCom, but just people watching, this is a very, very complicated endeavor to do.
And I agree, I was just gonna say, last year, before you were on, I specifically asked, I was like, can we set a timeline on it? Like, we need a deadline, and I think that just hasn't happened, and I know even Max was here, he used to come to our meetings a lot, he's on the council now, he spoke and he was like, agreed, so it's like they know, but it's not.
There's an executive session on the matter that we've held, so I've got direction, but I don't, also, this comes to bandwidth. Like, I'm sorry, like, I know I'll harp on it, and you'll hear me say it a million times. I got me and that's it. If I had a deputy town administrator, a lot of these other types of projects, either that I'm doing could be done by somebody else, or they could be doing things like this. And it's like getting the MBTA parking lot next to the Children's Museum. It's like working with CSX on the SNET trail, getting the track up. I mean, there's so many things that I end up doing, but these take many working groups among the staff, because when you put out an RFP for Davis Thayer, you also have to put in there the zoning that you're gonna put in. Right now, it's single-family houses. I don't think that's the highest and best use of that parcel. You're not gonna get the best money return on selling that property for single-family homes. So you're gonna have to do multifamily homes. And those are pretty unpopular, last time I checked. So there's a zoning code you have to put in the RFP. There's gonna be a decision by the council. They're probably gonna have to do something like downtown commercial or a GR5 zoning district, which is a dense district, to maximize the value of that parcel in 3.5 acres. And those are gonna be contentious issues. So I will agree, there is movement. We've had an executive session on the matter. I've definitely got some direction, but you know, there's only so much time in a week to put this stuff together, so. But Shannon's point is well taken, 200,000 in the budget. If it was sold off and it was not on the books and we didn't own it, would be a good savings in the budget for sure, absolutely.
And then my last question, I'm sure that you have anticipated this sitting back there. What can you cut? There's a lot of money here, but is there anything you can cut, any positions you would, if you had to? You absolutely have to.
There is a lot of money there, but I can't. I mean, from a very high level, the facilities budget, I like to break it up into thirds. A third of it is the staff. It's the team that manages, you know, the whole facilities department. The other third of it is just in electricity and natural gas alone.
Yeah, I understand you don't have any, you can't cut those costs. Those
Well,
are, that makes sense.
which kind of brings to, Jamie had alluded to it earlier, I kind of went back and I looked from FY18 to up until now. And our department had, since FY18, has an increase of, 30% overall. Our budget went up, which is great. But electricity supply rates and natural gas supply rates between then and now also went up significantly. Just the supply rate, not the delivery charges, but electricity went up 37, almost 40%, and natural gas doubled. So if a third of the budget is just in electricity and natural gas alone, and if the budget increased 30%, I still haven't taken out the trash, water, sewer, paid the phone bill. There's a lot of other assets as well that need taken care of, preventative maintenance, and priority with those are typically life safety equipment, generators, fire alarm, sprinklers, rooftop units, air handlers, boilers. You hope that the roof doesn't leak. I can't. There's no room.
Did we go down any custodians when we went down schools? We reduced down to the schools?
There was attrition through retirements and other things. Yeah.
We are down 3 positions.
Okay.
We didn't end up having to lay off because of some changes, but we lost 3 positions overall.
And those
Okay.
savings were realized like in those years that they were surplus.
I do have a few. So just a couple of quick questions. I know we don't control rates on water and all that kind of stuff, but I see a big jump in the water. Just wondering what that is and are we looking at, was there something added on or new sprinkler systems? I'm just trying to figure out, because I understand what you're talking about, we don't really control those, but it looks like there was a significant increase in the water, but not in the other utilities that you just talked about.
I imagine when I looked at or developing the budget, I really kind of focused on actuals. I imagine, I can follow up with that. I believe the rates went up.
Okay, just because it's 100,000. So that seems like a third of.
It's like a 50%.
Yeah, that's a hefty rate increase. So that is just something that I would look at as, maybe it was just a typo. But if I look at the years past, it looks like a significant jump. Unless there's something, like I said, unless there's something that constitutes that, but that's a significant jump.
So water rates did increase, just like residents, 8%. So what page are you looking at? when
I'm
you
on
see
the
100?
expenses, under services, under water. So it looks like we budgeted 255 this year. Year before was 260 for an actual, and now we're budgeting 357. So that's,
Understood.
yeah, so that's far beyond 8%. So, and it might just be like a typo or something, I'm just curious, or there might be something that we added on that increases our water volume. I just was curious about that. Stormwater, can you talk to me about that? Because we have a lovely stormwater fee and enterprise account, so just kind of wondering what that is in your budget?
I know from facilities, we pay stormwater. We have a stormwater, expense just like everyone else does.
Every parking
That's
lot.
the stormwater
every
based
building.
off that's for all the 1.3 million square feet of facility that we own. That's our.
Oh, so that's the fee that we pay too, so this is literally a transfer from one account to the next?
Literally a transfer from one
Okay.
account to the next. Yep.
That was good, thank you. Equipment, so your equipment maintenance went up 30,000, so and I know that we approved some new equipment at some capacity, where, I'm not quite sure, but I know there were definitely excavators that I voted on. So just wondering, I can't remember, it's been a long night, but I'm just wondering, 30,000 for maintenance, if our equipment is in that dire, do we have a useful life schedule? Are we replacing specific things? Or is that just tune-ups and getting the equipment ready?
So when they talk about, the line item for equipment maintenance, this could be equipment as in generators, or equipment maintenance. It could be it's not fire alarm, but sprinklers or, heating systems or just, our facilities equipment that we maintain.
So I get, meaning just the cost to, we have a plumber and an electrician on staff, so it's not contracted people.
No, we do.
Oh, we do.
We have contracts with a lot,
So you contract for maintenance on the equipment?
almost everything. We have to.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of our in-house plumber, carpenter, electrician, the majority of what they're doing, it's preventative maintenance, but maintenance that's, it's more work order based that's coming through the day.
Okay. And then the next one I have a question on is contracted services, so that's the 150,000? So that's an increase of 150, sorry. So that's again, a significant amount. So is that something specific that we're looking at as far as contracted services for next year? Or you're just increasing your general fund?
Other contractual services.
So if you go back and look,
Yep.
you'll notice again in FY '20, let me see here, just making sure I can read the right
Sure.
line item. So those are restored services from the previous cuts. So if you look at those line items, those were some of the line items that took the big shed of the cuts from last year. So some of those are probably coming back for some of those line items to where they were in FY '25 or '24. His budget took a pretty good cut multiple years throughout
Yep.
the last 5 or 6 years, so I think there probably is some level of trying to bring those items back to what they were budgeted for before those cuts were made.
But we were able to do the work, so I'm just trying to figure out if there's certain
Well, that's
items.
subjective. I mean, we could have done the work, but I think depending on who you talk to and how fast we get the work done and when we get the work done, particularly the school facilities, it depends on how you view that.
Okay.
Whether you
So
think
that's
we got
just
the job
school
done.
contracted services, or that's everyone?
All of this is all the school buildings.
No, I know, but it's not just contracted services in the school, it's all buildings.
Exactly.
Okay. So some of this is just restoring back to,
Correct.
okay. And then the last one was the custodial supplies up 32,000. That just seemed significant, but I guess if we're just trying to go back to our 2025 self, 24 self, then that's what that is too.
I'm wondering, did that get broken out maybe?
No, because it did a little
Is it-
bit. You went down a little bit on your electrical and lighting supplies, but not to the extent of 32,000.
Yeah.
So, okay, so these were all,
Delayed maintenance that we're catching up on?
no, these are line items for contracted services
Yeah,
and
but
supplies.
You could still delay a contracted service.
Okay.
Just don't call it that, I would think.
I don't know.
And then my last question goes to your deputies, because I love that title. So you have 3 deputies, so just talk to me about the scope of work that requires 3, because I think that's the most, actually, right? Yeah, so I think you're the department with the most deputies.
So we have a deputy of trades and maintenance, Steve O'Neill, manages the work order system. He oversees the trades guys, which is the carpenter, plumber,
Mhm.
and soon to be a new electrician. Richard Gaskin is our deputy of custodial maintenance. He oversees the entire custodial staff and team. And John in the back is our deputy director of facilities, who works alongside myself and supports managing a lot of the day-to-day stuff, as well as being involved with a lot of the other capital projects that we're going to have going on moving forward.
And
So
when,
These were all titles that were redone during the comp and class study 5 years ago, 4 years ago.
so we've always had 3?
We've always had those positions, we didn't necessarily have the titles.
Right, we
But
have an
to try to
assistant. We had facilities and
We
then we
never
had.
had, we never had John's, we never had an assistant director for facilities. What we did have, Richard Gaskin was a different title 4 years ago. And then when we did the comp and class study, and we looked at other comparable districts and all that stuff, we gave him a deputy director title of custodial services because his
Which makes
full-time
sense.
job is managing, obviously, the entire custodial
Yep.
system. And he also oversees all the purchasing of the cleaning supplies and all of that different work.
Mhm.
That's a unionized environment as well, so there's obviously going to be other tangential
Yep.
issues relative to HR and whatnot. Steve O'Neill is the deputy director. We used to have a different title for that position as well. That was Marco. You may remember
Yep.
Marco Mercado. Marco's was that position. And when we moved to that, now Steve oversees all the vendors, all the Jasco and all the other vendors that we come in to deal with the work orders for what we used to call School Dude, which I know
Oh,
you're
yeah.
familiar with.
Yep.
But now it's not called School Dude anymore, it's called something else. We bought a new system or a program.
Operations Hero.
Operations Hero. We go from School Dude to Operations Hero.
These are fun.
These are super fun. And so Steve oversees the 3 trades guys and then all of the vendors that have to come in and do work. Now, John and Kevin also oversee some of that, depending on what the project is. If it's limited with the senior center, if it's a capital project, it might be them. But really also what Mike, D'Angelo, and Kevin and John also do is also what's called Chapter 149. So they're dealing with the OPMs for the police station. They would deal with an OPM for Remington Jefferson. They have to do public bidding documents, procurements, lay out all of that stuff.
Okay.
And so we've created a structure to try to decentralize that work because at one point it was literally just Mike.
Mhm.
So we've tried to create a system where there's at least more attention given to those day-to-day projects, and that's how the kind of breakdown works.
Okay,
at a high
perfect.
level.
That makes sense. So my last question, just to kind of go off of Shannon's, now that I have a better sense of where you could cut. So you said you couldn't cut anywhere, but then we just went through 6 line items that there was no definite answer as to what those increases were for, more of a restorative kind of process where the cuts were. So I guess I would ask you again, if there was an opportunity for you to cut some of that funding in some of those line items, would that be something you'd be able to do?
I'd have to say no, and I apologize again, but I think it'd probably be more of me still diving into exactly what's within the line items themselves.
So that you can understand what that 100,000 for water and whatnot is?
No, I feel confident looking at what was expended and what was budgeted, because we also redistricted, and the way that the line items and the accounts are set up, like, for an example, there used to be an account for Remington and an account for Jefferson.
Yep.
And after we redistricted and it's now Washington Elementary, there was some shuffling around with how we budget all of building maintenances or equipment maintenances or other contractual services, so funds were shifted around. I feel very confident in what was budgeted, but trying to decipher where, a bill that was for security camera replacements or door repairs or, I've spoken with the finance team as far as potentially just, renaming some of the different accounts rather than having, building maintenance, equipment maintenance, building maintenance services, building maintenance, plumbing, so that it's a little bit more, it's less cumbersome to navigate.
Maybe add some more specifics or something like that.
Well, that's it. I
can
mean,
do that.
like I said, they're big increases, so I would suspect that anytime there's a big increase, like if I ever asked for $100,000 in one line item, I would be expected to itemize that out pretty specifically before I would be able to get that kind of cash, right? And there's several items that are 32,000, 50,000, 150, 100. So those are significant increases. So I would just hope that if someone's coming to the table with that kind of increase, there would be some details to support it rather. And I understand, Jamie, what you're saying about going back and trying to recoup some of that cost cut that was done. But again, it's really for people to understand where that money is going, those tangibles is really important when we talk about open
We'll talk
transparency.
about it.
Yeah.
We'll get some of those answers to those questions, and we'll bring it tomorrow night when the schools are here.
Perfect.
We'll talk about it in concert with the redistricting process and see if there's something that we can try to help everybody understand a little clearer.
Thanks, George.
I guess to piggyback on that, I think I kind of heard 2 different answers to the same question, and I think that's maybe confusing me. Are we restoring back to some level of service from before the failed override or not? 'Cause it
I
sounds
don't
like
know.
maybe
I'm
we-
just looking at the numbers from 24, 25, and I'm taking a guess as I'm sitting here looking. But like I said, we'll have to just go back and look at the numbers, and we'll bring them tomorrow night.
Okay.
And just sharpen it up a little bit and just give a little bit more specifics of exactly what that is. That's just, again, my guess, looking at it.
I mean, I guess just
Because
to
again,
prep
when
for
you
the
cut
follow-up-
line items one year, but then he is right, the redistricting might have shuffled some accounts around. You've seen that on some other budgets where we've taken money and moved them around to different accounts and different things. And, the water thing, there was a rate increase that seems maybe a little high, but we just got to obviously get some specifics for everybody, so we'll do that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just unclear on, we didn't pass an override, so why would we be restoring services to the level they were before cuts that we had to make because we didn't have an override? That just, seems kind of counterintuitive to be restoring if we didn't get any net new source of funding to restore with.
Right.
So, if it is a reorganization, I think to the points that were made, we need some details, because it's a $300,000 increase just in the expenses. A couple line items stand out as being more. I think the total converse question, so that's the, negative side of it, but you had one of the most extensive lists in the capital discussion that we had. And there was a lot of things in there that like, felt like they could go either way, like we need to replace a boiler here and a this, that, you know, when we kind of deferred them all. We said like, no, we're not doing most of this. Are those now baked into what's here? Or are those still going to be on your capital list like the next time we review that?
I mean, I definitely like to anticipate, you know, and budget for, you know, any equipment that may need replacing or repair work. I mean, there's still larger projects that I like to get ahead of and would get put in capital.
I guess like specifically from the list we reviewed, whatever it was, 3 months ago, did any of those projects make their way into this proposed budget, or are those still all sitting in limbo on a capital requests list?
I think those would all be still on the list. I mean, we didn't add in here like tier 2 item, you know, we didn't add in here a project that was on the tier 2 list or tier 3 list into the budget. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm asking, because like a lot of those seem like they were like effectively mission
I mean, I'm
critical,
looking
like,
down
you
at
could
the
delay them,
accounts,
but
and I think Shannon, somebody just said that the overall expense line item budget went up $300,000 across the board. There are accounts in here that also decreased 50 grand, 10 grand, 8 grand. Like I think there's a shuffling in here of some sort, to Kevin's point, but I think it's probably just more advantageous if we get to specifics, and we'll just bring it back tomorrow night. Maybe the schools might have some information that might be based out of this too.
it's like, yeah, I guess I'm trying to ask about the converse. Like I've moved off the $300,000 delta.
Okay.
Like,
I see.
That project list seemed like it had things that we were saying could wait, but not that couldn't be done. Like, are there any of those that need to be done this year? Like that need to be added that we're again kind of just not adding because we don't have money to add, but like they have to happen?
I mean, like, I definitely, you know, looking ahead at, you know, like, the boilers over at, you know, Washington Street Elementary, they need a lot of love. So I would anticipate putting a little bit more in the budget towards, you know, building our equipment maintenance for Washington Street.
So could you come back tomorrow, I guess, with like a review of your tier 2 list of what of those items like absolutely have to happen in the next fiscal year?
Let's look up the facilities.
Right, like I mean, just that same list you already presented, like just what has to happen.
So it was senior center was number 1. New style was a small amount. The Washington Street chiller compressor, the FHS chiller coil replacement, right? These were all the
yeah.
The DPW garage camera upgrades, the Bent Street tower safety equipment. I mean, I think what you're asking is, do we have to budget the Washington Street chiller compressor replacement
Exactly.
right now?
Like, are there items we should just be adding here because like they have to happen, or acknowledging like we're not adding them here?
What he's
but
trying to say is, if you
have to
can
do
pay
it.
2 capital items out of the operating, which you can do, which we do at the end of every fiscal year.
I'm trying to ask you what you want to add, and I feel like it's being taken like.
No,
no,
well,
you can't add, like-
I'm confused in the sense where like I wouldn't, right, like this is the operating budget, right?
Sure, but like you have a whole bunch of other maintenance and replacement items in here. So our line of operating versus capital is like as fluid as a jellyfish. Like this is not, like that is, we do not use it that way. We use it and we didn't have the money to do those projects, so we're gonna ask in the capital budget.
We're not usually spending out of the operating budget $100,000 on a one-time project.
Sure,
right?
but
we may fix the water bubblers, and it may cost $7 grand to fix the water bubblers for whatever reason, right?
Sure.
So, and to be, you know, I mean, it's just, there's no rhyme or reason to all of that, other
100%.
than how can the budget absorb $200,000 in coil replacements or compressor replacements?
I don't know that it can. I'm just asking, what should we be considering for, should we try to move it because we need to do it?
It's a good question. I can't say it is a very good question. This is the same issue we have with tasers, the same issue we have with
Precisely.
bulletproof
It's a police car,
vests,
it's a-
same
yep,
thing.
same exact
Like,
thing.
This gets to your point at the beginning of the meeting about an override. right? You're looking at 2 million, but you're really looking at 5
More
when you
than
add
2.
in him and facility
Right.
and all this other stuff.
Correct.
6, 7, but to then Natalie's point earlier, like, that's where eventually this conversation in here, to Shannon's point, and I couldn't agree with her more, but this conversation in here from you guys and everybody else has got to move out there to the
Totally.
community, and hopefully that'll happen after this budget process goes through.
Totally, and I'm not proposing that we would add them to your operating budget.
Right.
But we would effectively earmark them in what are we saying we need to hold in free cash? Or how are we looking at our free cash? Because it's our only plug that we're trying to plug in everywhere. Like, what do we need to reserve and say, like, whether it's operating or capital, who cares? It has to go towards that project, and so it's effectively spent already. Right? Like,
You're spot on. This is like, I mean, for Natalie and George and others that have been around doing this, this is a conversation we've had. You're tapping into something that we've talked about for many years, but when you have failed overrides, it really limits your ability to do anything. And as you can see, there's, and aside from the water or like a couple things, we've made it through a pretty substantial portion of the budget, and we're not looking at like saving $2 million here, right? So like, or at least from my vantage point, I'm not hearing of a.
I've got a list of $1 million so far.
What's that?
I've got a list of $1 million so far.
Okay, good, okay. So,
like,
maybe we are.
Yeah, like, and I mean, at the beginning, I ballparked a couple things, and all I'm saying is facilities was not on here, right? I said Chromebooks, the police cruiser and whatever, and vests and that stuff, and ice stabilization.
Yeah.
Like, if you had a line item on here of what should we be holding, sacred for facilities, what would that number be? Because at the moment, I have $1 million that I'm saying I think I would like to hold.
Yeah.
Does that need to be $1.2 million? Does it need to be $1.6 million? Like, what is the facilities number that goes with that, where we've pushed you into capital, but again, like,
I see what
capital
you're
versus
saying.
operating?
That's a
Okay.
mature fiscal policy question, to be honest with you. We've never gotten to this level. We've never had the bandwidth.
We're here now.
Financially, but we've never, Ryan, historically, we've never even gotten anywhere, we've never had the financial bandwidth to get to a conversation where we're talking about $1 million, I'm making up, $1 million line item in the expense line item of the facilities department for annual capital one-time appropriations. Same argument you're making with police and fire. You say, okay, and I'm making up the number again, you $500,000 a year structurally in the fire department for turnout gear, for protective gear, for whatever. There's $500,000 in the budget every year for the cruisers, tasers, bulletproof vests, and those replace ammunition, like whatever, right? And so we've never had anywhere close to this type of mature conversation. In my 11 years here, this is my 11th budget, we've never come close to this. So I'm just saying that we wouldn't be prepared to answer this because.
Totally. Can we get there for tomorrow is all I'm asking, is like, when you come back with some details on some of those, can we also get the, like, if I could only do the critical projects from my capital list, it's still gonna cost this, whether we have that discussion tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Or in the next capital review, which is what, August?
Tomorrow would be great because a lot of these projects are certainly school-based. And so we can get the input of the school district while we're there as to how they would, where would this fit in the priority?
Right. Can I butt in here?
No, it's great.
We have at a kind of a normal witching hour.
Should we?
For instance, the council stops at 3 o'clock, at 10 o'clock, unless they have a vote. We don't have that rule. I think Nat and I just chatted a little bit. There's been, Felicia's down to 1 from 3, and I have no idea what the Council on Aging has shrunk up to. Do we want to push through and get this done? Yes, I'm getting a lot of noise from the back.
You sure I think we're willing to just push through? Well, I have a couple questions.
He's coming back tomorrow, you can get him now.
Is he coming
When
back
we say
tomorrow?
push through, what do we?
So we're going to continue so that they can all, because they've been waiting.
Just get it done.
Yeah.
Not
It's
get
coming
them
back tomorrow?
Yes.
Could we let him go? If he has to come back tomorrow anyways, I have more questions.
Sure.
Could we let him go and do these other ones?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then
We have Brian.
he can get a good
senior
night's
center.
sleep and be prepared for, do some little boxing before he comes in here. To fight me more.
You know what you're doing tomorrow now. So can we do that? I don't know who's up next up.
Board of Health? Board of Health.
No, purchasing, you already
Board of Health is
reported.
coming.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
what I
remember we
missed.
skipped?
Sorry, I didn't.
Don't forget about purchasing.
Purchasing, yeah, purchasing is next.
Purchasing, that should be pretty.
It should be pretty,
It's one
Just
person.
if you can say it in 10 words instead of 15.
Oh, I already checked you off.
Okay.
Sorry.
Hello, I'm Pam Vickery, I'm the Chief Procurement Officer. So with my budget for next year, the big change I think that you see is for equipment rental and lease. And basically, historically, on the town side, we have purchased our copiers, our Ricoh copiers. Central Services comes under the purchasing, it's kind of a combined department, purchasing and central services. We're going to be moving over to a lease arrangement. What has happened is most of the copiers we have are, a great many of the copiers we have are pretty old, and they're falling out of contract with Ricoh. It's difficult to get parts. And after thinking about it in a lot more detail and doing some research, we've come to the conclusion that it's going to be a lot cheaper in the long run to move to a lease arrangement. With the lease, it also includes the cost of the toner, and we'll be sure that every department has copiers that are working well. So that's really the biggest change, I think, in the budget for next year, is moving over to that. If you look at what was planned for equipment rental and lease for this year, we did bump it, but we bumped it up to 16 because the original plan was that we were going to start moving into some leases this year, which we didn't do. I hope that explains.
and Pam did significant research on this, whether the purchase or lease, and brought it to Jamie, Evan, and I.
Yeah.
It's quite extensive, and it's available if you'd like to see.
Yeah, just for next year, or for fiscal '27, we're going to be changing over 7 copiers. The plan is to change over 7 copiers. 3 were installed in 2015, 3 were installed in 2016, and 1 was in 2017. If we were going to purchase those, it would come to over $52,000. And including the cost of copying, because we do have to pay, it's 5 cents a copy for a color copy and .0065 for a black and white copy. So the lease price plus the copying cost is $25,700. So it's a big difference, and we won't run into these situations where it's like you can't get the parts and it's difficult to do the repairs.
George?
Good job on this one.
Is this, do you have central copiers? Or do you have copiers in every building?
So we don't have a ton of copiers. We do have copiers in every building. Nobody has to go from, like, the DPW doesn't have to go to a different place to do their copies or anything like that. We don't have a ton of them. In this building, we have 4, 5, but they're all different sizes. Like in the mailroom and in the payroll area, they're big machines that would cost over $10,000 if we were going to purchase them. And some departments have some that only cost like $4,000.
Have you looked at centralizing printing from local computers? So that, like, Jamie doesn't have 2 on his desk, he has to go.
We
do.
They did that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we do have,
You have to
I don't have a personal printer or anything. We don't, very, very few of those. Yeah, we have all centralized printers.
yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
All I have is this laptop. I don't even have another screen.
Yeah,
Really?
I wonder if you could just remark on the amount of usage each of these gets. It just seems kind of odd. Like, I haven't printed anything in like a professional capacity since COVID. So
Right.
I know that government is probably an entirely different animal.
It is,
There's
it
more
is.
printing involved, but if you could just talk to the usage of.
Yeah, I mean, we do use the copiers a lot, and I think many departments are trying to move over to digital copies. I know I'm trying to do that, but unfortunately, sometimes you have to have the hard copy of the bid specs if someone wants to pick up the bid specs and they want the hard copy and not download it. So, I mean, they do get a fair amount of usage. We also use them for scanning as well.
I know she does a lot of bids, I get a copy of all of them. Anybody else?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Should have sent you home early. Jamie, I've lost
You got
track.
Disability Commission at account 535.
$1,000.
Okay, the Disability Commission is good. We've got,
And then the Council on Aging, 541.
Council on Aging.
We have old.
We skipped.
You hate keeping old
inspection
people
and
up,
animal
you
control.
know that, don't you?
Did I skip one?
Inspection and animal control? Are those not today?
Oh, yeah, those are public safety. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
Okay.
It is, not today, it goes under
Yeah, that's tomorrow night.
rabbit.
You installed a member on your, member of the
rabbit,
senior,
that's
well,
later.
actually, two of us on the committee now.
I'm sorry, it's Wednesday night, my bad.
Huh?
Inspection, my bad.
No worries, not
It's a
today.
different day.
Tomorrow
I think
doesn't
we've all
come for
lost
2 hours.
It's cranky over here. Jeez.
Ran out of something to drink.
All right.
4 hours ago.
So,
There's water.
just so you know, the total dollar value of the proposal in FY '27 for the senior center is a smidge under 600,000.
What a deal.
Huh?
Great deal.
Yeah, to say the least.
Great spot, take a tour.
I've
Right?
been there.
Yeah, okay, me too.
And to be fair, I appreciate all your questions. We know that you and Shannon both
Love the seniors.
Love
for the
the
record.
seniors.
For the AI,
But
for the AI, everyone
Yeah.
on this entire group loves seniors.
But especially me.
Bold
and
letters.
Ryan.
Bold- Love seniors, right.
You know, now we've got, I think when Karen Al's retired 6 years ago to today, now 40% of the, because of the great work Sarah's done and her predecessor and Karen, and I'll even give myself a pat on the back a little bit, and the rest of the staff. Well, nobody else does, so I figured I might as well too. So now you got, this is cute. It was 40% of the budget is basically paid for through revenues that we come in, so we'll never be 100%. You gotta also remember that you can't raise fees to a level on this population because food and things, they're going there because of a variety of issues. And so it's really been a project about, you know, thanks to Kerry and everybody on giving them the systems to put into place to collect electronic money. Remember the day where there was only cash? So it's actually been really good. And, you know, when I got down there some years ago, there was like, say, a class being done and they were paying the instructor $60, but there were no students. So why are we doing that? So a lot of that took a lot of hard work and a lot of hard conversations, and I think it's resulted in an extremely efficient value for $600,000 out of the tax levy. And obviously the other portions are brought in through formula grants, state grants, donations, fees, activities, you know, revenues. So I don't know, that's all I got.
A question on the grant stuff.
Sure.
A lot of the staff, if you look at the list, their salary is offset by a supplemental day resolving offset. There's a whole bunch of them. Are those, considering the tenor in Washington these days, is that, those in any danger, at least in the short term?
So no, and there's 3 accounts that you'll see on our staff sheet that they're being pulled from. 2 are our revolving accounts. So when it says SUPP, that's our supportive day program. So that's our program for folks with cognitive decline, Alzheimer's, dementia, and that's a paid program. So that's $75 per day, and we can have 10 people per day. So the folks that work in that program, I think we almost have fully offset their salaries. The other one is activities, so that can be anything that we run in the senior center, so the fitness classes, the parties, lunch, our van. It's basically a catch-all for everything else. And then the formula grant actually comes through the state. And we've been really lucky for a while. The governor has supported this. We're going to older adult lobby day next month. Right now it's at $16 per senior, and it's not based on who comes to the center, it's based on census data. But unfortunately, they're still doing it off of the 2020 census, which when I work with Nancy's numbers, we'd be getting paid a lot more. So I'm waiting for 2030 for them to redo their numbers at the state level. So no, to your question, George, none of that looks in jeopardy anytime soon. I mean, I will say our own revenues have stayed pretty consistent, so I'll just continue to track those trends. I guess the flip side of that, my concern is that depending on what services, if we had to cut anything that we cut is also revenue producing. So I would have to consider that with our revolving accounts.
So just point of clarification. Jamie, when you said 40% of it's offset with revenues, so what was, as we see, look at this budget today, it's already net of reimbursement? Am I reading that correctly on the back page?
I think those offsets aren't reflected in the budget, Evan. Is that
Well, I got
correct?
salaries of 540,
Is that-
net salaries of 545, and on the,
Right. Evan, you want to?
Yeah, a portion of these salaries where you see the negative and then it shows a formula grant offset, a portion of that salary is directly applied to that grant.
no, I understand that, so as I looked at the tally of that column, the far column, comes up
Yep.
to 545.
Yep,
If I go to the control sheet, I get 545.
correct.
So the salaries are already at net.
Right, it's inclusive of all
Okay,
the offsets,
got it.
yep.
So the net's already in this number.
Correct.
I just have a question
Yes.
about transportation. You have your own or you contract?
So both. So through a MatStock grant that they paid a couple years ago now, but I think 80%, we were able to get a van through the state,
Okay.
which then, you know, all the thing with ordering vehicles takes forever.
Yeah.
So like 2 years later, we finally got it. So we do our own, it's a 14-passenger van, handicap accessible, can take 2 wheelchairs at a time.
Okay.
So that's being used every day, Monday through Friday. And then we also have an agreement with GATRA, just because we could never keep up with the volume that's needed.
Yep.
To provide free rides to and from the senior center, to and from the food pantry, and then a discounted rate for any Franklin residents that ride.
So that's
within
the
town.
transportation line?
That is the transportation
Okay.
expense line item.
Thank you.
And that's the one that increased. That's probably our biggest increase just due to ridership increases. I actually have a full spreadsheet. I went back to GATRA management because we used to be at 1,500 a month and we're getting closer to like 2,500 to 3,000. And it's just the increase in ridership for them. So unfortunately, because we have such small expense line items, when it started to go over and wasn't following trend, I've already had conversations that we'll be able to make up for that this year, but I needed to plan for more next year, so we weren't in a deficit.
Thank you.
Maybe a Carrie question. What they collect for lunch and breakfast, does that go into the general fund? It's not netted here, correct?
It goes into the revolving fund.
You don't think I know that, George?
Sarah has been.
We have been teaching it so well.
Lucky I can see right now.
That's all right, we have discussion group together this Thursday. So.
I'll be in the last room on the right, on the downstairs pretty soon. Isn't that the dimension?
Supportive day, yes, sir.
George, just to clarify, Carrie, so that revolving account, the offsets I see here are not included in the enterprise funds.
Oh, yeah, it's not an enterprise fund.
It's not in that, it's not in the revenue
No.
sheet.
It's not on the revenue sheet.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
And that's why I pulled out this year in our budget narrative, if you go and look, we have one, just because I'm very proud of them this year, our bar graphs.
Yeah, no, you have some nice graphs.
Yeah, so you can see kind of like the different growth and what we've brought in, and I wanted to bring that to the forefront because you won't see that anywhere besides those offsets in our budget.
How many people a day? I have to ask.
It changes depending on the day of the week, but last time we pulled the average, it was 250 to 300 a day.
How many live in Franklin?
The last time I checked, it was still about 75% to 25%. 75% Franklin residents, 25% out of town.
Hopefully the 25% are paying most of the money.
They all bring in money, so,
Yeah, they
and I
do.
will just add to that because we get those questions. There is no program that will turn a Franklin resident away for an out-of-town resident. But at the same time, we have to run like a business, so if I have 9 people in supportive day and there's 1 open seat and there's no one on the wait list from Franklin, I'm putting someone in from Bellingham to get the $75 a day, if that makes sense.
Can you speak just briefly so that people that aren't going to read this narrative can listen and hear you talk about what the revenue is that you're bringing in?
Yeah, absolutely.
That your bar graph, just verbally?
Yeah, so I would just say quickly, like if you're looking at the core functions, there's the whole programming and community engagement. So a lot of that, I won't go too deep into it, but just loneliness and social isolation, if you look it up online, there's a lot of medical data behind that now about the health effects of social isolation, and probably 1 in 4 seniors that are 65 and above are dealing with that. I mean, just one of the stats with that is that you are at a 50% higher risk of getting dementia when you do have social isolation, stroke, heart disease, all these different things. So I think people hear like, oh, they throw these fun parties, but it really is more than that. There's science to it. It's also our open door that when someone comes to a fun event, then they realize we have a band or a grief support group or the social workers in this building. I didn't even know the town had a social worker. The nutrition and food access, our dementia-capable programming, the social services and benefit navigation, and then transportation. So the couple things I tried to show in our numbers was to show, if you look at the municipal funding for us over the last 3 years, it has continued to decline, but all of our numbers in the senior center continue to rise. So I showed the last 3 years. I mean, new members in 23, we had 472. Last year we had 615. Social services were 885 in 23. They were 1295 last year. Meals served, we did about 17,600 2 years ago. We're getting close to 19,000 this last year. Same for volunteer hours, and same for, I mean, event check-ins alone 2 years ago was 37,000. We're at over 57,000 now for event check-ins. And when you look at the census data, 20% of Franklin is 60 and above, and 20% is 50 through 59. So that's 40% of the town. Not that everyone uses our services, but if at any point they all chose to come in on the same day, we'd been in a pickle, but I would welcome them with open arms. Just don't tell the fire. Break some rules. So I just wanted to show, and I was actually really excited when we ran these numbers, and a huge thank you to the finance team who helped us kind of clean our accounts to look at things, because I don't think the revolving accounts are really explained well. I always said we were 1/3 self-funded because that's what we were cut 2 years ago. So I knew I had to make that up somewhere. But when you look, our revolving accounts continue to increase, which just makes sense because there's just more people all the time spending more money. But that's not, those are all made from very small fees, right? Like breakfast and lunch is no more than $6. A fitness class is $4. You know, some of that comes in from supportive day and other things that make more revenue. But when we were able to pull all of that out to show that we're 45% self-funded with those type of fees, I don't know that there's much more we can do. And with this year too, we also restructured and didn't, someone left our staff and we did not fill that role. Instead, we restructured to raise up staff we had that we thought could take on some more, and restored our nurse because we knew the town couldn't do that. And it also opened up the opportunity that we're hiring a part-time admin because social services is just off the charts. Most senior centers, even smaller than us, have 2 full-time social services. So this is kind of our stepgap to make sure that we hold on to the one that we have and she doesn't get too overwhelmed.
The social services, the social service works as licensed? Are they licensed social?
They do not have to be. Ours is not.
No, but are they? Are they LSWs?
They are not. We only have one, and she is not.
She's not a licensed.
They usually want more money.
Well, you might be able to bill for it too.
I don't think that's the purpose of social services.
Well, I
for the
understand,
town,
but it
to be
just
fair.
it could be an opportunity.
I think most of the people we're seeing are like homeless residents
Mhm.
and people that are applying for SNAP and, you know, those types of benefits. So I don't know that that would be a strong revenue source. I'm not saying no to it, but
Ooh, it's quiet.
We're good.
Maybe people fell asleep.
what? Now you're calling me boring? I will see you
No,
Thursday.
no. Should revoke my card tonight.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
All right. Who's on? Jamie, can we do Ryan, because his is a wash, and we ought to be aware of that.
Does anybody have any questions for Ryan?
No.
Huh?
What are we talking?
Recreation?
Recreation.
He wants to skip to recreation, skip recreation.
It's-
Well, wait,
Every
first is
year-
veterans.
Every year it's a wash, right?
Yeah, but wait a minute, before we,
Oh, what am I missing?
we're missing Shannon.
Oh, I'm missing recreation.
We don't want to miss the veterans. Let's do them.
Two left.
And then we've got the next section after that, which is library, recreation, and so forth.
Okay,
So let's do veterans. We got
all right. Oh,
7,
veterans.
8 left. Yep,
Go for it.
some of them could be quick, but
All right. Hello, my name is Shannon Nisbet, Director of Veteran Services. I'm here tonight with my coworker Deborah Martin. Deborah, wave please. So I'm sure you've all looked at our budget narrative, but I will briefly go over some key points. We're a two-person department. Our core functions are to help veterans and their eligible family members access the resources they need and deserve, and also community building. So as far as benefits go, we do administer the Chapter 115 program. I don't know how familiar you all are with that program, but it is basically a state and town partnership where we disperse benefits to eligible clients, and the state reimburses us the next fiscal year for 75% of those expenditures. So we have seen a reduction in the number of Chapter 115 recipients over the years, as all the other towns have. There's a lot of different reasons for that. However, the biggest drop came between 2021 and 2022, and after that drop, expenses actually remained flat for a while. Until this year, they're looking a little bit lower. Most of our clients we are helping with VA disability claims. This is really the core benefit that most veterans should try to apply for. It's a very complex process. It involves collecting medical records, interviewing the client on multiple occasions, often having to go to the Board of Veterans Appeals and even writing legal arguments. So this, to this end, I am accredited by the National Association of County Veteran Service Officers on the line item expenses. That is under conferences. Those are where I'm paying, or the town is paying for the training and accreditation fees. And that's very, very important. We also help veterans apply for VA healthcare, help them navigate the property tax exemptions with help from the assessor's office. We have a Veterans Property Tax Work-Off program that is managed by Deborah. We have 18 veterans in it this year. So the program, it started off pretty small at its inception, which I think was in 2022, but it's really growing. We have, in addition to looking at benefits, we have many social activities as well. Of course, we host our patriotic events every year, the Veterans Day Luncheon, the Memorial Day breakfast and ceremony, and we also work with the Veterans Council to help them with the parade. We just all collaborate together on these events. We have a monthly Veterans Council meeting and get a lot of support from this council. It's another one of our responsibilities. We have monthly veterans coffee socials with 40 to 50 veterans in attendance that Deborah is also responsible for coordinating. And we have this, the list goes on. We have Warrior Within Yoga, Tune It Out Guitar for Vets, so many different things to help build community, which is such a protective factor for mental health, and making people feel, our veterans feel seen and heard. Just circling back a little bit to the benefits provisions, we do get a lot of difficult situations that come across our way. Deborah is always the front line when people call our office, and listening to people's stories and helping triage situations and starting that process of building relationships and building trust. And so with these situations that can be more difficult, especially involving housing or finances, we do provide case management where we meet with clients, sometimes on a monthly, sometimes even on a weekly basis. We'll sit there for hours and make all the phone calls and fill out all the applications that have to get done just to try to get them in a better position and get them all the resources they require. So Deborah also manages our Veterans Memorial Walkway and the brick purchases, which you may sometimes see the brick order forms at Town Hall. She does a great job with that. You know, people are very excited to get their bricks, and she just does a fantastic job with everything. So we have some revolving funds, the Veterans Gift Fund, the Franklin Municipal Veterans Assistance Fund, and we also have a walkway fund where the money for the brick order is deposited in case we have expenses with our monuments. So a lot of the charts in this report talk about some of the trends that we've been seeing. And as you can see, the veteran census is declining for a variety of reasons, as well as the absolute number of Chapter 115 recipients. But I do want to emphasize again, the decrease in Chapter 115 recipients is not linear with the amount of money getting paid for benefits. I also want to mention VA claims. As you can see from our charts, we've had a great increase in the number of veterans receiving benefits since '22. And this is from a VA money report the state gives us every calendar year. In 2022, we had, a little under 320 clients getting benefits in the town of Franklin, and the last report in 2025, we were over 420. And if understanding the claims process is long and difficult, that is a pretty sizable jump, and there are a lot of factors that go into that. Some of those folks may have filed claims independently without our help, but we probably did help a sizable portion of those veterans and their family members. And I want to add with the Vietnam era veterans aging, I think that's another factor in seeing an increase in claims, as well as the PACT Act, which was passed, I think, towards the end of 2021. As you can see on the other charts, the average monthly VA award amount is going up a little bit every year, even when adjusted for COLA. And when you combine the two factors of the number of people receiving benefits plus that little increase in the average amount, what you see is a pretty substantial increase in the annual amount that our veterans bring in for all of their awards. And back in 2022, that amount was just under $6 million, and in 2025, it's getting closer to 10. So small changes can really affect the revenue coming to our veterans, coming to our clients, coming into town. So our gift fund assistance has remained pretty steady. We've had some very generous donations to that fund and our Municipal Veterans Assistance Fund. This is a level, our budget that you see on the screen is a level funded budget. We're not asking for any additional funds this year, and there's no cuts that we can make in our budget. So we can continue to offer our veterans and their family members the professionalism they deserve so they can put their faith in us. Any questions?
Where's your office?
We're at the Franklin Senior Center.
I have one quick question. So the $165,000 of ordinary benefits, that's the one you get 75% of the very next year?
Yes.
Okay.
That is the one. And I will be honest, we're not spending that full amount every year, but whatever does not get spent goes into free cash.
Gotcha.
Yeah, thank you.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Sorry you had to wait so
Okay,
long.
that's okay. Thank you so much.
Library?
Who's that, Brian?
No, library.
Library?
And then Ryan's on deck, yep, so library.
He's really over any time with mine.
He's not, actually, he would be here, but I think he's out of town, so he's on Zoom.
Yeah, he's on vacation. Library?
Now, listen, I just want people to understand, I have a stake in this place.
You shouldn't be saying that,
It's not.
Mr. Conley.
Anyways.
Mr. Chairman.
Anyways,
Who's the assistant
so,
something
George-
or other. She's the Assistant Youth Services Librarian, so Lauren will cut him up.
yeah.
So don't
well,
ask any questions, is that?
The real question that Felicia needs to answer is, how much are we over MAR? So MAR is our state law that dictates how much money we have to spend. And with the cut last year, how much are we project? What's the amount, 20,000, 25?
20,000.
20,000?
20
So if-
plus, right?
Yeah, so if you cut more than 20,000 out of the library, we go into virtual waiver list. We start deducting our state aid, and you gotta fill out all these forms, and you're on the list of the 30 towns that don't fund their public library, which is, quite frankly, a complete embarrassment that we're even in this position, given the fact that we sell ourselves on being the fairest public library in the country, and we have the world coming here pretty soon, in a couple months, and they're gonna be flocking to this place, believe it or not.
They are.
They are definitely gonna be going there, and to say that we're gonna underfund our library where we're the first one in the country is a miserable state of affairs.
How many customers do you get a day, a year, a month, or whatever you count?
Over 1,000 a day go through the building.
How many? 12?
Over 1,000 a day because of the programming. Most of our programs in the summer we have to do outside because the building is not big enough.
What did you say?
Over 1,000.
1,000 a day.
1,000 a day. Not bad. For a place where books, and who reads the books now? You put it on a electronic.
I read the books. I'm in the library all the time.
Lots of, I was gonna say.
Yeah, I know.
Yes. So just to put it in perspective, when on a comparative scale, if we look at libraries in our population group, Franklin is the lowest funded library. Natick is $1.5 million more. Needham is $1.3 million more. Norwood is $1 million more. And even if we look at Milford, it's over $500,000 more for less services than we provide.
And they don't have a 96% approval rating like
No.
you did in the customer satisfaction. 96?
Thank you, guys. So, yeah.
This is the market basket I was relating to earlier, right? more for your dollar.
Market
You
basket
could
does
go
not
to
have
Milford.
96%. What? Market basket doesn't have a 96%.
No, they don't,
It's
but
like 50-50 maybe.
Artie might.
Yeah. Thank you.
Questions, guys?
I don't have questions. I mean, I have questions. I have questions as to how we fund more, right? Like,
Exactly, that's what we're
that's
looking
my
for.
question,
Thank you.
because I do think that, you know, I'm very skeptical in the budget process, as you probably caught on. And I do think that going through this, that it is significantly lower, and I didn't even know the
Yes.
comparatives to the towns until you said that. But looking at this and looking the services that are provided and the newsletter that goes out every month with activities for every population in town, you know, I would be in support of additional funding to the library. So.
Thank you, thank you.
Don't be mad. Don't be mad.
Okay, I won't
Everybody,
be.
don't be mad.
I won't be.
All the seniors go there.
Here we go.
No, okay, never mind.
There's a whole army of seniors.
I know. I just have a question about what scheduled overtime is.
Okay, so because we have only a staff of 12, and we have to do most of our programming, what we found out was that since the community is in the arts and crafts, which I mean painting and all kinds of beautiful crafting, it costs a lot of money. When we pay people, they charge us $25 a person. So what the staff started doing was trying to learn those crafts so that we could provide. And also with our outreach programs, sometimes when you have to visit somebody out, when you have to visit organizations, we have to work on their time. Or when the Downtown Partnership is doing the strawberry stroll, if it falls on a Sunday, which most things do, then we can't say, oh, no, we cannot attend. If staff members attend, you have to pay them time and a half, and it's always money well spent. And it's also, some of it is also for Sunday hours.
So we just did a lot more of that in '26. I'm not judging this.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I'm just asking that it went from $5,000, $6,000 in '25, and then in 2026, it went up to almost 24,000. So we just started doing more activities?
The way it works, the way Sunday hours work is that you have to budget it with the staff in mind. Even though the contracts say you cannot force them to work, if they step up to work, you cannot say no, but you have to pay time and a half. So anything that is not spent comes back to the general fund.
I love the library.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
That's my next shirt I have.
Thank you.
A point of clarification here, if we didn't spend that and we are only making that minimum funding requirement by $20,000 and the scheduled overtime is $23,000, if we're not spending that money, we would fall short of this requirement?
Perfectly put, yeah.
Right. Is the staff unionized?
Yes.
Staff is unionized, okay.
Yes, they are.
What they don't allow you to take is how many millions of dollars have we spent expanding it, upgrading it? That doesn't count, which drives me a little insane.
Yeah, some of those formulas are outdated for sure.
And we also
put $12 or $15 million into the building.
Yep.
So the staff's teaching themselves to do all of these things. We have to send them to train because it's cheaper for them to know how to run these programs, painting, diamond art, and now Mahjong. Has anybody heard of it? Thank you. Now we have to teach ourselves that so that we can have all of the programs that we could offer the community. When we reach out to get somebody to pay, they want $60 a person. So how is the library going to come up with $60 per person? It's easier to have a staff member who is interested to go learn so that we can offer it weekly. Yes.
That's great.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Ladies?
No, we're good.
Thank you.
I asked my question. I already got in trouble.
Good.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
we're good. Thanks for
Thank
checking
you,
in.
guys.
All right.
Thank you.
Ryan?
Yes, Jamie, I'm here.
Awesome, Ryan. You want to, so before I do a lead into Ryan really quickly, he brings in pretty much all the revenue that pays out. So all of his revenues for rec programs goes into local receipts. And so he's close to $1 for dollar. At times in the past, he might be a little bit below that. At times, he's bringing in more revenue than expenditure. So for all intents and purposes, depending on how each year goes, and I'll leave it to Ryan to editorialize, I think he's had record-breaking revenues for the past 4 or 5 years, so. Thanks for joining us, Ryan.
Thank you, Jamie.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is my 26th year with the rec department. This is the first finance committee I've missed, so I apologize. I'm down, helping my daughter get her schooling completed and packed up, ready to come home. So I apologize for missing. As most of you know, the rec department, we're responsible for all the rec programs and scheduling of facilities in town. We're a self-supporting department, as Jamie said. We rely a lot on the program fees to cover our expenses and pay employees. So we operate the department with 3 full-time employees and 1 part-time admin. We have 3 part-time program coordinators and probably 100 high school age kids that do our seasonal employment, referees, camp counselors, program aides, and whatnot. In FY25, we spent $824,000 and we brought in $844, so we made $20,000 more than we spent. And we had roughly 7,200 participants in our programs. This year, fiscal year 26, we budgeted $850, and we're doing fantastic. Registration numbers have never looked better. We're gonna surpass 7,500 kids this year, and our revenues are probably gonna exceed 900K, so in March alone, we brought in 186,000, which is our highest monthly revenue total ever. So, yeah, I don't know, everybody keeps telling me the numbers of kids are going down, but we seem to keep getting more and more kids signing up for programs, so that's a good thing for us. You'll see in our budget that we increased our budget a little bit, went up like 2.8%, and that's mainly because we're offering more programs, we're bringing in more kids, so participation and expansion of programs are really driving those numbers. But again, all that will be recouped by the fees that we charge. Next year, it wouldn't surprise me in FY27 if our revenues exceeded $1 million. So that's really credit to our staff and all the kids and parents that partake in those programs. So just to give you a snapshot of some of the participation numbers, in 2024, we had 7,136 kids. We went up slightly in 2025 to 7,179. And as I mentioned, we're forecasting this year to be over 7,500 kids in programs. So we've already got 2,800 through March, so it's great numbers. And to answer, I've been hearing a lot about, cuts and whatnot. I just don't think that any cuts that are made in recreation are directly going to affect our revenue. So I don't see any reason to reduce expenses or salaries in our line item because we're gonna make money in our budget. So, and I'll entertain any questions.
Listen, if you can pay for yourself, I have no questions.
Okay.
Question down here.
The comment was made that the department pays for itself. Does that include an allocation of fringe benefits?
It does not.
No.
It does not. So what would your fringe benefit rate be that you would?
About 30,000 per employee.
Okay.
That's the general assumption we make. I mean,
Do
that's
you have a percentage like 20%, 25% on average?
That'd still only be 90,000 for this, and I think the numbers we just said, it would still pay for itself.
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah. But just the idea that when that comment's made, there's another number you gotta think about.
All right.
Anybody else?
Next.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan.
Wherever you are.
Thank you, guys.
690 Historical Museum, that's Rowan.
Is this our archivist?
This is our archivist, yep. Staff of 1, low expenses.
Step 1, just me and my expenses.
Any
Yeah, so I'll keep it
pretty short. The museum collects historical artifacts and documents relating to the town's history, including some aged-out municipal records, largely records from families, social organizations, religious organizations, etc., dating back to the 18th century. I organize, describe, and house them according to archival and museum standards, as well as develop exhibits with all of the objects and documents that we collect. I also assist alongside the Historical Commission, work on programming, including some speaker events, as well as coordinating exhibits with outside parties. Like last year, we just had an exhibit with the Franklin Art Association, and I help them with kind of organizational outreach within the town and within other social organizations. Yep.
I can't cut from one part.
Yeah.
It'd be zero.
I did have, my expenses previously were $5,000. They were cut last year to $2,500, and, you know, we've made it work. Previously, I had a budget of $10,000, but I didn't spend it all, so I cut back. But I'm pretty at the bone.
That's the fiscal conservative I'm looking for.
I think we good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The Historical Commission is at 3,300, account 691. And that's been cut probably about 1,000, 1,500 over the last year at some point. So. Any questions on Historical Commission?
No. The telephone line?
I think that's actually the museum.
Okay.
So
Should that be in the other?
It probably should be, but the museum came only 5 years ago or whatever. The commission's been, you know, since they had to be, 80 years ago or whatever. I don't remember. But Historical Commissions obviously have been boards that are in a lot of towns for probably hundreds of years, so at least they have a phone. 693, Arts and Culture and the Creative Economy. That's another staff of one. Corey?
Can I come to the next meeting?
Sure, absolutely. Make yourself at home.
I have the folder, so I got to spread out a little bit. Hi, everyone. I'm Corey Shea, I'm the Director of Arts and Culture of the Creative Economy. Just to give you a little snapshot about what I bring to the town of Franklin besides being the personality hire. I actually just heard this at the Massachusetts Governor's Tourism Summit, where they were describing how the annual, the GDP of Massachusetts is meds, eds, and then cultural tourism. And I loved that, the meds and the eds. So cultural tourism was coming at number 3 for Massachusetts, raising $25 billion. So that's the type of energy I'm trying to bring into Franklin, just to paint this scene here. And what I'm doing is supporting local businesses and cultural organizations, as well as building public art infrastructure and really positioning Franklin as a regional destination in arts and culture and tourism. And I've been here for about 2 years, and very much of this position, I like to describe it as building the plane while we fly it, which has worked out so far. And that also includes leveraging some external funds. So I've been applying to a lot of grants. I didn't include this in my narrative because I didn't write the report yet, but now I have, so I have this intel to share. So over the past 2 years, I've requested $376,975 on behalf of the town of Franklin towards arts and culture. That's from 18 different grants that I've been applying for, which is a little rigid in the sense of what municipalities are allowed to be applying for. At this point, we've received $168,775 from those grants, and then that is on top of the fact that we got another $50,000 for a public art earmark that was secured by Rebecca Rausch. So that brings everything, a total of external funding to $218,775 $1,000. So that's pretty good for my 2-year run here so far. So I just wanted to make a note of that when it comes to actively seeking external funds to support the regional arts and culture programming that we're trying to build here. Something else that I do within this workflow is work with the Franklin Cultural Council and the Franklin Cultural District. Something to make a note of is that, sorry, my many different notes as I was referring to. The Cultural Council is funded through the Massachusetts Cultural Council as well as the town, supported through the town of Franklin. So in FY24, there was almost $60,000 in requests from artists and cultural organizations in Franklin. And then in FY25, it was almost 82,000, and then this year, it was 180, excuse me, sorry, it's the 11 p.m. hour, I can't read my notes anymore. It's FY26, it's $168,000 that we've received for requests. So that's artists, organizations in Franklin that are seeking funding, which also that means it has to take place in Franklin and benefit Franklin communities. So that's some money that we're leaving on the table, just to make a note of that, because MCC only allots $18,000, and the Cultural Council did their very best this year in trying to spread that money out. Part of that funding goes back into programs at the Senior Center as well as the Franklin Public Library. So we work really strategically together to make sure that we're having consistent programming, and that even in the time of cuts, that we're supporting one another and our community members. The Franklin Cultural District Committee is also a huge factor in this work, and the fact that MCC allocated the district to the town of Franklin in 2019. And with that, they've been offering funding. They have to apply for each year, but this upcoming fiscal year, they are making some changes, unfortunately for us. And MCC is no longer guaranteeing that they're this fiduciary support. So in their words, in their many meetings, is that they're pushing back and they want municipalities to be more supportive when it comes to the district. So that's why there is an increase this year of the request when it comes to this district funding. A huge part of what the district does is really capitalizing on the cultural tourism, and part of that is I think that we're entering like our third issue of a printed cultural district guide, highlighting all the community narratives, the stories of our neighbors, our schools, our kids, the projects that we're doing. And it really is fantastic to have this tactile guide to hand off to people, especially with the FIFA World Cup. I didn't even talk about that yet, but that's a whole other ask. But when it comes to the district, they really are the marketing machine behind the public tourism in Franklin. And I think now with, partnering with Morena a lot more, we're at the beginning. We're at the beginning phases of a huge cultural boom that Franklin is going to be the hub of. So it feels pretty exciting, especially with FIFA kicking it off with giving us, we got 160, oh my God, 162, I can't even speak. We got a lot of money from them in order to make our watch party happen, which is fantastic.
Go for it.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
You made a comment that you work with the library.
Yes. They're
Do you
great.
allocate your salaries there so we can help with the, I mean, seriously, allocate some of your salary there so we can help with the number,
MAR?
the MAR. I mean, there's a level thing there. Do you do that?
That's interesting.
We
It
don't do
helps,
it. We
right?
don't do it now.
I'll have to see if it qualifies.
Right.
I'll have to see
It
if it
doesn't qualify?
qualifies. Yeah, I mean, a big part of it's like literally books, like the way the thing works. But it's a creative, I like the idea, It's something that's thought of.
Tom,
Yeah.
I'll look into it for sure.
Yeah, look into it. I mean, anything you can allocate.
It's an AD.
Do you work with the Dean School at all?
Yes, so that's a partnership. They've been going through some leadership changes over the past, since I've been here, and they're very eager to jump in to be partners, especially the times that I've met with them. I'm like, hey, we're a college town, so we need to put that face forward. And one of the big partnerships that we are working with them is the World Cup. So we'll have lots of bulldogs, and we're using their mascot. They also have their new student orientation during the timeline, which we're proposing for our watch party. So it's instantly going to bring a whole new group of kids into the fold.
Any cuts?
Yeah, but I'm getting crotchety, it's late.
We haven't gotten to benefits yet.
So I guess, and this is nothing personal, you seem lovely.
Yes.
But this is one of those nice to have versus needs to have positions for me, right? So I see it's new, right? It looks like we just started this position in '25.
2 years ago, yeah?
Yeah.
24?
24.
Yeah, 24.
We didn't have a cost associated with it, you were free?
No, it was in the.
FY '25 is anyway, go ahead.
It was somewhere else.
Yeah. It was
Okay.
the town administrator's budget the first year.
Okay. So again, I think this is, for me, it's one of those nice to have versus needs to have. And then I look like the marketing expense, it went up like 70%. I know it's not a ton of money, like when we're talking about 7,000 versus 12,000, but it's a significant increase. And we have the new marketing, the communication director, so I would think that some of that would fall under her. And then the other piece that I would look at is the grants. So I know we did talk about grants and how it was department-led. For me, I'd like to see what the grant money is going towards. I think that's a big piece of it. And I know that we have had the state cultural director out, and there's been some grant money that we've gotten through other avenues. So for me, this position is a hard sell, because I think it's one of those nice to have versus needs to have positions. So.
Why do you think it's not a need if it's affecting the economy in a positive way?
How?
What do you mean, how?
You said it's affecting the economy in a positive way,
Right,
so.
like I'm bringing money into the town, so I'm just curious.
You're generating revenue in what capacity?
Well, I'm bringing in money through grants, and I'm hoping to build further programming that we can.
So you mentioned one grant.
No, I have won 8 grants out of 18.
So where is that money
I think
going?
her question is just that, so you bring this, you went out for 300,000 in grants, awesome.
yeah.
And then you got back, I think, almost 200, you said, so
Yeah,
far?
and
So
it's
far.
going back into community
And then
programming.
where does
Oh, I'm
that
sorry.
money that you bring in to the town, where does that go? How is that spent?
Oh, got it. So it goes back into community programming. So we have a pop-up arts initiative, we have the Arts and Culture Symposium, that is a regional program that's free for people to come and participate and learn more about pop-up programs and how they can benefit the local economy by filling empty spaces. So that's just an example of one program.
Yeah, and for me, I think we have a lot of other agencies in town and in downtown partnership, we have different committees so that kind of replicate that work. And then if we had an opportunity to do some other things, again, we talked about grant writer too as one of our conversations in an earlier one. So if there's an opportunity for us to write the grants without it costing a significant amount of money, that would be something that I would be in favor of. But for me, this is a hard sell when we're looking at where can we cut to make basic services happen for our town.
So the other thing that Corey brings in when she talks about all these programming is the local receipts, the meals tax. That has significantly come up, all the Aretha Franklin, all the restaurants and everything, that's another
But I
way.
thought someone else was working on Restaurant Week that we talked about the other day.
So that's a
Different idea.
particular
We're
program.
trying to do everything
Yeah.
we can to get people to eat out in town.
Right.
This is a revenue generator, it helps support your government, and hopefully it's a good time, and, I don't know, she's a part of that, but there's other people trying to do a lot of other economic development pieces too. So,
Yep.
but I understand, everybody can have their opinion, so nobody has to say sorry, like earlier. Nobody has to be sorry.
You need a t-shirt though, she's gonna.
Oh, I don't want a t-shirt.
Sorry, I'm not
okay
sorry.
with my comments.
It's so hard, I think, just to counterbalance it, I think it's so hard because I get it, like if you, like, when you get down to having to cut to figure out $2 million or $1 million, whatever our bogey is, I could see it, but then it's like, you're stripping away things that make our town what it is. And this is one of those. So I think it's, yes, could this go away, but yes, then we become more bland, honestly, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So it's just the balance, right? Like, it's like, yeah, you could cut it, but then, like, that's when you start to get into these whole choices. So it's good to identify, but it's, yeah.
We're poor, so maybe bland is what we can afford.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well, I mean, I'd rather have a teacher.
Mr. Conley, may I offer a comment really quick on this front? I have worked with Corey for the past 2 years ever since she came on, and I would like to say that she has pulled together a lot of these community organizations more than anybody ever has. The Franklin Downtown Partnership is great for businesses that are in downtown, and, they try to incorporate other community organizations as much as possible, but in reality, we all have very limited bandwidth. We're all focusing on running our own organizations, and just pulling everybody together into the same room to get our heads together and try to focus all of our efforts on Aretha Franklin and all of these other events that she's putting on does have a huge impact and makes it easier on all of us to decide, what we do with our programming funding money. So I'd just like to add that for consideration. Thanks.
Anybody else?
I have a question for Jamie, really. Is this, so there's the Historical Commission, there's Arts and Culture, there's Cultural Council, there's Cultural District Committee. So, and so not all these have people that, they don't all have salaries, but there's expenses. Why are there so many different versions of this?
So, to break it down as quickly as I can.
Working on plan.
Well, you got the Historical Museum, which is, we're a community that has it's our original town hall in town that was converted into a museum 15 years ago or so. And so, there's a baseline expense there, and there's actually one staff member that's affiliated with trying to keep that place open, organized, and it's a town asset and a town property. The Historical Commission,
I just want to clarify, I didn't say the Historical Museum. So I just want to be clear that I think it's important. I wasn't talking about the Historical Museum. I was asking about the other, the commissions.
I thought you had said the Historical Commission.
Historical Commission and the other things that all seem tied together.
The Historical Commission's one responsibility is they do demo delays. So that's a statutory Mass General Law thing where they have, they do a lot more than that. It's your volunteers that are essentially guiding a lot of the historical preservation work in the community. But that's why that's been there for decades, and the museum just came into the budget recently. In terms of the arts community, so arts and culture is Corey's department. Corey is also charged with kind of working with those other cultural organizations. The Cultural Council is a statewide matching program. So ultimately, the Cultural Council goes through a statewide funding formula, like the senior center, like the library, and we get an apportionment of money each year depending on what the state legislature does. If Corey's position wasn't here, or if there wanted some other strategy, the Cultural Council would still get whatever their state apportionment is. Okay, so if it's $20,000 a year based on the formula, based on what the legislature and governor sign in the state budget, there's always a Cultural Council at the local level. There's a manual that the state puts out on how that's governed, and so that's its own entity to deal with one issue with the state. The second piece is the Cultural District Committee is another state certified program. We became a certified cultural district in 2019. And so as a result of that statute, you have to have a cultural district committee that helps essentially organize the activities, if there are any, in the cultural district. Up until this year, we got a $15,000 grant from the state by being a cultural district. That was like their carrot. And we're hearing that in next year's budget, the state budget, that grant will go away, or maybe the following fiscal year, depending on how the state legislature gets into that. So they're all different, they all have unique charges, they all have unique responsibilities, and most of them are embedded in a state statute or a state budget somewhere. And so the Cultural Council here, we just match the money that the state gives us. The Cultural District is a modest, I think it's $1,000 or whatever it is that's in there for the, like all the boards and committees, and then they get a $15,000 grant from the state. We're anticipating funding that grant for the Cultural District through restoring it in this budget. It may not make the cut through Finance Committee or the Council, I don't know. But we wanted to make sure the community was aware that that grant at the state level is likely going away. And because the community's been used to it, we're just proposing it to put it in there and see where y'all feel about it as we go through the budget process. So each one's a little bit unique.
Do you do a lot of outreach for like, to get volunteers to run these events?
Yes, I do, and also Franklin is known to have generations of volunteers, but it also is really hard to build infrastructure on that, just because the needs of programming for consistency, and if you want to be able to match a dollar amount to it, it's harder to do when you have not consistency, which volunteers can't offer 100%.
Anybody? You said?
Yeah.
Okay, who's next?
Well, now we're into debt.
Who's paying for the sleeping bags?
Almost there, George.
So the debt service schedule is pretty straightforward. We have it all line itemed out. You can see where all the payments are, which ones have come off. And, you know, we could probably shorten this list a little bit, but we've left it in there just to show the history. But the principal and interest is pretty straightforward. Not sure if anybody has any questions, but it's...
Yeah, more for future. Your schedule of debt, how far do you have it going out?
To 2042.
All right, can I see it at all?
Yes, absolutely.
Interest?
That weird?
Any questions on interest? Interest is interest?
Interest is
I'm just asking.
agreed upon when we took the bond of the bank.
All right, so you got two accounts left, employee benefits and property and casualty.
Without benefits, because like, now we're talking about until
Right.
May, something like
It's
that.
up to you.
Well, the only, I mean, it's a big one. I mean, we can talk about it tonight or in May, whatever you guys want to do. But we have based these numbers based off the 14.5%. These do not reflect the GIC transition. You will see a line item in here with the health insurance for the school. We've separated that out. Does anybody have any questions on any of the other line items, like OPEB or unemployment or workers' comp or anything about Medicare, retired teachers' life insurance? I mean, I'm just,
Quick question. Where's, and I don't know, I'm sure there's some, payroll tax on employees?
That is in there's a Medicare line.
Okay, so that's the only payroll
Medicare-
tax that there is?
Yep, Medicare tax would be like the FICA.
Okay, got it.
And that number looks higher. The last couple of years, we've actually made it more accurate to what it was actually charging. So it looks like it went up a little bit more than it actually did. It's actually fine, I'm sorry, what we budgeted for, it went over budget, so you'll see the expended, so that's okay. A lot of the budget's gonna really depend on the huge line items there for health insurance, and a number of different line items. So we'll have more information in early June, probably.
Couple questions. One, like I mentioned on the cultural committee, some of these costs can be allocated back to the library to meet our goal.
I don't
Don't believe
believe
so.
they allowed benefits to count for
Really?
that.
most state formulas, even Chapter 70 for a long time, they don't include those kind of fringe benefits in their calculations.
Not
That's
even a
what-
10%er?
That's why a lot of the formulas are outdated, but people have tried for decades to change them.
On the new gig program, is it just one contract with the state, or do you have a contract with the state administration side and school side?
It's all one big group. We ended up moving all health insurance benefits to the town side. So on that sheet, you'll see a school health insurance line, which is new. So it now says health insurance school, that fourth one down.
Yeah.
That is active school employees, is about close to 8 million.
Okay, yeah, no, so
We
how
have,
you
we
break?
have to go in as an entire district.
Okay.
Our active employees, active school, active town, active school, and all our retirees.
So are you
So we're all going
allocating the cost between the number of contracts?
It's
Or the
each-
number of
each
people covered?
individual, each individual that's benefit eligible, and I base it on who we currently have. They have 7 plans to choose from for active employees, and there's 4 plans for Medicare. So it all
Yeah,
kind of.
I'm more looking at the allocation to get over to the schools. So if you have an employee, that's one contract.
A school employee is gonna
It's one
have
subscriber.
insurance.
One subscriber, one contract. Or if they have a family plan.
They have a family plan that
Right.
costs more than the individual plan.
Understand, but how do you allocate the cost? Based upon one member and one member? Or one member and, 3.9? On the actuary side, they have a family of 3.9, don't ask me why.
I just base it on our current enrollment, and then we usually add like a $75,000 buffer, knowing that people are gonna be changing.
But if you have a family, if you have more family plans in the school,
I base it based on what they currently have, so I know how many family plans versus individual plans the town has, and the school has, and the Medicare. And then we'd have to leave a little bit of a buffer, because at any time, someone could get married and change to a family plan.
so that's what I'm saying.
It's very
So
hard
you
to
do it on a
predict.
head count, not
Yeah.
necessarily on a contract count.
Correct.
Okay.
I just have one question. What's the health insurance school non-GIC?
We had a group of our school teachers used to actually be part of the GIC.
Yep.
Back in the day, and it was called the Retired Municipal Teachers. They were grandfathered in to keep the same rates as the GIC.
Okay.
So they're considered the GIC trust. So on the line item, retired teacher health insurance is that group of grandfathered people.
Yep.
And the health insurance school non-GIC is everyone that's retired since.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, so that retired teacher's health insurance.
Are the grandfathered in?
The grandfather people in, yep, and we pay either 90 or 85% of their premium compared to 70% for everyone else.
So just, open enrollment will be over on April 30th. We'll have data on actual healthcare numbers probably closer to the budget hearings in May at the council meeting, hopefully around Memorial Day. And then, you'll probably look at, on May 27th and June 3rd, you'll look at the final budget numbers.
Just one quick question. Did you budget for the GIC?
No.
You did not?
Nope.
We
Okay.
didn't, it was too
Can't
hard
do
to
it.
really guess.
Yeah.
Just
So
can't
that's
do it.
where I think it was a safe bet to assume 14.5%, knowing that some of the plans are gonna be pretty
Less.
big increases, some won't. So it was kind of a placeholder, but we are expecting that it's gonna come in lower. It's just a matter of how much lower.
Yep.
But we'll see. But I mean, like I said before, everybody on an EPO plan, it's gonna cost the town less. Every Medicare plan's gonna cost, well, every non-grandfathered
yeah,
group. is
yeah.
gonna
We're also
cost
not
us
paying
less.
out
We're not
health
paying for
HSA.
health savings
We're not
accounts.
paying out HSA money.
Yep.
On the other hand, some of the GIC plans are a little bit more expensive, but there's also a lot more choice, so it's not like one or
This
the
or
other.
this,
People
yeah.
have
Yeah.
a little bit more customization.
We are expecting the enrollment may go up a little bit, just because it is a more well-known
Options.
group, or if someone's familiar with the GIC because they worked for the state before, I think that there is some appeal to that. So we really just wanted a placeholder until we get more data, because it's so difficult to predict.
When they reviewed your claim history to make, as you were making that decision, obviously, you went back to your old self-insured claims. What was the differential between what GIC was going to tell you and what was your claim history?
So the group insurance commission doesn't actually look at our claims. They allow you to join without looking at your information, because it is an entire self-insured group. So it was a little bit different. When we tried to switch from our current provider before, we've gotten refusals to quote because our claims are so bad. Our
They're
claims
bad.
are very
Our
bad.
loss runs were terrible.
Our loss runs are.
Our loss runs were over 100 pretty much consistently since the pandemic.
120.
Before that, we were doing pretty well for a long period of time. We have been through every provider in the last 15 years, Tufts, Blue Cross, we've been up and down, Harvard Pilgrim for years. And really, a big reason why we went to the GIC is for that exact reason. Is that if there's ever, as you know, healthcare is not getting better, nor cheaper, nor easier. So coming out of this system, we wanted to be in a system where they weren't evaluating the loss runs to that level and still provide a pretty competitive plan for a lot of people. So it's a tough balance.
I'll be interested to see year 3.
Well,
Why is
we're
that?
part of the entire
I'm just-
state, so they can't charge us separately. We're charged the same as every
Well,
other
a
municipality.
lot of towns, kind of Central Mass and West, won't go into the plan because it's it's east in Massachusetts specific almost.
Yeah.
And where's the highest cost of healthcare in the
Well-
state? In the eastern part of the state.
Well, western part of the state's probably gonna be
They're in
forced to
trouble.
go into it because they're all bankrupt.
Yeah.
So if you look at Franklin County, like, they literally don't even have a healthcare plan anymore. And at some point, to your point, they're resisting going to the GIC, but at some point, that's probably gonna be their only option. I will say, where I thought your question was gonna go is, I do think that year 1 we'll see, I'm just guessing, but we'll see a little bit of an increase in in subscriber base, just because of the brand that Karen was talking about. But I think year 2 and 3, the question will be is, do we see a much larger subscriber number? You know, the more that people get comfortable and familiar with the GIC, do we see higher subscriber numbers now?
Yeah, if you can look at it on a per capita basis, a PM at the end of the day and see how that comes up.
Yeah.
Remember per month cost. That's how you can normalize it.
We set,
Sure.
Insurance.
I have the liability budget, if anyone had any questions there as well.
Insurance premiums? Tom's ready to go.
Well, what's it cover? What's the liability insurance?
Everyone's hiding under the desk, but Tom's ready. What's that?
What's the liability insurance cover?
Property and casualty,
Property and casualty,
everything.
bonds, so our treasurer and assistant treasurer and town clerk have to be bonded.
Cyber insurance, which is embedded in Maya, all of our fleet, all of our buildings, all of our properties.
Pretty much everything but workers' comp
Pretty much everything that works.
and health
And
insurance.
how's the cyber insurance going?
Pretty good. It's just good, you know, I mean, I'll tell you. How's it going for the rest of the
They're not-
world?
they're not-
I mean, it's like,
They have a
not
lot of
very well. I
Wait till you
mean,
get hit. Wait till you get hit and then see how good it is.
well, we got hit, and we got half of our money back, so we did pretty well, and that was a long time ago, and a lot of other towns have been hit since, so. And a lot of big businesses get hit, I mean, multi-billion-dollar companies get hit, so.
okay.
It's,
I'm gonna entertain a motion to adjourn. How's that? Do I have
Good to me.
unanimous consent to?
Yes. Yes.
yep.
Okay.
Thanks, George. Good job.
Motion made, motion seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.